Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, What If Harry Potter Discovered Dumbledore's Darkest Secret. Here is short summary. What if everything Harry believed about Dumbledore was a lie? As dark truths about his mentor's actions and motives come to light, Harry must confront a web of manipulation and betrayal that shaped his entire life. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Sirius Black groaned while tightening his grip around Remus' waist. Can you make it a while longer? But in this moment he felt how his friend slumped unconsciously against him. Cursing, he managed just in time to not drop him and to lay him nearly gently on the ground. Panting for breath, he sat down next to him. Alertly he peeked around, but when noticing nothing conspicuous he sighed relieved while running a hand through his head. He was exhausted and he would have nothing preferred better as to lie down and to sleep, but he knew that he somehow had to get Remus on the fastest way to Hogwarts. The situation couldn't have been worse. Namely, they had escaped by a hair breadth with their life, but in this terrible fighting they had both lost their wands and Remus had been injured. Be damned Voldemort, thought Sirius. They hadn't had a chance against him and his thousands Death Eaters. It had been too many. He regarded Remus' ashen face and reluctantly he realized that he just had to risk it. An apparition was the only possibility. He was so tired that he barely could keep his eyes open and Remus needed help as quickly as possible. Never before, however, was he apparated in such a bad condition, and he knew only too well what consequences it could entail. Apart from this, he also had to take Remus with him, and a double apparition was already difficult under normal circumstances. Sirius kneeled down, grasped Remus' arm and took determined a deep breath while praying that he wouldn't splinch them. Then he began to concentrate. At the same time the Dark Lord was pacing furiously through his room. His red eyes were glowing in a scary light. He stopped abruptly in his tracks, turned around and sized the three people, who were kneeling in front of him, up with an ice-cold gaze. How is it possible that you weren't able to find him in 1 week? He whispered, dangerously quiet. While staring at Lucius, Bella and Narcissa, he felt how boiling rage shot through him. How those idiots could have lost his son, his heir. When he had returned a quarter-hour earlier from his stay in France, it had taken him longer as he had actually planned to crush the resistance, and had discovered that Harry and his friends had disappeared 1 week ago and that Lucius, Narcissa and Bellatrix hadn't been able to find them so far and had indeed dared not to inform him. He had seethed with fury. Without asking them what exactly had happened, he had imposed them with the Cruciatus curse, so long until his anger had ceased a bit by hearing their agonizing screams. My lord, we sent them portkey letters but they didn't work, and we searched everywhere but they aren't nowhere to find, Lucius said with a hoarse voice. The Dark Lord frowned thoughtfully. He couldn't believe that the children had been kidnapped. But what had been their reason for running away? Letters which had been charmed to be portkeys wouldn't be, of course, of any use, since he himself had taught Harry to be wary of everything he would get, so he could assume that Harry would check every letter he would receive. Could it be that he had fled from the tortures he should learn? When remembering his walk in the park with Harry, where the boy had asked him if he would really have to torture and kill, this thought occurred him as not so devious. The reason wasn't so important, however, right now. More urgent was that he found Harry as soon as possible. Fortunately the Malfoys and Bella had had so much sense at least that they had kept the disappearance of the children a secret. He didn't want to think about it. What would have happened if the Order of the Phoenix had discovered it? This fool Dumbledore would have searched day and night to find the children. While thinking about the various possibilities how to find them, he suddenly held his breath. Of course, cursing himself that he didn't think on it earlier, he immediately set off to see if he had been right. Seconds later he knew that a certain little house elf hadn't also been seen since the children had disappeared. Back in his study he stepped smiling to his desk, took a sheet of parchment and paused. He had to be careful, he mustn't rush anything. Otherwise it could easily happen that he would lose the boy forever. Although there was of course always a possibility, even if everything would fail. But perhaps he could still prevent it. As a plan begun to form in his head, he felt how his anger slowly blew over. Yet nothing was lost. Confidently he began to write a short message. Then he ordered Lucius to send it to Harry, reached out his hand and started to whisper. It was early afternoon as Harry, Caro and Draco sat on the soft blue blanket and relaxed. Although it was cold, it was a beautiful day. Rather unusual for April, but the sun was shining and warmed them pleasantly while a slight wind was blowing. They had just played Quidditch. After they hadn't been able to play for so many months, now they hardly could break it off, such fun they had. Harry smiled happily while grasping his cup of tea tighter, taking a sip of the hot liquid and letting his gaze wander around. Draco was currently eating a sandwich, Caro had turned her face towards the sun, had closed her eyes and got a tan, Diamond had curled herself up and was sleeping, and Nell was mumbling on a piece of cake. A fair way off, Peter Pettigrew was meanwhile busy to prune the twigs and branches of the savaged hedge. Since he had to do it without magic, he worked already the whole day on this. Harry grinned slightly. Peter had been really useful the last days. He had gone even 2 times to Diagon Alley to go shopping. The 1 week since they had arrived here had been just marvelous. Every day they had played Quidditch, had talked and laughed with each other, or had worked a bit on the still unfinished things who had still to be done in the house and in the garden. Draco had recovered from his terrible experiences, at least Harry hoped that. The first days he had been rather reserved, but meanwhile he seemed to feel better. The only annoying thing had been the many letters they had received from Bella and Draco's parents. Anything else, however, had been wonderful. Harry would have never imagined that it would be like this, so perfectly dreamlike. A quiet, agonizing scream jolted him back into reality. His tea slopped over and was running hot across his hand, but he didn't sense it. His entire attention was focused on Nell, whose face was marked with fear and contorted with pain. She only managed to say in a choked voice, "Master is calling." Then, with a soft noise, she disappeared. Harry looked shocked at Caro and Draco, who stared with white faces at the spot where Nell had been just sitting. Harry felt how fear seized him. A flapping of wings caused them to flinch, and at the same moment something hit Harry's head. It was a single sheet of parchment. Graceful, almost charming, it fluttered to the ground where it remained. With thumping heart, Harry glanced at the clear, angular handwriting of his adoptive father. "Harry, if you don't want that I accidentally curse your house elf, I would suggest that you come home immediately." "Father." Harry stared at the parchment and couldn't believe that everything was over. He knew that he had to go back, he just couldn't allow that his adoptive father killed Nell. He had not the slightest doubt that his adoptive father would do exactly this. A house elf more or less made no difference to him. Harry gulped. He hadn't a choice, however. If he wanted Nell to be alive, he had to return. Defeated, he raised his head and looked wordlessly at his friends. Draco was watching him. He grimaced and lifted, rejecting his hands. "No, no, no. Don't say me that we'll have to go back only because of such a wretched house elf. Draco, how can you say something like this? You know that Harry loves Nell. And I do it as well. We'll have to return," Caro said with a wavering voice. Draco's eyes widened, horrified. But I can't go back. My dad will kill me." Harry looked at his friends and said with difficulty, "You could stay here, if..." "Forget it, Harry. Nothing will bring us to stay here while you have to return. If we go back, then we'll go all together," Caro exclaimed. "Won't we, Draco?" she added. Draco hesitated one moment and nodded finally. "They'll be terrible," infuriated. Harry objected, and when noticing Draco's unhappy face, he continued, "It would be really better if you would stay here. I wouldn't mind it." Draco snorted and shook his head. "Harry, either we all stay here or we all return. There isn't another possibility. If you namely return, then the Dark Lord will discover where we are anyway. Yes, I know that you wouldn't betray us, but a drop of Veritaserum would be, for example, enough already. Moreover, there are still other facilities as well." Harry sighed sadly. Reluctantly he realized, however, that Draco had absolutely right. He reached out his hand, put Diamond in his pocket and looked up. Their eyes met, and for a moment there was such a deep understanding and trust between them that Harry all of a sudden realized how very much Caro and Draco meant to him. "Then we should better go packing now," Harry said flatly and looked around for Pettigrew. He couldn't spot him anywhere. Probably he had gone back into the house to make a pause, Harry thought. Obviously he hadn't noticed that Nell had disappeared. While striding slowly over the lawn, Harry tried to blink away his tears. He had the strange feeling that he was going to suffocate. How could he have forgotten that house elves were magically bound to their owners? Of course Nell hadn't stopped to be the property of the Dark Lord as she had begun to take care of him. The helplessness which was rising in him made him angry. A single mistake and everything was broken. And now, what would happen yet? He didn't want to learn how to torture and kill. Arriving in the house, he stormed upstairs to his room where he snatched for his things and threw them violently in one of the suitcases which they had found in the castle. He doubted it that he and his friends would find once more a possibility to escape from the headquarters of his adoptive father. 10 minutes later they met in the hall. "What'll we do with Pettigrew?" Caro asked while beginning to collect her things out of the living room. Harry shrugged with his shoulders. "He'll come along. He can change himself in a rat again. But definitely he won't stay here. I'll go searching him." Harry turned around and went in the garden. After Pettigrew had rather reluctantly changed back into his animagus form, Harry put him into his box, raised his gaze and stared wistfully at Godric's Hollow. "Harry, we should go now." Caro laid shortly her hand on his arm and he saw that she had tears in her eyes. Harry blinked, nodded and cast the house of his parents a last glance. Then they mounted their brooms and flew into the sky. The way back passed in silence. None of them remembered to charm themselves invisible. The only thing what occupied their thoughts was how the reactions of the adults would turn out when they reached the castle. Rainbow trilled comfortingly while flying next to them. The three could only think of their fear, however. Meanwhile Harry blamed himself heavily. Why only hadn't he thought of this? After a while they landed in the forest which surrounded the castle. They sneaked into the secret passage and trotted dejectedly to the study of the Dark Lord. In front of the right door they paused and stared at each other. No one of them said a word. Harry gulped nervously. He would have given everything in order to have not being here just now. When sensing the light way of Rainbow who had settled on his shoulder, he bit his lip, lifted his hand and knocked while feeling how his heart sank. Then he opened the door and they stepped in. They had hardly entered as they heard the cold voice of the Dark Lord. "I want to speak alone with my son and remember my orders." Lucius and Bella rose shakily, bowed, grabbed their children by their arms and dragged them with expressionless faces out while Narcissa, whose eyes were riveted on Draco, was following them with a happy smile. Harry looked after them. As the door had slammed shut he lifted defiantly his head. "Where is Nell? What did you do to her?" The red eyes of his adoptive father narrowed and studied him piercingly. "I didn't do anything to it and now it should be in the kitchen. But I am much more interested in this. Where have you been the entire last week? And why did you run away at all, Harry?" Harry blinked unbelievingly at his adoptive father. Actually he had expected everything but not that he would ask him in a calm, almost indifferent, tone where he had been and why he had fled. Could he however trust him that he hadn't done anything to Nell and that she was all right? "Why did you run away? And where were you?" The Dark Lord repeated his question and this time his voice had an impatiently undertone. "I didn't want to torture and to kill. I don't want to watch any torture sessions and I don't want to be forced to torture or kill, if I don't want to, and we were in Godric's Hollow." It broke out from Harry while glaring furiously at his adoptive father, angry that he had forced him to return. In the next instant he could have bitten his tongue off. How on earth could he have said this? The red eyes widened surprised. Godric's Hollow. A sudden dawn of understanding appeared on Voldemort's face. "So you have discovered it. How?" Harry hesitated one moment, then however he began to talk. After all it didn't play a role anymore. As he had finished he even felt a strange relief. The Dark Lord nodded slightly. "Impressive. So that's why you suddenly wanted to know who your mother was." Quote. Abruptly he stepped to Harry, who startled flinched back, raised Harry's chin and stared with his red eyes straight into Harry's emerald ones. Rainbow trilled warningly but Voldemort didn't pay any attention to the magical bird. Harry sensed how he trembled. He wanted to avert his gaze, yet he didn't manage it. Those red eyes seemed to mercilessly adhere him. "And what shall I do now with you, Harry?" Harry did not quite know what to answer. "Nothing," he murmured tentatively at last. The Dark Lord let go of Harry and asked, "Do you hate me?" Harry stared at him and he said the first thing which came into his mind. "I've hated you as you forced me to torture Nell." Quote. And now, the red eyes eyed him searchingly and Harry lowered his gaze to the ground. Suddenly Harry realized that he didn't know it. He just couldn't clothe his feelings, which he had for his adoptive father, in words. He didn't love him exactly above all things, he was even a bit afraid of his adoptive father, but did he really hate his adoptive father? He was angry at him, that was for sure. When he thought of his parents then he hated him at times as well. But actually he didn't really hate him, did he? "You don't hate me, although I killed your parents." The voice of his adoptive father, who was still studying him closely, jolted him out of his musing. Harry blinked confused. "I don't know, but somehow I don't do it." "Not really, anyway, only sometimes. You've raised me and have taught me so many things, but as you've forced me to torture Nell and wanted that I kill her." Harry broke off. In one moment they were silent. Harry looked at his adoptive father and tried to see what he was thinking, but the face of the Dark Lord didn't reveal anything. "Why didn't you kill me?" Harry couldn't prevent that this question all of a sudden burst out of him. Since he had discovered the truth he had often wondered about this query. His adoptive father raised one eyebrow. "I tried. The killing curse I cast on you rebounded however and you survived." Harry tore his eyes open. With such an answer he hadn't reckoned. As the words really dawned on him however, he shook dazed his head. "I've survived the killing curse. But that's impossible." "Yes, normally it is. I don't know why, but you survived it, Harry. I thought then that you had to be extremely powerful, more than I, and thus managed to fight the curse off. I can't say however if this was really the reason for it. This caused your scar, by the way." Quote. Unintentionally Harry's hand darted to his forehead while his thoughts began to spin around in his head. "And that's why you decided to take and raise me? Because you thought I would be more powerful than you?" "Yes, Harry, exactly. I wanted to use your power. With your help I wanted to conquer and rule the world and destroy any resistance. But obviously you are struggling with all your mind against it. Perhaps you are still too young. We'll see how you will think about this in 1 or 2 years. Come, I'll bring you to your room." The Dark Lord laid an arm around Harry's shoulder and led him silently to his rooms where he left him. As the door had closed Harry remained staying and stared at it. Never had he thought that his encounter with his adoptive father would go like this. He had awaited a punishment, angry scolding and rage, but nothing of this had happened. His adoptive father hadn't even become infuriated as he had told him that he knew who his real parents were. He shook his head. He didn't understand it. Sighing he reached into his pocket and began to pack everything out while thinking of his friends. Hopefully it wasn't so bad for them. Actually, he thought, he could go and visit them to see if they were all right. Then he also could look after Nell at the same time. He went to the door and wanted to open it. But it was locked. Bewildered he whispered, "Alohomora." As his charm didn't help, he tried more powerful magic. This however hadn't the wished effect as well. He couldn't believe it. Even as he had been 5 years old, he had managed it to break the charms on his door, and now he wasn't capable of doing this. After a while he realized that the spells on his door had been altered and that he was indeed locked up and that he really wasn't able to open his door. What on earth did his adoptive father had in mind? What was he planning? Did he want to hold him captive in his room forever? Confused, Harry sat down on the ground and brought his knees to him and slid his arms around them. So he was now a prisoner. Suddenly he jumped up, ran to the window, ripped it violently open and felt a magic barrier. Rainbow trilled and flew through. She returned however instantly to him. Full of hope he looked at his phoenix. "Rainbow, can you?" "No, Harry, I can't destroy the barrier. The magic can't do anything to me since I am a phoenix, but I don't have the power to make it disappear." Rainbow sang sadly and laid her tiny head on Harry's shoulder. Shocked he stared out in the park, and the fact that he was trapped seemed to paralyze, and cold fear rose in him while only one question was plaguing him. What did his adoptive father try to achieve by that? Why had he locked him up? His adoptive father had surely to know that he wouldn't escape without Nell. So why? The 31st of October 1991. Sirius Black lighted the little candle with trembling hands and put it on the grave, while the icy coldness caused him to shiver mercilessly. For one moment the tiny flame flickered fiercely, then it went out. Sirius cursed and fetched his wand. This time the candle didn't expire. Sadly he looked at the silver lighter he was still holding in his left hand. Lily had given it to him a long time ago. Although it was now exactly 10 years ago that James, Lily and Harry had been murdered, he still felt the deep pain of his loss and mourning when thinking of them. He had learned to deal with it to some degree, but sometimes he missed them so strongly that he choked. His feelings of guilt had also not decreased over the years. That was mainly due to the fact that he just wasn't able to forgive himself for persuading James to take Peter as the secret keeper. Lifting his head he looked up into the gray sky. Only now did he realize that it had begun to snow. He blinked, stared again at the grave and sighed. Like every time when he came here, he whispered, "Forgive me." As the memories threatened to overpower him, he curtly turned around and went along the narrow pathway. At the small gate he abruptly came to a halt. He knew that Godric's Hollow was only a few kilometers away, and all at once he felt the wish to see the place again where he had been so incredibly happy so many years ago and where he had so often spent his time. For an instant he still hesitated, but then, before he could change his mind, he apparated. Harry stared absent-mindedly at the slowly falling snowflakes which gradually turned the park and the trees into an enchanting white landscape. How he wished to be outside, to feel the cold icy air and to run through the snow, while the wind could blow against his face. Ever since they had been forced to return 1.5 years ago, he and his friends hadn't left the castle anymore. Although they were taught magic and everything was almost as before they had run away, there existed a small difference. They were kept prisoner. They couldn't break the charms on their doors, and when they were going to their classrooms they were accompanied by Lucius or Bella. The Dark Lord came often and played chess with him, taught him dark magic, or just talked with him. Especially this behavior worried Harry deeply and made him wonder. It drove him mad not to know what his adoptive father was planning. His behavior was just strange and totally out of character for him. He hadn't forced him to torture or to kill. In fact, he hadn't even mentioned Harry participating in torture sessions or that he should learn to torture and to kill at all. Harry absolutely didn't understand it. When he remembered how angry his adoptive father had been when he hadn't learned the Imperious Curse fast enough and as he had refused to torture and to kill Nell, it was even more unexplainable. Furthermore, he hadn't participated in one single Death Eater assembly since their return. But the Dark Lord wasn't the only one who behaved rather strangely. Bella and Draco's parents did it as well. Draco had got the greatest shock of his life and hadn't been able to calm down for weeks, as his father had behaved as if nothing had happened and had neither scolded him nor punished him. His friends also hadn't any idea what this could mean. It seemed as if they were handled with kid gloves, and of course they were guarded the whole day. Furthermore, he had quickly realized that the adults had given them only books which didn't contain the more powerful spells, and especially those curses which counted as the darkest magic. Harry had the strong suspicion that the adults didn't want them finding a spell which would break the curses on their doors and windows. He assumed that it was one of the not-so-common curses. What was strange as well was that Caro and Draco weren't going home anymore as they had always done before they had run away, but were now staying with him. Shaking his head, he asked himself for the 1000th time what the Dark Lord had in mind. Nell took care of them, and as Harry had quickly found out, the Dark Lord had indeed spoken the truth when he had assured him that he hadn't done anything to the little house elf. Harry sighed sadly. He wished so much to be back at Godric's Hollow. That 1 week full of freedom had been just dreamlike. There they had been able to decide for themselves what to do. But Harry was determined once more to find a way to leave the castle, which was currently only a prison for him. He wanted to flee from this insecure future which was causing him sleepless nights. He knew that his adoptive father was planning something. He could feel it every time his adoptive father regarded him with those strange piercing glances. The thing which was bothering him extremely was how to solve the problem with Nell. He hadn't the slightest intention in leaving Nell behind. And of course he had to find an escape route. He turned around and his glance fell on the wooden box which was standing in one of the shelves. They had managed to hide Peter from the adults. Although it probably hadn't been very comfortable spending most of his time in there the last few months, he was still alive at least, and, as long as he wasn't caught, in safety. While looking at the wooden box, he suddenly caught his breath. Had he been out of his mind the entire time that it hadn't occurred to him earlier? There he was trying to become an animagus for 1.5 years, and to think that all this time Peter could have shown him and his friends how to turn into an animal. And perhaps this would even help them to escape. Furthermore, Peter could be of use to them in another way as well, Harry realized. His gaze was once again riveted on the monotonous falling snowflakes, and his thoughts began to spin around his head as slowly a plan took shape. Although it was still a rather vague thought, it was, however, the first time in months that his hopes of finding a way out rose again. Sirius staggered and fell to his knees. His whole body was aching. Dazed, he lifted his head and realized that he was at the graveyard. What on earth had happened? He had been hurled against some barrier. But how was that possible? Shakily he stood up and ran his hand over his forehead. He had had enormous luck that he hadn't splinched himself. He knew that such a thing only happened when the place of destination was equipped with wards, but the charms which had once surrounded Godric's Hollow had been destroyed 10 years ago, hadn't they? Something was very wrong, and he was determined to discover what it was. He took a deep breath, and this time he apparated away off the house. Standing on the deserted street, he stared at the high trees which blocked the house from view. He quickly noticed that the house was indeed surrounded by wards. He lifted his wand, and about an hour later he finally managed to get through. As Sirius Black stepped in the garden, he stopped dead in his tracks. Dizziness overcame him, and black dots danced in front of his eyes. Unbelievingly he stared at the house, which wasn't destroyed in the slightest. No, that couldn't be. Who on earth had done this? He stumbled, while trying to understand what had happened. Tightly clutching his wand, he went slowly to the door and opened it. Surrounded by the light of his wand, he entered and looked around carefully. On the floor lay a thin layer of dust. It seemed as if no one had been here for a long period of time. But who had built Godric's Hollow up again? It should have been impossible. On tiptoe he stepped in direction of the living room. Then he leant against the door frame and shuddered while his heart began to pound painfully. He could see it in front of him. James and Lily sat on the soft thick blanket and watched how little Harry made his first attempts at walking. James and Lily, who danced in the candlelight shortly after their marriage. In this room they had told him that they expected a child, and here they had asked him if he wanted to become Harry's godfather. His eyes burned as he went into the room. He stepped on something and heard a rattling noise. Looking down, he saw a photo frame. He bent down, picked it up and regarded it. He gasped and everything began to spin around him. He staggered to the settee and let himself fall while staring spellbound at the photo. That really wasn't possible. That couldn't be. But then he held his breath as he became aware of the fact that it was possible. They had never found Harry's body in the ruins of Godric's Hollow after all. Could it really be true that his godson was alive? He stared at the photo. The raven-haired boy with the radiant emerald eyes was standing in the middle and looked so like James that he just couldn't be mistaken. Furthermore, he had Lily's emerald eyes. His gaze fell on the two children who were standing next to Harry. On his right side a black-haired girl was standing. To his left he could see a silver-blonde boy who looked almost like a younger version of Lucius Malfoy. Sirius nodded lightly. He remembered Lucius Malfoy well. Malfoy had been a sixth year when he had begun his first year in Hogwarts, and from the very beginning he hadn't been able to stand the arrogant boy. But what did Harry have to do with Malfoy's son? Where was he now? What had happened to Harry 10 years ago? As he remembered an order meeting which had taken place long ago, he slapped his hand against his forehead. He was so blind. As he connected the pieces he groaned, appalled. Voldemort had taken Harry. That's why they hadn't been able to find his body. That's why Harry was staring at him from this photo, together with Lucius' son and Bellatrix Lestrange's daughter. Pained, he closed his eyes. Harry was Voldemort's heir. It couldn't have been more ironical. But when Harry had been here, did he know who he was? Did he know that Voldemort had murdered his parents? So many questions spun around his head. Nevertheless, he felt as if he could float on a cloud. Harry was alive. His little godson was alive. Grinning from ear to ear, he clutched the photo to himself as if it was his greatest treasure. Slowly he stood up. Could it be that Harry would return here? Somehow he had to send him a message. He had to meet Harry. He had to ensure, however, that Harry would really get it. Perhaps Snape. As he thought of Snape, his eyes widened. Snape had to know it. He had seen Harry, had even tried to abduct him. At that time he had laughed at his old enemy, but now he realized with painful intensity that he would have given anything for Severus to have managed to kidnap his godson so many months ago. Why for God's sake hadn't he told them that the son of the Dark Lord was Harry? Or was he really so unbelievingly blind that he hadn't seen it? Shaking his head, he began to search through the other rooms. Perhaps Harry had left something else. As he didn't find anything additional, he stepped into the garden and stared at the half-moon which had appeared meanwhile in the sky. I vow that I'll bring Harry home, James, Lily. I'll bring Harry to safety. I'll take care of him, Lily. Don't worry, I'll never allow Harry to follow Voldemort. At the same time, Hermione Granger was sitting in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, peering at the teacher's table and wondering where Sirius currently was. The Halloween feast had begun already a half-hour ago and he still hadn't appeared. Shrugging her shoulders, she turned again to her tasty chocolate cake, while her glance wandered over the artfully decorated hall. The present head boy and girl had wanted to make a little enjoyment for everyone despite everything that happened outside of Hogwarts, and had organized within a short time a real Halloween party. As her glance fell on Professor Snape, she sighed. Every time he taught potions she hated the subject, probably due to the fact that he only treated the Slytherins civilly to a degree. However, since the Sorting Hat had put her in Gryffindor, he was especially mean to her, Ron and Neville, who had also landed in the same house. But when Professor Lennox was teaching, Hermione loved potions. It was really a downright shame that Allison wasn't always teaching. How Allison managed to have conversations with Snape was a complete mystery to Hermione. Suddenly she noticed that Remus rose with difficulty. He whispered something to Emily and hobbled towards the doors. The dull sound of his stick echoed through the hall. Hermione looked after him and flinched slightly. She still hadn't got used to the sight of him. The injury which he had sustained fighting alongside the French resistance against the Dark Lord in one of the battles 1.5 years ago would never heal again. Ever since then he taught defense against the dark arts alone and didn't share the position with Sirius, Charlotte and Emily anymore. Sadly she shook her head. That he couldn't fight any longer had hit him hard. The only one who had managed since then to charm a smile on his face had been little Meggie. Where did he only want to go, and where was Sirius? Remus Lupin stared, blinking in bewilderment, at his friend who had almost run him down with shining eyes and completely out of breath, and who had told him a moment ago that Harry was alive. What? He asked. I was in Godric's Hollow, Remus. And in the house I found a photo. Look at it. Sirius held it out to him and Remus, who still didn't understand anything, took it. As he viewed it, his jaw dropped. It is true, Remus. Harry is alive. Voldemort has taken him. We'll have to do something by any means possible. Remus leant against the wand. He felt dizzy. A while later he looked at Sirius. We'll have to inform Albus, he said shakily, while he still couldn't believe what he had discovered an instant ago. Again he gazed at the photo. It couldn't just be a coincidence. He looked too much like James. A radiant smile appeared on Remus' face. A moment later the two friends set off to the Great Hall and Sirius began to tell Remus in greater detail what had occurred that evening. Charlotte Black reached absent-mindedly for her glass and worried about Sirius. Hopefully nothing had happened to him. Each time when he was alone she was filled with a dreadful fear that he would fall into the Death Eater's hands. But Sirius hadn't wanted her company. As always when he went to the graveyard he wanted to be alone. Shaking her head she looked to her sister and asked, why couldn't they have gone together? In twos it is at least a bit safer. Emily shrugged her shoulders. They want to be alone with their mourning. Remus still blames himself for the death of his friends. Don't worry, Charlotte, surely nothing will happen to them, she replied tiredly, and Charlotte noticed how exhausted her sister looked. Turning her head towards her plate, her gaze fell suddenly on two figures who headed straight to the teacher's table, and smiling relief rushed through her as she recognized Sirius and Remus. Sirius went to Albus, bent down and, showing him something, he began to speak quietly. Albus made an abrupt movement of his hand and his glass fell over, whose contents soaked the tablecloth, and Charlotte became more and more curious. Albus stood up and called the heads to him. After talking shortly with them he looked at those people who were sitting at the table. In 10 minutes an order meeting will be taking place, he announced, turned around and left the hall, while Sirius stepped to Charlotte and gave her a key. "Oh, Charlotte, I could embrace the whole world," he murmured. Smiling, she looked up in his eyes. "Why, what happened?" "You'll hear it soon," he answered, grinning from ear to ear, and obviously he refused to satisfy her curiosity. "Dad," the 3-year-old Jamie called out of his highchair, and Sirius picked him up and whirled him around laughing. Then he hugged his son to himself and whispered, "Soon you'll have not only a big sister but also a big brother, Jamie." Charlotte blinked uncomprehendingly and was just about to ask Sirius what he meant with that strange remark when she noticed out of the corner of her eye her sister stand up from the table and stagger slightly. "Emily." Emily clung to Charlotte for a moment and shook her head. "It's all right again. I was only a bit dizzy." "Emily, love, you should rest. Come," Remus said worriedly while taking little Meggie in his arms. Emily nodded and asked, looking at her sister, "Shall I take Jamie along?" As Remus and Emily left with the 2 children, Charlotte sighed. She could really not say that her life was boring. To all her worries and fears she now had to add her worry over her sister, whose pregnancy was bothering her greatly. As her bracelet gave a soft trill, she looked at Sirius. "We should go." He nodded in approval, and shortly afterwards they left the hall while Charlotte's gaze still searched for Hermione and winked quickly at the girl. Silently they walked along the corridors, and a while later they reached Albus' office, in which a variety of members of the order had already gathered. Charlotte sat next to Allison and quietly asked after Severus. "He wanted to look after a potion," she replied while turning her eyes skywards. "Do you know what happened? As I delivered Lizzie to Emily I hardly recognized Remus. His eyes were actually shining." Charlotte shook her head regretfully. "No, Sirius didn't want to tell me. But if he and Remus are so happy about it, it can't be bad for a change," Charlotte reasoned and gazed to Albus, who was regarding a photo with twinkling eyes. Remus Lupin, who had just entered the room, waved at them and Charlotte gave him a smile. Charlotte eyed Remus and had to admit that Allison was right. She hadn't seen her brother-in-law so happy for months. As the door opened and Severus, enveloped in a dark cloak, appeared, Sirius jumped up and seized the newcomer at the collar and screamed, "Why didn't you tell us? Let go of me immediately, Black. I've not the faintest idea." "Sirius, let go of Severus and sit down. We want to begin," commanded Albus Dumbledore with a firm voice, and Sirius, after casting Severus a not exactly friendly gaze, reluctantly took a seat. Albus smiled at all those present and said, "I've called today's meeting as Sirius has made an almost unbelievable discovery a while earlier." Sirius apparated to Godric's Hollow, and to his greatest surprise he found this photo there. Albus handed it Minerva, who took it, and shortly afterwards she gave a scream. "Albus, that," she stared at Albus, and as he nodded beaming, she said, "But how? Is it really him?" The photo was handed along, and as Charlotte looked at it, she immediately recognized the boy, though she didn't understand why Sirius, Remus, Albus and Minerva seemed to be so very happy about a picture of Voldemort's son. "That's Harry, Charlotte," Sirius said, and the photos of the Potters came into her mind. Confused, she gave the photo to Allison while looking at Sirius' laughing face. As Severus was holding the picture in his hand, the leader of the Order of the Phoenix asked with a smile, "So this is Voldemort's son, Severus?" He nodded clueless, and Sirius banged his fist on the table. "For God's sake, Snape! Are you blind? That's Harry, James's and Lily's son. Voldemort must have taken him along then." Severus' eyes widened while Minerva gasped for air. "But why are you so sure that this is not Voldemort's son?" Allison asked. Sirius leaned forwards. "Because now everything makes sense. We've never found Harry, and he looks the same as James, only his eyes are Lily's. The age is also right. Such a great similarity just can't be an accident. Apart from this, Harry was in Godric's Hollow and has built it up again, and only a Potter could have done this. So I assume he knows who he is, although I can't understand why Voldemort would have told him. Anyway, we have to free him from Voldemort's clutches by any means. The question is only how." Albus threw in and looked at an ocean of helpless faces. Frowning, the headmaster of Hogwarts continued, "Apart from this, I worry more about the fact that Severus hasn't seen the children for months." Sirius felt fear rise in him. That he had completely forgotten. 2 months after Snape had told them that the raven-haired boy was Voldemort's son, Albus had wanted to know if he had made any progress in drawing the boy to their side. The spy had given the surprising answer that he hadn't seen the boy for weeks, nor the other children. Sirius remembered he had been too worried over Remus to be able to listen attentively in the Order assemblies. "You haven't seen him since then?" he asked unbelievingly. Severus shook his head with a sour expression. "No. The last what I heard from him was when he sent me a letter and demanded me to send him a vial of Veritaserum. That was, however, 1.5 years ago. But they just can't have disappeared into thin air," Sirius protested. "Apparently, they have," Severus replied unmoved. "And what shall we do now?" Albus Dumbledore sighed heavily. I don't know, Sirius." August 1992. Harry swung himself rather clumsily into the air and made an effort to move his wings. It was an incredible feeling as he had got used to it a bit. But since the room was by far too narrow, he shortly afterwards landed on the ground and began to concentrate. As he had changed back, he heard enthusiastically clapping, and looking up, he saw Caro and Draco standing in front of him with beaming faces. Peter nodded meanwhile. "Well done, Harry," he said, and Harry couldn't help grinning while dropping exhausted into one of the armchairs. Since the idea had occurred to him last November, Peter had tried to teach them how to become animagi, and now he had finally managed it. Caro handed him a glass of water. "So, now only we have to manage it still," she said. Drinking his water, he watched his friends practicing with Peter, and he shook his head. Recently he forgot over and over again that this man was to blame for the death of his parents. But he had helped them, and Harry knew that he would never have managed it so quickly to become an animagus without his help. Occasionally he even spied. So far he hadn't found out something worth mentioning, but at least Peter kept them up to date about what happened outside in the world. He could have betrayed them. He hadn't done it, however, although this probably was linked to the fact that Peter was greatly afraid of the Dark Lord, and he liked it better to stay with them as to be a Death Eater and to expose himself continuously to some dangers. As a trilling startled him, he ran smiling to the window moments afterwards. Rainbow flew inside, and Harry halted suddenly. If Rainbow could break through the magical barrier on his windows, wouldn't he then be able to do it as well in his animagi form? He changed into a phoenix as well, after all, more precisely said in a phoenix, whose feathers shimmered emerald and golden. He found his form fantastically. Furthermore, he had finally discovered the reason why he was able to speak with Rainbow and could understand her. It just had to be because of his animagus form. Well, he would occupy himself with this later. He took the letter from Rainbow and opened it. It was from his godfather, as he recognized instantly by the handwriting. Harry remembered still very well how surprised he had been as an owl had flown up and down in front of his window, with a letter tied to one of her legs. Since the owl hadn't been able to get through the magical barrier, Rainbow had finally brought him the letter. The letter had been from his godfather, and for one moment he had only stared onto the letter in his hand, incapable of moving. Harry had not known how to feel, when he had read then that the entire Order of the Phoenix was aware of his true identity. But since the letter had sounded so imploringly, however, he had finally written back. His godfather had not only written him tips ever since, which concerned his change to an animagus, but had also sent him a huge number of books, in which he had looked for the charm that clung on his door and his windows. So far he hadn't had any success, however, and slowly Harry suspected that it had to be a parcel charm. As he had told his godfather about the problem with Nell, however, he had received a little, black and rather old book a few weeks later, and had indeed found a charm in there, how he could bind Nell to himself. But so far he hadn't performed this complicated charm. He riveted his eyes on the lineated parchment. Before he could read the letter, however, he suddenly heard a hiss. Looking down, he saw Diamond. He's coming. Harry flinched, jumped up and stuffed the letter in one of his pockets. "Peter, change back and disappear. Caro, Draco, fetch your books. Someone is coming." No moment too early, the three had managed to sit down at the table with flying breath and to bend over their books, when the door opened and the Dark Lord stepped into the room. "Harry, would you accompany me for a short walk?" Harry nearly dropped his quill, when casting a glance at Caro and Draco, who looked at him anxiously. Harry nodded finally and stepped out of his chambers. Silently he followed the Dark Lord. When they entered the park, Harry raised his head towards the sun and inhaled the air so deeply as possible. It was over 2 years ago that he had been outside for the last time. They walked along one of the ways and Harry felt how he became more and more nervous. I have left you alone the last 2 years, Harry. But now it's slowly time that you decide what you want. The Dark Lord halted and lifted Harry's chin. Do you want to help me now to rule the world? And to become my successor one day? Harry stared into the red eyes and knew that he didn't want to discover how the reaction of his adoptive father would turn out, should he refuse. Furthermore, he remembered Draco's warning. It had been only yesterday that Draco had told him that he had been held back by his father shortly after their daily lessons. Draco, it doesn't matter to me how, but see to it that Harry tells our master that he wants to learn to torture and to kill. Convince him of this. It is important. Very important. Do you understand? Promise me. Lucius Malfoy had beseeched his son. Peter also had told him alarming news yesterday. He had listened to a conversation between Lucius and Voldemort in his animagus form as a rat. It is really necessary, my lord. Lucius, we will see. I'll speak with Harry soon and then we'll see whether he have to put our plan into action, or not. So Harry heard himself say, as he opened his mouth. Yes, and I'm sorry that I ran away then. Will you teach me how to torture and to kill? I want to learn it. As a hardly noticeable smile darted over the white face of his adoptive father, Harry knew that he had to flee as fast as possible. Tomorrow your lessons will start, Harry. I'm looking forward to them, Harry replied, hoping that his voice didn't tremble while asking himself what on earth had brought him to tell his adoptive father that he wanted to become his successor. Hermione hurried along the broad corridor while going through the places in her mind where the little rascals could have. Much as she loved Jamie and Lizzie, sometimes the two got considerably on her nerves. To look after the 4-year-old children was an undertaking on which everyone failed, unless he would tie them magically to his hand. They escaped from everyone, and to find them again was more difficult as to search for a needle in a haystack. Did you find them? Hermione lifted her head and saw Ginny running towards her, whose red hair was shimmering in the sunlight which streamed through the windows. No, and slowly I give it up, she answered. I should tell you by the way that Fred and George want to speak with you. They said they would know a way to find Jamie and Lizzie. Hermione raised skeptically an eyebrow. How do they want to manage that? But finally the two girls set off to the common room. On their way they ran into Ron and Neville, who as well hadn't been successful in finding the little runaways. Why do we actually have to watch them always? Ron asked gruffly, as they climbed up one of the many stairs in Hogwarts. Because we have holidays and have nothing better to do. And now finally stop grumbling, Ron. You had better think where they could be, his sister said. Arriving in the common room of the Gryffindors, they met Fred and George, who faced them with amusing expressions. One of the red-haired Weasley twins said, If you look for Lizzie and Jamie, they are on the Quidditch field. And how do you know that? Hermione asked. That's really simple. It's written on my map, Fred explained and held Hermione unceremoniously a parchment under her nose. Hermione's eyes widened. That's just fantastically. Wherefrom do you have it? We've found it in the Shrieking Shack, but we didn't know what to do with it, Fred said. Wanted to throw it away already, but then we ran into Jamie's dad and he seemed to know the map and even told us how it functioned. George finished the sentence. Jamie, Lizzie, oh, no, they, going towards the Forbidden Forest. Hermione shouted. She snatched the map, spun around and sprinted away. Ginny followed her. Fred and George looked at each other and ran behind them. Hey, Hermione, that's our map. In the meantime Ron looked at Neville and asked, Do you want to play chess? And what shall we do now? Caro asked as she stared at Harry, who had just informed them what his adoptive father had said to him and above all what he had replied to it. We have to flee, Harry continued frantically and looked at his friends. The only question is how. We've still not found the charm which is keeping us here. In my animagus form I could fly through the barrier, but you two can't. One moment they sat silently, while everyone was brooding. Harry, do you remember how you and Draco quarreled so terrible? You've broken the window then. Perhaps you're able to break through the barrier as well. Do you think that would be somehow possible? Caro asked with a hopeful face. Harry stared at Caro. Her idea seemed totally crazy to him, but as he thought of his ability to perform magic without a wand, which had even increased in the past 2 years, hope rose in him, too. It could function. It was worth a try after all. I'll try, he said and stood up. He marched to the window, halted in front of it and took a deep breath. He raised his hands, closed his eyes and tried to find his magic. Somehow he felt silly how he was standing there. A little later he sensed the magic which kept them prisoner, and he thought of having to torture soon and began to persuade himself that he was angry, furious, and forced himself to scream silently out his anger. He remembered his parents, Godric's Hollow, the spiders and Nell. He began to feel his magic which whirled around him. What should he do now? Then he let go of his magic and threw it with all his power against the barrier of the window. Dizziness rushed over him, black dots danced in front of his eyes and he began to fall. From wide afar he heard someone calling his name. But there he already sank into complete darkness. Harry! Caro shouted and dropped next to Harry to her knees. Caro shouted and dropped next to Harry to her knees. Draco as well sank to the ground and swallowed. He's alive, Caro said one moment later, and Draco felt how boundless relief filled him. For one instant he had believed that Harry would be dead. It had been scaring and incredibly how Harry had been suddenly surrounded with golden blinding magic. Draco! He's glowing. What shall we do now? Draco stood up. He has managed it, the silver blonde boy said with a surprised expression as he stretched his hand through the window. Draco stared at his friend who was lying on the floor and began to think sharply. His eyes fell on Rainbow, who was cuddling her head to Harry's chest and trilling softly, and on Peter, who was standing with shocked face in the door. Caro! We have to hurry. Harry will be all right again. He has obviously magically overexerted himself once again, like in the fight in Diagon Alley, he said comfortingly while laying a hand on Caro's shoulder. Caro nodded, pale, and stood shakily up. What's actually going on here? Peter dared to ask. We'll escape, Draco explained shortly. A little while later Caro and Draco had packed everything and had stowed away Peter safely in his wooden box as Caro, sighing, picked Diamond up and put the hissing snake quickly on Harry's arm. Then she looked at Draco. We'll have to take Nell with us. Harry would never forgive us if we would let her here. Draco stared at her. And how on earth shall we manage this? Caro didn't answer but bent rashly over the tied-up bundle in which Harry's letters, which he had received from his godfather, were contained. Draco knew for what Caro searched and felt the sudden urge to snatch all letters out of her hand. He hadn't liked it and didn't like it still that Harry was writing letters with their enemies. They had quarreled over it. Caro had been of course on Harry's side, as he hadn't expected it otherwise. She had said that this Black was Harry's godfather after all, though she had said it rather hesitatingly. He knew that Caro was at heart as well against it, she only hadn't wanted to hurt Harry. And this Black had indeed written, no, implored that Harry should escape. Draco shook his head. He could only hope that Harry hadn't given away too much to Black. It was good that Harry had promised solemnly that he under no circumstances would write something that would grant Dumbledore and the Order by any chance an advantage in the war, as for example the secret passageway. Draco didn't know what he would have done in this case. In this respect Caro had agreed with him for once. He had toyed with the idea of telling his father that Harry was writing to Black, but at the same time he hadn't wanted to betray Harry. They hadn't spoken to each other for 2 days until Harry had assured him that he wouldn't give anything away in his letters. Who knows what the Order would have done with the information which Peter had dragged along bit by bit in the last months. Draco thought of his parents and sighed. He would have loved to know what the adults were planning, or better said what the Dark Lord was planning. Draco knew that only an order of his master could have kept his father from punishing him then. But he knew that it couldn't be anything pleasant. Like Harry, he didn't want to find out what it was. Perhaps he could have become a Death Eater, but it bothered him that he would be only a weak-willed puppet then. Furthermore, he hadn't forgotten how it had been to watch these tortures, and reluctantly he admitted to himself that unjustified cruelties weren't necessary, and even if he didn't want to be forced to follow orders, he didn't want to carry out. I've found it. Caro's voice jolted him back into reality and he looked at her. She bit her lips and sighed. Then she met his eyes. "We need the blood of the Dark Lord," she said softly. "Just great. That's of course no problem at all," he replied sarcastically. Caro looked angrily at him and fetched Peter. As he had changed a moment later and Caro had said what she wanted, he shook his head while slowly stepping back. "This I can't do. That is much too dangerous. You have to. We can't leave the room, Peter." Draco, who had become more and more impatient in the meantime, they had to leave the castle as soon as possible. That was all what they needed, that someone still caught them, and so he raised his wand. Imperio. After Peter had changed and had disappeared behind the cupboards, Caro kneeled down to Harry once more. "Thank you, Draco. Hopefully nothing will happen to Peter and he'll manage it. Otherwise I don't know what we shall do. He's still glowing," she added worriedly. Draco meanwhile banged his fist into the table. It was unbelievable. Now they had to wait as well for Peter's safe return. It lasted long. Draco was shortly before losing his nerves as Peter finally appeared. He changed and held with expressionless face a blood-stained paper tissue out to them. Caro jumped up, took it, and a while later she started together with Harry's and Nell's blood to perform the charm while Draco lifted the curse from Peter. Then he stepped impatiently to the window, inhaled the fresh air and began to wait for Caro, having finally finished. A few minutes later, which had seemed to Draco like an eternity, she rose, ran a hand across her forehead and sat down. Her face was pale. While Nell was bending worriedly over Harry, Draco brought Caro a glass of water. To charm had obviously strained her. With a grateful look, she began to drink slowly. "Where we shall go to, by the way?" Caro raised one eyebrow. "To Hogwarts. Where else should we go?" Shocked Draco stared at his friend. "You want to go to Hogwarts?" Caro returned his look unmoving. "Yes, that's the only possibility. Which is left to us, or do you want to live on the street?" "You want to go to Dumbledore. Those are our enemies, Caro." "I know that, but for the time being we have to go there. Harry would break some day, Draco, if he would be forced to torture and to kill. Furthermore, don't forget what you have seen, before we've gone to Godric's Hollow. I as well do not necessarily want to obey orders which demand from me to kill people which have never done anything to me, although I probably wouldn't mind it much, but now this isn't a possibility anymore anyway. Furthermore, it may be so that my mother possesses power, but in the end she must submit to all the Dark Lord's orders, and I don't think that I could do it, not anymore." Draco sighed. "Everything was so easy when we were still little. Then I've never thought about what it is right or what isn't. I just knew it." Casting one glance at Harry, he continued, "I wonder what would have happened if we never had met Harry. Probably we would be now obedient Death Eaters who would blindly obey every order," Caro said and shrugged with her shoulders. "Don't make such a face. If the thought will cheer you up, don't forget that we can spy in Hogwarts, and I will try to find out who murdered my father," the black-haired girl replied, and a hard, cold expression entered her dark eyes. "And now help me to charm the things," she added, and stood up while it seemed that Draco had been left speechless. Sirius Black blinked sleepily while watching how Hermione, Ginny, Ron and Neville took great pains to teach Jamie and Lizzie flying and to get them to follow their instructions, and in the first place to get them to listen to them at all. Since Jamie's and Lizzie's brooms were hovering only 1 meter above the ground, he wasn't worried very much about his son, though, if he could have decided it, Jamie would have got a real broom, but Charlotte hadn't wanted to allow it, as well as Allison. Sirius pushed his chair a bit further to the right so that he had a better view on the Quidditch field and reached for a piece of cake which was decorated with birthday candles. Though Emily hadn't wanted to celebrate her birthday in the beginning, Charlotte and Allison had persuaded her to do it in the end, since they had had only little joy in the last time. Voldemort and his followers raged more terrible than ever, and there wasn't the tiniest chance to stop him somehow, and to cap it all, his godson was in Voldemort's hands, of all people. Absent-minded Sirius chewed on his cake and thought once again of Harry. As he had discovered that his godson was alive last year and had informed the Order of the Phoenix of this, the Order had been at a loss how to act. There had been many suggestions, but one had been more senseless than the other. As Albus had remarked correctly then, they hadn't known anything at all. Did Harry know who he was, or had Voldemort told him lies? Plans to rescue Harry they had quickly abandoned again since it was just impossible to attack Voldemort's headquarters. Sirius' idea to write a letter had been rejected by Albus. First, it could get Harry into danger, Albus had said, and second, they could actually assume that Harry was on Voldemort's side, despite the fact that he had let Snape escape. In the end, the meeting had ended with Albus assigning Snape to try at all events to find out something about the whereabouts of the children. Sirius had been deeply disappointed. He wanted to free Harry from Voldemort's control, and at the same evening he had sent a letter to Harry. A letter in which he had written who he was and who Harry was. Of Voldemort he had written nothing. After all, no one could know which feelings Harry showed for the Dark Lord, although the thought that Harry loved Voldemort was unbearable for Sirius. With a plea to write him back, he had given the letter to his owl. The next days had passed agonizingly slow while he had waited. After 1 week he had wanted to send a second letter, but then Harry's answer had finally come, delivered by a magnificent black shining phoenix which had put him into awed amazement for a moment. The letter had been short, only a few lines, but those had had a meaning for him which no one could ever imagine. Harry had thanked him for his letter and written that he knew who he was. That had been everything, but Sirius had been overjoyed. Harry had answered him, and that was the only thing that counted. Sirius had told it Remus, both happy that Harry had answered. The fact that Snape had not seen the children for months had worried them extremely since they had discovered who Voldemort's son was. Albus had urged them to be careful, but he had also been relieved that Harry had written back. Even if the Order had not planned it initially. In the following months Sirius wrote Harry many letters and told him about the life in Hogwarts, of the past, of Lily and James, and wrote about his family. Harry wrote back, but to his careful questions which Sirius asked in his letters he never received any answer. So that he still didn't know which relationship Harry had with Voldemort or how Harry had discovered who he was. Harry had told him of his intention to become an animagus, how he had found his Phoenix Rainbow, and how he played Quidditch with his friends, or better said, such a similar game. Once Harry had written how he and his friends had sneaked out of the castle and eaten ice cream in Diagon Alley. As he had read that there was obviously a way out of the castle after all, without, as Harry's letter had indicated, this to be seen, he hadn't been able to suppress a triumphing smile. His suggestion to meet in Diagon Alley Harry had however ignored, and Sirius had already feared that he had made an irreparable mistake. But to his great relief Harry hadn't stopped to answer his letters more or less. Sirius sighed while asking himself how it should go on with Harry. He wanted to free his godson as quick as possible from Voldemort's headquarters, but he hadn't the faintest idea how to do this, and Harry himself obviously did not want to know anything about a possibility to live here with him in Hogwarts. So Sirius could only hope that Harry was all right. Nevertheless, he was worried, as Harry had asked him if there was a way to free a house elf from its owner's control and had written him that it was urgent. He had been astonished and surprised. But he had seen a chance as well to become closer to Harry. After some rummaging around he had found a suitable charm. He had hesitated since this charm belonged definitely to the dark magic, but in the end he had written Harry this. He hadn't wanted to disappoint his godson, glad that Harry had asked for his help. Sirius ate his cake and comforted himself once more that Harry didn't sound like a convinced Death Eater, at least according to his letters. Sirius looked over to his wife, who sat closest to the fruit tart and just wanted to ask for a second piece, as his eyes fell on a phoenix who was flying majestically towards him. It was Harry's phoenix, and he smiled, happy to hear something again of his godchild. But as he held the letter in his hands a few moments later and saw the totally unknown handwriting, he froze. "Mr. Black, please come as fast as possible to the Shrieking Shack. Harry needs you. Caro und Draco." He jumped up so quickly that his chair knocked over, but he didn't pay any attention to this, neither to his wife's calling. He also didn't notice that the letter he wanted to stuff in one of his pockets slipped out of his hands and was carried away by the wind as he rushed like the devil across the grounds of Hogwarts. How the children had only managed to land themselves in the Shrieking Shack. But why had Harry not written himself to him? Had something happened to him? The fear nearly suffocated him as he ran as fast as he could. Finally arriving at the wards which surrounded Hogwarts, he lifted his bracelet which allowed him to go through and apparated to the Shrieking Shack. Reaching his destination, He ran straight into the shack and came to an abrupt halt as he pushed the door open. "Harry," he gasped as his eyes fell on the unconscious boy who was lying on the ground. The black-haired girl looked up. "We can't wake him," she said in a coolie voice. Sirius bent down and felt how the most different emotions overcame him as he saw his godson again for the first time for years. He picked him up and was shocked about the heat which was radiating from him. "Come," he said to the two children who regarded him with emotionless faces and hurried out. Ginny smiled about the eagerness with which Jamie and Lizzie followed the instructions which Hermione and Ron gave them and remembered how it had been as her brother Charlie had taught her to fly years ago. She also had wanted to learn flying by all means. Brushing a dark red strand of hair out of her face, she turned around and wanted to go to the table since she had got hungry for a piece of cake in the meantime. She halted however as his eyes fell on Sirius, who ran towards the castle. Surprised, she saw that he was carrying someone in his arms. Two children followed him. Who that might be, hearing Hermione's voice, she realized that she had spoken aloud. "There," she said and pointed towards the figures who more and more went away. Hermione squinted. "That's Sirius. Perhaps something has happened. Remus seems to have it rather hurriedly as well," Ginny remarked, whose gaze was riveted on her teacher who was limping over the green grass. In his hand he seemed to hold a piece of paper. Hermione frowned, and 1 moment later the two girls ran behind Remus. Catching up with Remus a short time later, Hermione asked, "What has happened, Remus?" "I don't know," Remus answered and shook his head. His face looked tensed. Taking the path to the hospital wing, Remus cursed his slowness. Could it really have been Harry whom Sirius had carried in his arms? The letter which Sirius had lost suggested this. Wavering between hope and fear that it had not been Harry, he forced his crippled leg upstairs. Stepping into the hospital wing, he felt how his heart began to thud in his chest as he approached Sirius and Poppy, who bent over a raven-haired boy. Remus held his breath. Tears welled up in his eyes. He looked so much like James. Remus was so absorbed in regarding Harry that he almost didn't hear what Poppy said. "In the moment I can't do anything for him. I think rest and sleep would be currently best for him." Sirius nodded, picked Harry up and paused abruptly as he faced Remus. With beaming eyes, he whispered, "Remus." Remus reached out with his hand and stroked over Harry's forehead. A movement drew his gaze to a black-haired girl who had come nearer and studied him with cold eyes. All of a sudden he became also aware of the presence of the silver-blonde boy and as well of Hermione's and Ginny's. He stared at Sirius, stepped closely to Sirius and murmured, "We have to inform Albus as soon as possible. This development of the events could bring consequences with it. We should also maintain silence on the happening as so long as we haven't spoken to Albus." Fortunately, Sirius understood immediately how much his friend had changed. Remus thought sadly. There had been a time where Sirius would have swept aside his worries and warnings. But now he nodded. "Will you tell Albus? And take Hermione and Ginny with you. I'll take care of Harry and..." Sirius' voice died away, and not waiting for Remus' reaction, he started to move and hurried along the corridor, Harry's friends in tow. Remus cast a glance at Hermione and Ginny, who looked both confused and rather clueless, and went into the opposite direction while saying to the girls, "Go back to the Quidditch field." "But who were they?" Hermione asked and hopped alongside him. "Later, Hermione. Later you will hear everything." After Sirius had bundled Harry and his two friends into a room, had ordered a house elf to bring a bite to eat, and had laid Harry on the bed, he stared at his godson. He felt his heart clenching. He looked so like James, he thought, just as Remus had a little time ago. How proud James would have been if he would have been able to see his son now. Sirius' bracelet trilled, and he cast a last glance at Harry and went to the door. "Good night," he said to Caro and Draco, who had watched him continually with emotionless faces. While hurrying to Albus' office, he wondered what on earth had happened that Harry had so overexerted himself magically. He must had used up an enormous amount of magic, so what had only happened? Of Caro and that Malfoy boy he hadn't got out anything. Hopefully Harry would feel better tomorrow, then he would finally be able to speak with his godchild. When he entered Albus' office a short while later, he saw that the closest confidants of Albus had already gathered. Quickly he went to his seat and sat down. It felt to Harry that he was swimming through a dark ocean which seemed to crush him. Gradually it became brighter, and blinking he opened his eyes. For one moment he stared confused at the white ceiling, then he suddenly remembered what had happened and abruptly he sat up. Dizziness overcame him and an agonizing pain shot through his head. With watering eyes he sank back into his pillow. The pain diminished, and as he sat up a second time, he did it very slowly. He recognized immediately that he wasn't lying in his own bed. His eyes fell on the beds next to him and he calmed down. Caro and Draco still slept, and Harry began to assume that they were in Hogwarts. He gazed down at Diamond and stroked her shortly. Out of the corner of his eyes he spotted something lying on the ground. "Nell!" he shouted. With his exclamation he woke up not only Nell but Draco and Caro as well, who sat up half asleep. "Harry, you're awake." Caro jumped out of her bed, ran to him and hugged him tightly. "It's all right, Caro. I'm fine," he said, embarrassed, and freed himself of Caro's embrace while noticing how he flushed. "What actually happened? We're in Hogwarts, aren't we?" "Yes, though it's unbelievable, but we're indeed in Hogwarts," Draco answered gloomily. "But what happened with Nell?" Caro shook her head. "Don't worry, Harry. Nell is in safety," she said, and began to tell Harry everything what had happened. "We have insisted that we get one room. That's why it's a bit narrow here. But your godfather has said that we could enlarge it magically. He was all excited by the way as he had seen you and brought you immediately to the hospital wing. But the nurse was obviously clueless and said it would be the best to wait. You worried us pretty much. You've really glowed." Harry threw the blanket aside and wanted to get up, only to sink immediately again on the bed. "Harry, what's wrong? I only feel dizzy. I think I should stay in bed, at least today," Harry said weakly, whose head began to hurt again. Caro just wanted to say something when they heard a softly tapping. The door opened and a black-haired tall man stepped in. His blue eyes were shining as he went towards Harry. "Harry," he said in a husky voice, and Harry recognized him at once. It was his godfather, Sirius Black. Harry cast a sidelong glance at Sirius and wondered when his godfather would finally muster up his courage to tell him whatever he was having on his mind. In the meantime they had already walked round the half-lake, without one of them having spoken a word. Seeing a bench, Harry broke the silence and asked if they couldn't sit down for a while. The short walk had exhausted him. Still, he hadn't recovered from his magical overexertion, although he was feeling much better now than yesterday, where he hadn't been able to stand up from his bed. "Of course, Harry. Forgive my thoughtlessness." Sirius gazed at him worriedly. "Shall we go back to the castle? You're looking pale." "No, it's all right," Harry replied and sat down on the little bench. "Why did you want to speak with me now?" he asked finally, since Sirius still did not seem to make any move to reveal to him the reason why he had requested this walk. He heard how Sirius took a deep breath and hoped that his godfather wouldn't ask him something that he didn't want to answer. "Harry, there are a few things which I wanted to discuss with you. But it's difficult for me since I hardly know where to begin. Why did you flee, Harry? Did Voldemort hurt you in some way? And what happened in the last months? Why didn't you attend any Death Eater meetings anymore?" Harry riveted his eyes on in the sunlight, glistering water of the lake and thought about it. For a moment he was surprised that Sirius knew that he hadn't been at any Death Eater meeting anymore. Then he remembered Snape. The spy must have kept the Order of the Phoenix informed. But to explain to Sirius the exact reason for his escape meant to tell him everything what had happened in the years since the Dark Lord had murdered his parents and taken him along. This he, however, didn't want. For that he still didn't know his godfather good enough. The thought to trust Sirius to the same extent as his friends caused him to feel uneasy. "I don't want to talk about it. Perhaps sometime later," he mumbled. Sirius sighed silently. It pained him deeply that Harry obviously didn't trust him. He took care, however, not to press Harry. He hadn't forgotten yet how much fear he had felt as he had believed to have lost Harry with his question to meet in Diagon Alley. The most important thing was that Harry was in Hogwarts, and in time Harry would hopefully learn to trust him and tell him one day how his childhood had been like. Sirius looked at Harry and said with unsteady voice, "Harry, I am so incredibly sorry that I didn't become the secret keeper of your parents, and so I'm to blame for their death. I wish I would have made another decision. Then you would have grown up with your parents and... Sirius broke off and tried to read in the emerald eyes, but he couldn't. Could I undo my decision? I would do it immediately. Harry, please believe me. I don't know if you can ever forgive me. Harry saw the pain in the eyes of his godfather and nodded. If he wasn't able to hate Voldemort for murdering his parents and Peter for betraying his parents, how should he then hate Sirius? The thought of Peter caused him to ask, however. If you would meet Peter, what would you do? Sirius stared at him surprised. What I would do? I would kill him. He has betrayed your parents, he has betrayed us all, he replied calmly, and Harry saw that he was serious. All of a sudden Harry remembered what Caro had once said as he had quarreled with Draco because of his parents, that the members of the Order tortured and killed as well, and that his parents had certainly killed, too. But if it was so, then what was the difference between Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters of his adoptive father? Sirius didn't know anything of Peter, and how it looked like he wouldn't tell him anything about Peter's existence, at least for the time being. Sirius, voice interrupted his thoughts. Albus said, by the way, that it would be the best if we would pass you off as my nephew. Since you are considered to be dead, it would raise too much questions if you would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Furthermore, we can thus prevent that Voldemort will discover that you are here. So you'll say that you are Harry Black and that your parents were murdered not long ago. What about Caro and Draco? Well, Caro we can pass off as my niece. She could share a room with Hermione, at least as long as school will start again. Hermione is my adoptive daughter. You'll get to know her soon. As far as Draco is concerned, we have thought that he could pose as one of Allison's relatives. Allison teaches potions. But apart from that, she has blonde hair, and if we would pass Draco off as my relative, it would surely attract attention. And your presence shall attract attention as little as possible. In 2 weeks you will then divide it into your houses and will go to school, like everyone else. For one moment Harry wondered if he would ever be able to use his real name. So he would have a false identity in Hogwarts, too. How ironical. Harry's thoughts wandered on to his adoptive father. In the meantime their disappearance had been surely noticed. Certainly his adoptive father had been angry. Would he suspect that they had fled to Hogwarts? Come, let's go back to the castle. It's time that you get to know everyone. Furthermore, we have to tell your friends that they are under no circumstances to introduce themselves with their real names if someone asks them, Sirius said, and stood up. Harry followed and dwelled on his thoughts. He foresaw difficulties. Draco wouldn't be very pleased to hear that it was expected from him to pose as the relative of the teacher of potions, if he would agree to this at all. As for Caro, he didn't believe that she would ever say that her parents had been murdered by, as Sirius had said it, Death Eaters, if it was just the other way round in reality and her father had been murdered by the Order of Phoenix. On top of that, they had to keep Peter hidden. Soon they would have lessons, but Harry knew that his friends and he had much more knowledge than the Hogwarts students, and that it would be rather unlikely that he didn't know the material of the second class already. All of a sudden he realized as well that his godfather and the other adults would surely not allow it if he would take some of his books and learn charms which belonged to dark magic. Painfully he longed back to Godric's Hollow. But the 1 week had been probably all what he would ever get of freedom, Harry thought gloomily, and felt how anger rose in him. Here in Hogwarts he would be able to decide just as little as in his adoptive father's castle. Sirius hadn't even asked him if he agreed to posing as Sirius' nephew. How he hated this helplessness. With a shudder he thought back how he had fainted as he had broken the curses on their windows. Why had this happened? What was the use of it if he was able to perform magic without a wand if he lost his consciousness shortly afterwards? At this time he would have been able neither to defend himself nor to catch what happened around him. He had been completely helpless. Though he had been able to trust Caro and Draco, but what if something had happened? What if Caro hadn't succeeded in freeing Nell out of Voldemort's possession? In the end Caro and Draco would have escaped without Nell, since the little house elf didn't mean nearly the same to them as to him, and he would have been totally powerless against it. But how could he prevent that? He overexerted himself magically. In Diagon Alley it had happened to him, although he had used his wand, but then the after effects had certainly not been as bad as now. He remembered the power he had felt. If he would manage to use only a little part, then he would be perhaps able to avoid sinking into unconsciousness. His adoptive father would have been able to help him, but probably he would have presented him full of anticipation a plan shortly afterwards how they could together conquer the world. Voldemort only wanted to use me, he had said so himself, Harry thought, and suddenly realized that this thought incredibly hurt. But what was that supposed to mean? He had wanted to flee after all, so why? He racked his brains now over Voldemort's feelings towards him. Harry shook fiercely his head as he slowly realized that he had run away because he hadn't had the power to oppose his adoptive father. Only his fear of what Voldemort would do had brought him to destroy the curses on his windows. His adoptive father would have surely not let himself be locked up for 1.5 years. Harry riveted his eyes on the enormous castle and decided to wait first. Somehow I have to try under all circumstances to solve my problem with my magic, and this as soon as possible, he vowed, while walking with Sirius across the grounds. A little later they had reached the room where Caro and Draco were waiting. After Sirius had told Caro and Draco what Albus Dumbledore thought for the best, Harry saw how anger crept into the faces of his friends. The subtle change had been unnoticed by Sirius, however, and while he interpreted their silence as agreement and cheerfully asked them to pack up their things, Harry stared at Caro and Draco, nodded slightly and formed the word later with his lips. Soon afterwards Sirius led them along a broad corridor. He halted in front of a door, opened it and let them enter. It was a big, bright room, and Harry's eyes fell on the young woman who had rose out of a chair by their entrance and who came towards them now. She had deep blue eyes which looked at him full of warmth, as she gave him her hand. "Hello, Harry, I'm Charlotte Black," she studied him, and as she added, "So we see each other again," a memory rose in him. He had once again underestimated Harry, the Dark Lord thought, while pacing restlessly back and forth in his study. As he had discovered that it wasn't possible anymore to call Harry's beloved house elf to him, he had been speechless for a moment. Still, it was an unexplainable mystery how Harry had managed this. After all, he had seen to it himself that Harry and his friends didn't get hold of books in which curses were written which belonged to the darkest magic. The charm Harry must had used to free his house elf from his power, and those curses he had used on Harry's chambers didn't belong to those, but they hadn't been in one of the books which Harry and his friends had got. So how had Harry managed to break the curses on his windows and to free his house elf? His gaze slid down to his foot. That this rat had bitten him hadn't been an accident, and actually there was only one plausible explanation for it. He hadn't attached much importance to Peter's disappearance then. Now he would regret his negligence. But never the thought would have occurred to him to suspect Peter with Harry. Which other secrets the boy had hidden from him? What was bothering, however, above all things was the question where Harry and his friends had gone to. To Godric's Hollow the children definitely hadn't returned, neither had they sought refuge in the estates of the Malfoys and Lestranges. That they had the intention to live in the street seemed unlikely to him. There still was Pettigrew's estate left, but he doubted that the children had gone there of all places. As he had gone to Godric's Hollow, it certainly hadn't escaped his notice that someone had recently broken through the wards Harry and his friends had set up around the house then. Could it be that Harry had got in touch with the friends of his parents? That would at least explain how Harry had heard of the curses. Was it possible that he had sought refuge in Hogwarts? As he took this possibility into consideration, he felt how white-hot fury shot through him. Strangely enough, he felt a burning pain as well. Hermione watched how Harry and Carolina were studying the library speculatively. In the meantime, Draco gave the impression of being bored. As Hermione had heard yesterday that Sirius' niece and nephew would stay with them in the future, she had been speechless in the true sense of the word. She hadn't known that Sirius had still family. But it was rather strange that Sirius had never mentioned it before, that he had a brother. Hermione shrugged her shoulders. Perhaps Sirius had had a row with his family and never spoken of them because of it. Although she burned with curiosity, she resisted to ask her questions. First, Sirius and Charlotte had requested it from her as they had asked her if she couldn't show the three newcomers the castle with her friends, and second, she suspected that the reason for the sudden appearance of Harry, Carolina and Draco could be a Death Eater attack. All three of them had been rather taciturn so far, but it was understandable should her presumption be correct. She remembered exactly after all how it had been as her whole world had collapsed overnight. For a short moment she was again the little girl who crouched behind a big wall clock while being nearly beside herself out of fear. The pain as her fingernails dug into her palms brought her back to her senses. She lifted her head and her gaze met with light gray eyes which were staring at her strangely intense. Hermione turned curtly around. "Do we want to go on now?" she asked. Her voice sounded shrill. Promptly Ginny cast a quick glance at her. Hermione had the feeling to suffocate. She needed air so that she decided there and then to show Carolina, Harry and Draco the Quidditch field. For the remaining parts of the castle there was left enough time tomorrow. Allison stared at the book in her hand and swallowed. She had certainly read the pages already about a dozen of times without remembering even one single word. Her heart constricted with fear. Still Severus hadn't returned. If it would get late, he had sent her a notice per owl each time. It was of course only a slight comfort but nevertheless it was better than nothing. But today no owl had tapped against the window and had brought her a letter. Allison put the book aside, stood up and went quietly over to the room of her daughter. She breathed Lizzie a key on her forehead and tucked her daughter in. What should become of them if Severus wouldn't return? Going back into her bedroom she began to wander across the carpet. As she looked down, she laughed out loud. In the light of the magical candles she could see the tracks her wanderings had left. Each time the Dark Lord had called Severus to him, she had paced back and forth anxiously. What was taking him so long? It was already past midnight. Allison stared over to the window and focused on it. Sudden anger at Dumbledore rose in her. He had wanted to know nothing of all the fears. Severus himself had doubted if he would be able to lie convincingly should he be asked after the children. Since their disappearance must be the reason for Severus not returning home yet and him not sending her a message above all. Please, let him come back. She prayed urgently. The endless waiting was nerve-wracking but she knew that it was useless to wanting to try something else. She wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. Finally she squatted down in one of the armchairs, put her arms around her knees and riveted her eyes on the window. As Harry opened his eyes the next day, he needed a moment to realize what had woken him. It had been the sound of scratching claws. He turned around and blinked in the direction of the wooden box which was standing on one of the shelves. His thoughts began to concentrate again on the problem what on earth they should do with Peter. In the hands of Sirius and the Order of Phoenix he definitely shouldn't fall. He needed a place where he could hide not only Peter but his books, which contained dark magic, as well. A place where he could train curses with his friends undisturbed and where no one could find them. All of a sudden he sat upright. Of course that was the perfect solution. He only had to remember. In that moment however the door opened and he was jolted out of his pondering. Nell padded into the room and stared at him with frightened eyes which swam in tears. Harry's eyes fell on the pink pullover and he understood. "You're free, Nell. Why are you crying then? Young master isn't angry," she whispered. Harry threw his blanket aside, kneeled down on the floor and hugged the little house elf close to himself. "Oh, Nell, why should I be angry? It's great that you are free. If I would have been able to, I would have given you your freedom long ago. Nell, stop crying." Hearing soft steps, he lifted his head and gazed into the dark eyes of Caro. He knew that Caro had done this for him. Cautiously he let go of Nell, stood up and went towards her. "Thank you, Caro. That I'll never forget." Caro smiled and wanted to say something but a briskly loud voice prevented her from doing so. "Is this a real snake, Hermione?" Immediately afterwards a startled cry rang out and Harry, who abruptly realized that Diamond wasn't curled around his arm as usual, ran out of the room. Hermione was staring with a pale face at the floor. One arm she had laid around Jamie, who was regarding Diamond with much curiosity. In her hand Hermione held her wand which she pointed at the little snake. "No, Hermione, take your wand away. Diamond isn't dangerous." Though his snake was deadly poisonous, Harry knew that Diamond would never bite someone, unless he would order her to do so. "Hermione, what?" Sirius and Charlotte had appeared at the door. Harry didn't pay any attention to it as he held his arm towards Diamond. "Come, you won't roam around in the castle anymore from now on. It's too dangerous. Do you hear me?" he hissed while Diamond disappeared under his sleeve and curled herself around his arm. "Of course I hear you. I'm not deaf after all," the soft answer came. Looking up he saw how Sirius, Charlotte and Hermione stared at him aghast and horrified. Only Jamie still looked at him with a curious expression, mixed with admiration, in his eyes. "That was so wicked. Will you teach me to speak like that?" the little boy shouted. During breakfast Harry found himself compelled to explain to a disappointed 4-year-old why it was impossible for him to learn Parseltongue. So far Sirius had been silent and Harry wondered what on earth his godfather was thinking at this moment. That he had spoken Parcel he had regretted already as he had seen the faces of Sirius, Charlotte and Hermione. But never before had Harry have to hide this gift, and the conversations with Diamond were so perfectly natural for a long time that he even didn't notice anymore if he spoke Parseltongue. Here, in Hogwarts however he had better to keep his gift a secret. "Jamie, it's enough. Eat your breakfast." "Harry, a snake as a pet isn't allowed in Hogwarts, so I won't give her away." Sirius, Harry, who suspected at what Sirius was getting, interrupted his godfather coolly. "Uncle Sirius, Harry." Interesting, Harry thought, as he saw how Sirius' gaze nervously flickered over to Hermione. So Hermione didn't know the truth. "It absolutely doesn't matter to me if it's allowed or not. I won't give Diamond away, Uncle Sirius," Harry repeated steadily. "Is your snake poisonous?" Charlotte interfered unexpectedly. "No," Harry lied and looked straight into Charlotte's face. "Can you promise me that you won't let your snake wander freely around?" She continued to ask. "Yes," Harry answered. "Then you can keep it. But please be careful, Harry. If it's discovered that you are a Parseltongue, there could arise difficulties. Many would fear you." Sirius wanted to say something but Charlotte's gaze made him stop, and Harry asked himself why Charlotte had helped him while taking thoughtfully a sip from his, still, hot tea. Charlotte reached as well for her cup and suddenly dropped it again with a loud rattling sound. "Allison," she shouted, and Harry turned around. The potions teacher stood in the door. She must have come in so silently that no one of them had heard her. Her face was white and she had dark shadows under her eyes. "What happened?" Charlotte asked who had stood up. "He didn't come back," Allison whispered, and the next moment she cried in Charlotte's arms. A dark expression had entered Sirius' face while Hermione looked just totally stunned, as Harry noticed. Jamie however looked startled. "Does Albus know already?" Allison straightened and shook her head. For one moment Harry had the impression to see hate in her eyes. "Then we should tell him. Hermione, will you watch after Jamie? Come, Allison, perhaps he was only held up." "Held up? It has never taken so long, and if, then he would send me a notice." "Something has happened, I know it," Allison sobbed, but let herself be led out by Sirius. Charlotte calmed down Jamie, kissed the little one on the forehead, and after giving Hermione some instructions, she also left the room. A little while later Harry and Caro, in the company of Hermione, set off to go to Draco. Jamie, who had promised his mother solemnly not to say anything of the snake or Harry's talent to speak in a strange hissing language to anyone, jumped merrily behind them. Harry was rather skeptical if you could rely on Jamie, but somehow it didn't matter to him momentarily. He was still angry that Sirius had considered taking Diamond away from him. The memory of his shocked face as he had spoken Parcel infuriated him no less. "We have to fetch Meggie and Ian. It's only a small detour," Hermione said and led them along a broad corridor. Harry sifted through his memory. The names seemed vaguely familiar to him. "Remus children?" he asked. Hermione cast a surprised look at him. "Yes. Have you forgotten that we shall bring the children to Ginny's mother? Don't you know Remus and Emily?" Harry tried to find quickly a plausible answer, but Caro beat him to it. "We never meet them. Our family was unfortunately forced to remain in hiding." Caro's voice had sounded so off-putting and cold that it was not very likely that Hermione would continue to ask, Harry thought, and he was right. For the remaining way Hermione was silent. In the meantime Harry was busy with remembering the route they went along. Remus greeted them warmly and gave Harry a bright smile. Involuntarily Harry asked himself if Remus also was filled with feelings of revenge towards Peter and had as well the intention to kill him as soon as he would meet him. After fetching Meggie and Ian they set off to the dungeons, which were impressive but didn't compare with those in the castle of the Dark Lord. In Allison's chambers they found Draco, who was reading a story to a little black curled thing with a rather grumpy expression on his face. Relieved, he looked up at them while Lizzie looked a bit disappointed. The little children were delivered to Molly Weasley, a slightly plump woman, and Ginny, her brother, and Neville, who Harry had met already yesterday, joined them promptly. Really great, Harry thought. Until an opportunity would arise to be alone with his friends, it would certainly still take a while. Ron suggested to play Quidditch. Since they were already 7 of them and it wouldn't be any problem in his opinion to organize another team, it would be the obvious thing to do. Ron's 2 brothers, who introduced themselves as Fred and George and were as like 2 peas, got indeed hold of 5 other players. Harry, who for the first time played really Quidditch, realized what a gigantic difference that was. He would have never expected that it could be so much fun. The positions were exchanged and Harry found out that he hadn't the slightest talent as a keeper. While Sirius was gazing after his wife and Allison, he tried to push aside the memory which suggested itself to him for quite a long time. He didn't succeed, however. The order meeting, as expected, hadn't been able to reach a decision what to do in view of Severus not returning to the castle. Albus had been deeply worried but had said that there was not the slightest possibility for the order to help Severus. Though he had given the other spies of the order the instruction to try to find out what had happened to Severus, but since only Severus had belonged to the inner circle of the Dark Lord, the chance was rather slim that they would find out anything. Severus' fate didn't really bother him, but he worried about Allison and Lizzie, who Sirius had grew very fond of long ago. After some searching, Sirius found Harry, his friends, Hermione and the Weasley children on the Quidditch field. Sirius watched them and riveted his eyes finally on Harry, who was obviously looking out for the snitch high up in the air. As he had heard this morning how Harry had spoken with his snake, he hadn't wanted to believe it, and still he wasn't convinced that it had been right to allow Harry to keep the snake. There was so much he didn't know from Harry and Sirius didn't want to acknowledge it, but Harry was like a stranger for him, and suddenly he wondered if Harry would ever trust him and he would ever find out what had happened in the Dark Lord's castle. In the moment he had seen Harry's house elf, which he hadn't noticed yesterday for whatever reasons. Probably it had charmed itself invisible. After all, good house elves ought not to be seen. He had wondered if it hadn't been this house elf for which Harry had needed the curse. It was very likely, and Sirius smiled involuntarily. Just this showed that Harry wasn't a dark wizard, and obviously Voldemort hadn't had much influence on Harry, Sirius thought with grim satisfaction. Sirius watched them still for a while and winked Harry after some effortless attempts finally down. In brief words Sirius told Harry about Severus Snape, and taking a deep breath he shortly afterwards asked the question which had caused him to look for Harry. Harry, who had listened to Sirius with rigid face the previous minute, stared at Sirius. That he had never written. But in the same moment he realized that he had done it. Torn between suppressed rage and the thought of Snape, he knew that he wouldn't tell Sirius where the secret passageway was. He would not betray his adoptive father. Furthermore, to escape was one thing, but to tell Sirius where the passageway was, entirely different. His friends would never forgive him if he would hand over their parents to the Order of the Phoenix. Then it sent a shiver down his spine as he suddenly realized that Snape had very probably told his adoptive father where they were. Blankly he looked at his godfather. Why did Snape go back? Sirius sighed heavily. Albus has hoped that Severus would manage to maneuver himself out of difficulties which would eventually crop up. In the past he managed it so often already. Furthermore, he is our only spy who is a member belonging to Voldemort's closest circle. You don't know how difficult it is actually to smuggle spies among the Death Eaters, so that Dumbledore thought that Snape would manage it this time as well. Harry finished Sirius' explanation while he could only shake his head over such a stupidity. Be that as it may, it was very likely that Snape was already dead. Harry didn't doubt that his adoptive father had brought Severus to reveal him all information. Harry suspected that his adoptive father was currently busy to develop a plan how he would get him back to Eridan Castle. It was strange, however, it occurred to Harry, that not even a single letter had reached him or his friends so far. Draco's parents and Bella had surely found out the whereabouts of their children. Before he could think further about this, Sirius said, "Please, Harry, tell me how you managed to go Diagon Alley without being seen by anyone." Harry looked unmoved at his godfather. There is no secret passageway. You have misunderstood my letter. And I was seen. You've forgotten who I am. Or do you think that a Death Eater would have ever got in my way? Harry saw how Sirius flinched. Can I go back now? He asked shortly afterwards, and without waiting for a reply turned around. While Harry was hurrying back to the Quidditch field, he said to himself that it had been the right thing to do. Snape was dead and no one would be able to help him anymore. But if it was so, why was he then so angry? Harry had hardly joined his friends and the other Quidditch players, as he forgot Snape and Sirius and only thought of the game. As they exhausted set off to the castle towards evening, they discussed eagerly the different strategies. The cleft between the newcomers and the Hogwarts children seemed to have vanished for the time being. A few hours later, Harry, Caro and Draco, who had charmed themselves invisible, sneaked out to the lake, which was shimmering like a mirror in the moonlight, and here they were finally undisturbed. What did your godfather actually want from you? Draco wanted to know while he sat down on the shore. Harry told them, and as he had expected it, they were furious. Caro shook her head so fiercely that her black curls were flying. I absolutely don't like it here. On top of that, I've to say that my name is Carolina Black. Why did you want us to be silent yesterday, Harry? I would have loved to give Black a piece of my mind. If everyone knew who we were, we wouldn't be welcomed here, Caro. Harry replied. Furthermore, I thought that it would take then a bit longer until my adoptive father would find out where we are. But that was been taken care of now. It's strange, isn't it? We haven't got a single letter so far, Draco said and looked at Harry and Caro. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Finally Caro said what they all were thinking. They're intercepted. What will we do against it? Draco asked, who had knitted his brow. After a while of silence, Harry said, the only thing what would be possible would be to intercept the owls. Draco snorted. Just great. As they went back to the castle, they hadn't found a solution how they could enable that they got their letters, but they had agreed that they would leave Hogwarts again, as soon as someone of they would have an idea where else they could stay. The next days passed quickly, and Harry, Caro and Draco spent them solely with playing Let Themselves shown the castle by Hermione and her friends, and Harry did not only get to know his godfather and Charlotte better but also Remus and Emily, as well his godmother Minerva McGonagall. With Albus Dumbledore he had had a meeting, too. But Harry had instantly felt solid dislike towards the friendly acting old wizard. Not only was he intercepting their letters, but he had also sent Snape back, and this was something Harry couldn't forgive. The main reason for this was that the potions teacher Alison Lennox had come to him and had thanked him for not handing Snape over to Voldemort then. He had felt that the young woman loved Snape and suspected that Snape was also the father of little Lizzie. With tears in her ocean blue eyes she had asked whether he believed if Severus was still alive. As he had silently shaken his head, she had nodded bravely. But what had touched Harry was that Alison didn't blame him. It was after all their escape which was indirectly to blame that Severus hadn't returned. While he could have kept the passageway a secret from his godfather, it had been much more difficult in the presence of Alison. Over and over again he said to himself that Severus was not alive anymore. Furthermore, he had saved Snape's life already one time, and if Snape was so stupid to go back, he could have refused after all. Then it wasn't his problem, was it? A little persistent voice he couldn't, however, silence. What if Snape was still alive and was waiting for help in some cell? But that was rather unlikely, Harry said to himself. He had also realized how utterly important it was that no one discovered the secret passageway. Should the Order found it out, they would be able to sneak unhindered into the castle. So Harry kept silent, but he couldn't forget this matter. Apart from this, Dumbledore tried indeed to question him how Voldemort had treated him and why he had suddenly appeared in Hogwarts. While Sirius seemed to have accepted his wish not to tell anything about his past, Dumbledore was not so impressed of this and had told him all sorts of things about a duty he had towards his parents who had fought against Voldemort. His parents were as well a point he couldn't forgive Dumbledore. Sirius had told him that it had been well known that a spy had been up to no good in the ranks of the Order, and so Harry asked himself why Dumbledore hadn't questioned all members with Veritaserum. Would he have been the leader and such rumors had been passed to him, he would have acted in such a way. His adoptive father would have done the same as well, Harry was sure of it. That Snape had managed to deceive the Dark Lord was thoroughly remarkable. But who knows, Perhaps his adoptive father knew of his loyalty to Dumbledore. Absent-minded Harry stroked his phoenix. Why his life couldn't be easy for once? Why everything had to be always so complicated? On the day of the sorting feast, Harry wondered in which house he would come. As it was finally time to sort the new students in their houses, Harry looked expectantly over to the speaking hat. Although, if you thought about it, he asked himself for what the different houses were actually good for. Soon his name would be called out. Caro had been sorted already into Slytherin, but since she was 1 year older than him, the headmaster had decided that Caro would go into the 3rd class. Over that, Harry, Caro and Draco had been angry, too, but Dumbledore had got his way however. Then his godmother finally called his name. It was still unused for him to run around the place as Harry Black. Harry stood up, and a little later he put the hat on his head and a squeaky voice rang out. "So, Harry Potter, finally you have found the way to Hogwarts. But as I see it, you have still not decided. You should however decide soon on which side you are. Fate has often the ability to strike before you're ready. The day will come, young Potter, where you have to decide. Well, in which house should I put you?" "Slytherin," Harry thought. You're brave and loyal to those you love. Interesting, I don't see any hate. You don't want revenge, but nevertheless. Yes, I think I know in which house you belong." The hat continued to whisper. "Slytherin," he screamed loudly, and while Harry went slowly to Caro, he wished that the prophecy of the hat hadn't sounded so convincingly promising disaster. September 1992. Ginny Weasley frowned thoughtfully, and while casting a quick glance at Hermione, who was going alongside her, she said, "But Hermione, why should they lie to us?" "I don't know, Ginny. It's only everything so strange. Sirius has never mentioned a brother before, and I've seen pictures of his family. A brother I have never seen on them. And then Caro's remark that they were forced to hide. How then Draco fits in the picture? They know each other, that is obvious. Did they have to hide together? Why didn't they come to Hogwarts 1 year ago? And Caro is already 13. No, something is wrong there." Hermione opened the door to her room and stepped to the big bulky cupboard which was standing in one of the corners. Ginny sat down on Hermione's bed. "Couldn't you have packed yesterday already?" "No, I couldn't. I had to look after Jamie, Lizzie and Emily's children. Later was then the sorting feast, and today we had already lessons. So I hadn't any time so far," Hermione replied, slightly irritated. "It looks like that Caro also hadn't time to bring her things to Slytherin so far," Ginny remarked, and pointed with her head to the second bed on which a book was lying. Hermione shrugged with her shoulders. Sirius wasn't happy at all that Caro, Harry and Draco were all put into Slytherin. "As I wanted to say Jamie goodnight yesterday, I've heard him talking to Charlotte." "Well, he won't be able to change it," Ginny said, stood up and looked down at Caro's book. "The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3, she mumbled. "Shall we bring it her?" Without waiting for an answer, she picked it up and just wanted to turn as she halted. Something was lying under the pillow. Curiously, she pushed it aside. It was a photograph. A black-haired man with laughing dark eyes was facing her. If it wouldn't have been for the terrible scar on his left cheek, he would have been rather handsome. "That must be Caro's and Harry's father," Ginny said, and held the picture towards Hermione, who had stepped closer. Hermione took it. Nearly immediately her eyes widened. Her face lost all color, and while her hands clung to the photo, she sank on the bed. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Ginny exclaimed. Hermione slowly turned her head around and stared at her with strange lifeless eyes. Ginny sat next to Hermione, laid an arm around her shoulders, and asked gently, "Hermione, what's wrong? Do you know this man? He has murdered my father." In the first moment Ginny was only relieved that Hermione had spoken, but as she understood the sense of what had been said, she froze. "What?" she asked, confused. Her friend looked at her. Tears were shimmering in her brown eyes. "I've seen it, Ginny, and I've never forgotten it. I'm sure. He has murdered my dad. He is a Death Eater," she said in a cracking voice, and dropped the picture. She trembled. As a week ago in the library, Hermione was caught up by her past. She saw the blinding green light, saw first her father, then her mother falling to the ground, saw Hermione. Hermione. Ginny shook her. "Shall I fetch Charlotte?" she asked. "Charlotte, Hermione thought, had she known? Had she known that Sirius' brother had murdered her father? Was it that why that he had never been mentioned before? Because Sirius' brother was a Death Eater? No, she said slowly. Ginny, please let me alone for one moment. I have to think. But Ginny didn't move. Charlotte surely did not know it, Hermione. Hermione shook her head. But they have withheld the truth from us. And perhaps Sirius' brother doesn't exist as well, and Harry, Draco and Caro were captured. I don't know it. Casting an imploring glance at Ginny, she said, please, let me alone for a while. Ginny hesitated, but to Hermione's relief she finally went out of the room. The door had hardly closed after Ginny, as Hermione curled herself up and began to sob. Harry cursed as he found himself in an empty classroom. In this room the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was definitely not located. Disappointed he turned around. Not for the first time he cursed the fact that though his adoptive father had told him that such a chamber existed which only those could open who spoke parcel, he had never described the exact way. Slytherin's chamber would have been ideal, of course. There they would be undisturbed and no one would be able to find them. Somewhere the entrance had to be. After all, they hadn't had much time to search so far. Perhaps Caro and Draco would be successful. They had immediately agreed to split up. The greatest difficulty was, however, that they didn't know exactly after what they were searching. He turned around a corner and headed towards the staircase which, he knew, led to the Great Hall. Great, he thought, now I've run in circles. He had put his foot already on the uppermost step, as his eyes fell on a large picture which hung on the wall next to the stairs. The picture was rather in the shade, but he was sure that he had seen a snake. Had that been pure chance, or did it have a meaning? He stepped closer and saw that it was not only one snake but very many. They all curled around a tremendous tree. Even between the green leaves snakes peeped out. It was a strange picture, and while he was staring at it, some snakes seemed to raise their heads. I don't reckon that you could tell me where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is. You have to go through. Harry blinked. To go through. He hissed and regarded the picture attentively. Before he could decide, however, if he should follow the snake's instruction or not, a faint noise caused him to whirl around. Ginny Weasley was staring at him with a shocked expression in her dark brown eyes. She had of course listened to his rather unusual conversation. She swallowed and met his eyes. One moment she seemed to hesitate, but then she asked, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Though Harry was surprised, he didn't show it while pondering what reason Ginny could have for wanting to talk with him. They hardly knew each other after all. Sure, he replied. Turning around, she said, "But not here. Can we go to the lake?" While walking next to each other, Ginny was silent and looked straight ahead. Harry's thoughts were occupied with the picture in the meantime. Was it really the entrance to the chamber? Hopefully the conversation with Ginny wouldn't take so long, he thought, annoyed. What did she want from him anyway? As they reached the Hogwarts lake a little while later, he asked impatiently. "So what is it?" Ginny didn't answer him. Instead she held him a picture under his nose. "Where do you have it from?" "We've found it in Hermione's room, on Caro's bed." Hermione recognized him. "He is the murderer of her father. Your parents were Death Eaters, and all the lies that Sirius is your uncle are because of it, aren't they?" Her eyes glowed angrily at him. Harry looked down at Ginny and took the photo out of her hand. Dumbledore's and Sirius' plan to keep their identity secret would certainly turn out to be much more difficult than they had imagined. "Did the Order take you prisoner?" Harry raised one eyebrow and laughed softly. "No, we grew up in Voldemort's headquarters. But since we didn't feel particularly inclined to learn how to torture and kill most effectively, we've fled to Hogwarts. The Order of the Phoenix is only afraid that Voldemort could attack Hogwarts if he should discover that we are here, so that Dumbledore thought it better to keep our real names secret." "Why should he attack Hogwarts for 3 children and put so much at risk?" Ginny asked skeptically. "Do you know who the Malfoys and Lestranges are?" "Yes, it's said that they are his closest confidants. But what this have?" Ginny broke up. "Are they your parents?" "Draco's parents are the Malfoys and Caro is a Lestrange. And I am Voldemort's adoptive son. Do you understand why the thought isn't so far stretched that my adoptive father could attack Hogwarts, should he find out that we are here?" Ginny stared at him unbelievingly and stepped a step back. His adoptive son. Caro hurried in a bad mood back to the common room of the Slytherins. For the time being she had enough to search after something of which she hadn't the slightest clue how it looked like. Perhaps only those were able to find the chamber who had the gift of speaking the language of the snakes. In this case it was a completely waste of time anyway if she searched after the chamber. Running upstairs, she turned around a corner and found herself unexpectedly face to face with a red-haired young wizard. Since she wanted to avoid him, she stepped aside. But as he did the same, she stepped in the other direction and stormed forwards. Immediately she ran into his arms as he did once again the same as she. "Sorry," he said, and Caro looked up. In the moment she saw in his laughing dark eyes, she forgot everything around her. "What?" she stammered, realizing that he had spoken something of which she hadn't understood anything. He gave her his hand. "I'm Charlie Weasley, and you?" "Carolina Less Black, but my friends call me Caro," she said as soon as she had herself under control again. "Yes, right, Sirius Black's niece, isn't it? Ginny has told me about you and the others. Can it be that you have got lost? You're rather far away from the Slytherins' common room. Or did you wanted to go somewhere else?" "I've got lost," she said, and it was true. She had indeed only a vague imagination where she currently was. "Then come, I'll bring you." While following Charlie, she curiously asked if he was still going to school. Charlie shook his head. "I've finished this summer. Now I want to become an Auror. I must help to eliminate the dark side." In the meantime they had reached the Great Hall and Caro said coldly, "Thanks, but from here I find the way alone," and left Charlie behind with a perplexed expression on his face. Hurrying the corridor along, she quickened her pace while asking herself why it was bothering her that Charlie Weasley wanted to become an Auror. On her account he could become whatever he wanted. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she also had to get lost on her remaining way to the common room on. Cursing, she chose the left branch after short thinking. Her eyes swept over a silver suit of armor, which was standing in one corner, and abruptly she stopped in her tracks. She stared at the old sword which was stuck in the metallic hand of the knight. She reached out with her hand and touched the razor-sharp blade. Blood gushed out from her fingertip. Blind with tears she ran her finger across the engraved letters and the coat of arms. She didn't need to see it to know that it was her father's sword. As she imagined how the murderers of her father also stole his sword, as if murdering him wasn't already enough, Caro's tears dried quickly. An icy coldness was left in her gray eyes. She took her wand and shortly afterwards she found the right way back. In her hand she held tightly the now tiny sword. Stepping in her dormitory, she was relieved to see that it was deserted. She sat down on her bed and sighed. Since she had come to Hogwarts she couldn't stop thinking about her father. It was time to take action. Regarding the little sword she began to ponder how she could find out who had murdered her dad. It would be difficult, that she knew, but she wouldn't give up. There had to be documents somewhere about the single attacks and raids. The followers of the Dark Lord kept also an exact record of the fights, and Caro knew as well whom she would ask for help. She hadn't given Nell her freedom without any ulterior motive. That she had found the sword seemed to her like a sigh of destiny, too. But still she hesitated. Why, she thought angrily, did Harry have to mean so much to her? Her feelings towards him would not bring her to break her oath, however, which she had taken shortly after the death of her father. She would find out who the murderer had been, and then she would take revenge. Caro looked to the bedside locker and wanted to reach for the photo of her father. At the same moment she saw that the picture wasn't on her little table. She remembered that she had to have forgotten it in Hermione's room. Jumping up, she ran out of the dormitory. As she reached the chambers of the Blacks without breath, she found the doors locked. But Caro hadn't listened to her mother or Draco's parents for nothing, and those charms were not a big problem for her. To her surprise she saw Hermione lying on her bed. Thinking that she was sleeping, Caro began to search for her photo. "Your photo isn't here." Caro spun around. The brown eyes of Hermione started at her hostilely. "Where is it?" Hermione didn't answer, so that Caro made a step towards Hermione and repeated her question. There was now a threatening undertone in her voice. "Your father murdered mine," Hermione said, full of hatred. "What did you do with my picture?" Caro hissed and pointed her wand at Hermione. Harry has your photo, a voice rang out from the door and Ginny entered the room. I wanted to bring it to you. Caro lowered her wand, turned around wordlessly and went out with long strides. At Hermione and Ginny she didn't deign to look. In contrast to Sirius, who had set off to go for a walk with Remus after supper, Charlotte hadn't missed Hermione's low spirits, so that she, after bringing Jamie to bed and asking the first best who went past her door to look shortly after Jamie, she set off to the dormitory of the Gryffindors, where Hermione would mainly spend her time in the future, at least as long as school was. Soon afterwards Charlotte crawled into Hermione's comfortable four-poster bed, hugged the surprised girl and whispered, "Hermione, dear, what is wrong?" Hermione shook her head. "Nothing, it's nothing," she said flatly and avoided it to look Charlotte in the eyes. "No one will hear us. I've charmed the Curtians. Hermione, I'm seeing after all that something is wrong. Perhaps I can help you." Charlotte tried to bring Hermione once more to talk to her. As Hermione lifted her head, Charlotte flinched back from the pain in her brown eyes. They seemed to reproach Charlotte silently. "Why did you lie to us all? Why didn't you say us that Harry's, Caro's and Draco's parents are Death Eaters?" Hermione stared at her and her voice broke, as she continued to speak. "Caro's father murdered mine. I've recognized him today on one of her pictures." As Charlotte realized what Hermione had just said, she closed her eyes for a moment. Then she embraced the girl tightly and ran a hand over Hermione's brown curls. "I'm so sorry, Hermione. The Order thought it for the better to keep their true identities secret because the Dark Lord could attack the castle otherwise. I know, Ginny told me that Harry is his adoptive son. What I don't understand is why Sirius is so happy since Harry and the others have come to Hogwarts." Charlotte sighed and, pushing aside the question where from Ginny had such knowledge, she said, "You do know who James and Lily Potter were, don't you? And what happened to them? Everyone thought that their son was killed as well then. But a short time ago it turned out that he has survived. That's why Sirius is so happy, because he has found his godson again." Hermione's eyes widened and realization was mirrored on her face. Albus' eyebrows smoothed out as he heard the familiar singing of Fawkes. The long absence of his phoenix had already worried him. Looking over to the open window, he awaited every moment that Fawkes would come flying in. And indeed he didn't need to be patient for long. The unique fact that Fawkes wasn't flying alone into his office surprised him, however. A deep black, in the light of the magic candles, slightly golden green shimmering phoenix was hovering next to Fawkes, whose lovely singing now mixes with Fawkes. Albus, who was absorbed in regarding the magical birds, remembered that Harry Potter had got such a phoenix. His thoughts wandered to Harry and he sighed. To convince some of the Order members that Harry and his friends didn't present any danger for the Order had been hard work. But it wasn't this that gave the old wizard quite a headache. It was Harry. He had tried to talk with the boy who had Lily's emerald eyes and looked so similar to James, had wanted to hear if he was following the dark side. He had to admit, however, that he had failed miserably. Though Harry had listened to him with rigid face, Albus was sure that he could have talked to a wall just as well, and of his own accord the boy actually had said nothing, so that Albus hadn't discovered anything worth mentioning. It was worrying him also that Harry and his friends had all got into Slytherin. Had Tom's influence been stronger than Albus wanted to believe? But if it was so, then why had they escaped? Why Harry had been so magically overexerted as they had arrived here about nearly 2 weeks ago? Albus supported his chin with his hands, riveted his eyes absent-mindedly on the phoenixes which had cuddled up to each other, and he scolded himself. Harry was in Hogwarts, and thus he was out of reach for Tom Riddle's influence and wouldn't fight against them in the future. He should be optimistic and happy. Perhaps Harry only needed time to settle in, Albus thought. Confidently Albus said to himself that someday he would win Harry's trust. Leaning back, he closed his eyes and listened to the singing of the phoenixes. It was late in the evening as Harry, together with Caro and Draco, sneaked to the picture which hid the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, as Harry suspected. He stared at the many snakes and hissed, "So we only have to go through." As one of the reptiles nodded, Harry shrugged his shoulders, took a deep breath, reached with one hand for Caro's and with the other for Draco's hand, and stepped forwards. One moment later they found themselves in complete darkness. Harry's magic let the darkness retreat and a staircase which wound itself to dizzying depths became visible. Caro looked down and swallowed nervously. "Well, let's go," Harry finally said and put his foot on the first step. The single steps were so narrow that they had to hold onto the banisters and all of them avoided looking down. It took them long until they finally reached the bottom of the stairs. After they had caught their breath again they saw that they were standing in a tremendous stony chamber. Harry's light fell onto high columns which soared upwards to the ceiling. "Slytherin's chamber," Draco whispered awed. Going to the opposite wall their steps echoed through the long hall. "Here we will be undisturbed at least," Harry remarked satisfied. Reaching the other end, they saw two branching corridors. Curiously where they would lead to Harry and Caro took the right one and Draco the left branch. While Caro and Harry walked along the narrow passageway, Caro suddenly stopped, turned to Harry and looked at him. "Harry, I want you to help me finding the murderer of my father," she said. 2 hours later Harry lay in bed with wide eyes and tried to calm down his troubled thoughts but failed miserably. Sighing he turned around and remembered the events of the day and wondered why he had told Ginny their real names so willingly. He didn't even know if he could trust her. Had it been because he secretly wished that his real identity came to light? Did he want that everyone knew that he was Harry Potter? Quietly he whispered his name. It sounded so strange and somehow not right as well. Harry Potter, Harry Riddle, Harry Black. Who of this three was he? Pushing aside the blanket, he tugged at the curtains of the four-poster bed, climbed out and went to the window where he sat down on the window seat. Ginny had surely related Hermione everything what he had told her by the lake and Hermione. Would everyone in the castle know their names soon? Why it had to be Caro's father of all people who had murdered Hermione's father. Hardly had he asked himself this question, his thoughts wandered back to Caro. Though it wasn't any question for him whether he would help her or not, for him it was self-explaining, he nevertheless felt uneasy if he thought of the possible consequences. What would Caro do should she really find out who it had been and what he would do then? He didn't even know how Caro wanted to discover the truth. Their branch had led them to a dead end but Draco's way led him to a small library and excitedly he had immediately called for them. One part of the books they found there were even written in parcel as Harry had awestruck realized. Fascinated he had looked around. Though his adoptive father also possessed books in parcel, he hadn't nearly as many as in this little library in the Chamber of Secrets stood. Harry decided to return to the books as soon as possible. They were now 2 weeks in Hogwarts and Harry knew that this place as well wasn't a right home for them. He hadn't missed the glances at all which some of the teachers and above all members of the Order of the Phoenix had given him if they had met him in the hallways, in the Great Hall or on the rambling grounds. Not all had been happy over their arrival and Harry didn't doubt that the Order was in the picture about their real identities. Yawning he slid off the window seat. He was feeling cold. Trembling he tiptoed to his bed, stumbled over an obstacle lying on the ground and bumped painfully against a hard object while something was loudly broken. Cursing he whispered a word and his magic flared up and he saw that he had fallen against the table and the water bottle had fallen down. "It's all right. Sorry for waking you up," he said while looking at Nell who stared sleepily at him with wide eyes. Harry repaired the broken bottle and saw over to Draco, wondering why he hadn't also woken up by such a noise. The curtains were open and approaching, he realized that Draco wasn't in his bed at all. Blinking he stood there clueless for a moment. Had he been so absorbed in his thoughts that he hadn't even noticed how Draco had left the room? Then he slipped into his shoes, put on his cloak and set off to search for Draco. Without exactly knowing where he should look for, he roamed through the deserted castle. In the great hall Draco came towards him finally, surrounded by the gentle shining of his magical light. "Where on earth were you?" Harry wanted to know. "You said that the only thing we could do were to intercept the letters, didn't you?" Draco answered and waved a letter in front of his face. As they were walking back, Harry asked, "How did you do it?" In the glow of their lights Draco gave him an impish smile. "Well, in the rare moments where it was possible I continued to try becoming an animagus. And yesterday I finally did it." "That's so great. Why haven't you told us? Into which animal do you change?" Harry asked excited. "I turn into, well, a squirrel." But my form is actually pretty useful, as I've realized. I jumped from tree to tree, and after some experience it was really fun. The point is, however, that I thus came through the wards and all the other charms which Dumbledore surely has surrounded the castle to protect it. Outside of the castle I've waited then, and then finally our owl came. She recognized me as well, came straight flying to me. Of course I've changed back before. Darko added quickly, while Harry had to suppress a fit of laughter as he imagined Draco as a squirrel that jumped from tree to tree inside. So they know definitely where we are. Yes. What is Dumbledore trying to achieve by intercepting our letters? He can't read them anyway, they're charmed after all. So what's the point of that? No idea, Draco. For a while they were silent. Going down the stairs which led to their dormitory, Harry said, "Caro asked me to help her finding the murderer of her father." "Will you help her?" "You don't seem to be surprised," Harry remarked. "No, Caro already hinted such a thing while you were unconsciousness." Harry nodded gloomily. They hurried the dark corridor along, and for the first time Harry was asking himself why his friends had fled with him to Hogwarts so willingly. As they entered their common room, they both stopped surprised. "Caro, what are you doing here?" Caro, who was sitting, snuggled up in a blanket, near the fire, flinched. "I couldn't sleep. It seems to me that you could neither, could you?" Harry and Draco went to the armchairs and sat down. Caro was holding something silvery in her hand, and Harry just wanted to ask her what it was as Draco leaned back and looked at Caro. "So, you've asked Harry to help you with searching for the murderer of your father?" "Draco, don't be insulted, now. I'm asking you as well, of course. I've only asked Harry first because I wasn't sure if he would help me," Caro said with an expression on her face which asked for forgiveness. Harry skidded uncomfortably backwards. "What are you holding in your hand, by the way?" he asked. The dark gray eyes looked down, and Caro laid the item on the table. Only now Harry saw that it was a tiny sword. While Caro was speaking, Harry's feeling of resignation more and more increased. The chance that he could bring Caro to forego her revenge was extremely small, he desperate realized. Her hate ran too deep. But what should he do? He couldn't just say to her that he wouldn't help her. Not after she had given Nell her freedom, not after she had freed Nell from the control of his adoptive father and had taken care that she escaped with them, not after she had always been there for him and had never ever let him down. But for the time being Harry hadn't time to occupy himself further with the question, what he would do then. Though the school caused him no difficulties, homework still wanted to be done. Furthermore, he had problems with his animagus form. Although he could change into a phoenix, he couldn't maintain the transformation for a longer period of time so far. This annoyed Harry greatly, and that Draco hadn't such problems with his squirrel form made his mood worse additionally. Caro, on the other hand, seemed to have not the slightest talent, and Peter was desperate whenever they practiced in the Chamber of Secrets. But Caro still didn't manage to turn herself into an animal, although Harry had tried to help her. With his wand-less magic he had also not make any progress. It was always the same. Easy charms which didn't demand much power caused him no problems, but such which counted to the more advanced, he wasn't able to perform. He didn't succeed in brining himself into the condition where he had broken the curses on their window either. He still remembered how he had felt his magic in that moment. Probably this only worked in emergencies, Harry thought angrily. On top of that, word had got out that they were real Quidditch talents, and so they hadn't had a choice as to accept the offer to join the Slytherin team. The training sessions made more fun than Harry would ever admit and were a welcome change, but Marcus Flint, the captain of the team, had set his mind on winning the Quidditch Cup by all means and set training session after training session so that they had even less time in the end. Harry didn't mind it, however. Caro had asked Peter if he knew where the Order was keeping their papers. But Peter had only shaken his head and said that it was much too long ago for him belonging to the Order. From him they had only discovered where Dumbledore's office was located, but since Harry had already known since his conversation with the headmaster, and should it really turn out that all documents were there, then it would be certainly impossible to get a hold of them. Caro, however, had been far apart from giving up, and so Diamond now tried to find out something. For one moment Harry had considered to not ask Diamond for this. But he understood Caro only too well. He had also wanted to find out by all means then who his mother was after all. Peter had strictly refused to go searching as well, and Harry had only just barely been able to detain his friends from cursing Peter with the imperious curse as the argument had escalated. Since the quarrel, Peter hid mostly somewhere in the Chamber of Secrets, and as the situation weren't complicated enough, Harry feared a catastrophe each time Caro and Hermione accidentally met, although this fortunately wasn't the case very often since Caro was in the 3rd class and thus had different lessons than they. The hate which raged between Caro and Hermione frightened Harry. Draco also didn't speak any more with Hermione, Ginny and their friends. To Harry's surprise, their identities were still a secret. Neither Hermione nor Ginny had revealed their secret, although Harry suspected that the Order had something to do with this. And so only Harry and Ginny greeted each other if they met in the corridors. Occasionally they also talked to each other if they met in the library or outside by the lake. One time she asked him why Caro hated her as well. Harry looked up from him book which he had fetched a few minutes ago and said, "Caro's father was murdered by some members of the Order of the Phoenix. She never got over it." Ginny sustained his gaze, as she nodded. "It's madness. This whole war. My grandparents were killed by Death Eaters. Actually I should hate you, shouldn't I? If I would think like Caro and Hermione, but I don't hate. I know that it wasn't you who murdered my grandparents. I've never did anything to Caro, and yet she looks at me full of hatred each time I see her." The red-haired girl lowered her gaze and stacked some books on top of each other. Her voice was soft as she asked, "Hermione has told me who you really are. Do you hate the Dark Lord? Was that the reason for your escape?" Harry was silent while he thought how strange it was that no one else had ever asked him this question, apart from his adoptive father. Even Dumbledore had not asked him this question, although he surely would have loved to know the answer, and Sirius, Charlotte and the other adults seemed to treat everything what had to do with his past very carefully after he had refused to answer serious questions. It was almost as they believed the less they spoke about the past years, the more possible it was that he forget about it. Although only Dumbledore had given him that impression, Harry was sure that they expected from him that he would one day fight against the dark side, whereas Caro and Draco believed that, though he wouldn't join the dark side, he would certainly not fight against the dark side either. "No, I don't hate him. I didn't want to torture and to kill. That's why I escaped. But I don't hate him," he said finally. Looking up, he saw to his bewilderment that Ginny was smiling. "I'm glad that you, Ginny, come here immediately." Harry turned around and realized that it had been Ginny's brother who had shouted so loudly. By his side Neville and Hermione were standing, who regarded him anything but friendly. Ginny cast him a glance, collected her book and went over to her friends. Nevertheless, Harry heard how Ron Weasley hissed at his sister in a voice with overtones of uncomprehending speechlessness. "He is a Death Eater. How can you talk with him?" For one moment Harry considered to interfere, but he believed that Ginny could handle this situation alone just fine. Shaking his head, he looked at Ginny's empty place. It was strange. Somehow he had this scaring feeling more and more often that this red-haired girl who was nearly 1 year younger than him seemed to understand him best. Harry, who thought that this was almost a betrayal of Caro and Draco, stood up and set off to the Chamber of Secrets, while it crossed his mind that it was actually senseless to hate someone only because he belonged to one group with which you associated something particular. Caro hated because her father had been murdered. Draco hated, well, the reason for Draco's behavior was incomprehensible for Harry. Though his parents had rammed into him to hate all those who didn't stand on the dark side, but he had been raised in such a way as well. Hermione hated because she had lost her parents and only spoke with him for the sake of Sirius, if it was inevitable and if Sirius was present, otherwise Hermione never addressed him. Sirius and Remus hated Peter because he had betrayed his parents, and his adoptive father hated nearly everyone. The reason for that was as well a complete mystery for Harry. Deeply lost in thoughts, Harry sauntered the corridor along. Actually, Caro and Hermione should have to understand each other, he thought. They had both lost their fathers after all. Why, Harry asked himself, was he not filled with such a hate? Was it that why because the one who had his parents on his conscience was his adoptive father and he had never known his real parents? Harry tried to remember when he had begun to question the beliefs of his adoptive father. Had it been as he had found out that he was a Potter? Harry shook his head. No, He had already earlier thought about this. Nell, he thought. He had never seen Nell as a beep, and thus the first doubt had risen in him if what his adoptive father told him was right. Harry went through the portrait and turned into a phoenix. He had not the slightest desire to walk downstairs. In the meanwhile he had finally managed it and could now change into a phoenix for as long as he wanted. Arriving in the library he searched for books which had wand-less magic as their content. Reaching for a little book, something fell out as he opened the book. Curiously Harry bent down. It was a photo. Harry gasped for breath. In the first moment he thought that it was his mother, but then he saw that the young woman, who winked at him, had amber eyes and also her features were different. Harry turned the photo around and read what stood there in faded handwriting. Meet me today in the library. 10 p.m. Kathy. Harry didn't know why, but he put the photo back in the book and let it disappear in one of his pockets. While he continued to search, his thoughts lingered still on the photo and he wondered who that girl had been. The weeks passed and in November they had their first Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. Thanks to Harry, who played as Seeker, and to Caro and Draco, who played as Chasers, they won with a lead of 150 points, and overnight they rose considerably in the Slytherins' esteem. While being busy with Quidditch and homework, Harry continuously feared that Diamond or Caro and Draco, who had tried recently to spy after some Order members, could find out where the archives were, and before Harry noticed it, it was Christmas. Unlike Jamie, Lizzie and Remus, children who were happy and excited, Harry felt rather uneasy. Allison, who had joined them with her daughter, stared with gloomy face at the festively decorated Christmas tree, and each time Harry's eyes fell on her, he felt feelings of guilt rising in him. It wasn't your fault that Snape went back, he told himself sternly. Caro and Draco seemed to feel uncomfortably as well, and Charlotte, who noticed the tension, spared no effort, but she didn't succeed very well in lightening the mood. Harry caught himself wishing that Ginny would celebrate with them instead of her family. As Sirius fetched a few photo albums, Harry was glad about the distraction. Harry listened also devoutly to the stories which Sirius, with some support of Remus, told, and suddenly he felt fierce affection for his godfather and Remus as they spoke full of warmth of James and Lily Potter, his parents. Looking at a picture, Harry frowned. It showed the wedding of his parents. His mother in a bright white dress stood arm in arm with his father. But Harry's gaze was riveted on the portal in front of which his parents were standing. The coat of arms that was attached to the gate he recognized immediately. It was the picture which was showed on his little box he had found in Godric's Hollow, an ocean of flames which surrounded a golden P. Where is this? He asked and pointed towards the picture. That was Interlee, the castle of the Potters, for centuries in their possession. Lily and James bought Godric's Hollow after their wedding. They wanted to have a small house, and Lily fell immediately in love with Godric's Hollow. So they moved there. Harry nodded, and while slowly leaving through the pages, his thoughts still lingered on the just discovered information. Thanks to the little children, it still became a nice feast for Harry, and he had to smile as he saw how Lizzie fell asleep in Draco's arms. The little one had twisted his friend round her little finger quite a lot. Caro talked in the meanwhile with Charlotte, and Harry was relieved that Caro didn't seem to feel any dislike to Charlotte, at least. Emily fed her son while Hermione fooled around with Jamie and little Meggie. Sirius played chess with Remus, and suddenly Harry felt sad and excluded, what was absurd, but without wanting it he had to think of his adoptive father, who was sitting now in his dark castle. Harry knew that he wouldn't celebrate. They had never celebrated Christmas, and Harry felt a strange mixture of pity and longing and realized that he missed him. He murdered my parents. He tortured Nell, and he wanted to force me to torture and to kill, and he only wanted to use me, Harry said to himself. So why didn't he hate him? That would simplify everything so much. He should hate him, and yet, there he was missing him. Harry cast a glance at the others, stood up then and went out of the room. He climbed up one of the towers and sauntered along the battlements and noticed that it had begun to snow. Inhaling the cold air, he sighed. How peaceful the night was. He leaned against the battlements and stared up into the dark, black sky. Merry Christmas, Harry. Harry turned happily around. Ginny's voice he would have recognized everywhere. She wore a hood, yet in the moonlight he could see that she smiled at him. Isn't the snow beautiful? She whispered, and Harry looked down on her palm. In the dim moonlight the snowflakes were glistering, and an idea occurred to Harry. Taking his wand he began to whisper, and while Ginny was looking at him astonished, the snowflakes fit together and glistering in a blinding white they curled themselves around Ginny's wrist. "Oh, Harry, that is beautiful," Ginny said and looked down at her bracelet. "Thank you so much, but I've nothing for you." Harry shook his head. "Never mind." He had just said this as Rainbow landed gracefully on the castle wall. Harry lifted one hand and stroked over the black feathers. "So, you're finally back again." Ginny, who startled had stepped back as his phoenix had unexpectedly appeared, came again closer and reached out as well while Rainbow was softly trilling. March 1993. Silvery laugh rang out and her amber eyes brightened up. She reached for him and he grasped her little hand in his. Spinning around in circles, her dark red hair was glistering like flames in the light of the sunrise. She let go of him and began to run. One moment he remained staying, gazed after her lithe figure and followed her then. Quickly he caught up with her, but she got away from him playfully. Her laughter disappeared, her dark eyes filled with tears, which ran down her cheeks like little shimmering pearls. She began to fade and suddenly he was alone. She had disappeared. With a start he opened his eyes. He needed a moment to realize where he was. The dream had been so real. After so many years, why did he dream of her now of all times? While staring into the darkness, his lips formed a name he had buried deep within himself for a long time. Kathy, he thought, and he was powerless against the memories which rose in him. Harry gazed nervously to the door, riveted his eyes on Caro shortly afterwards and whispered, "Did you find anything?" Without looking up, Caro shook her head. "No, not yet. If you would help me, it certainly would go quicker," the black-haired girl replied and bent deeper over a sheet of parchment which she was holding in her hands. Harry sighed, stepped to the table where he dropped his wand and began to study the shelves which were standing in front of him. On the thick files which lined up there only the year stood, and as he saw how many files there were from the year 1988, he realized why Caro hadn't found anything yet. Reaching for one file, he opened the first page and stopped hesitatingly. It had taken them long until they had discovered that the archives of the Order of the Phoenix were located near Dumbledore's office, and even longer they had needed to wait until an opportunity had arisen to sneak in there without anyone missing them. Today finally a major part of the Order had left Hogwarts for fighting. Lessons had been cancelled in the afternoon, and so Caro and Harry had seized the opportunity. They had been forced to leave Draco behind since he had landed himself with detention. Remus Lupin, the teacher in defense against the dark arts, had had the bright idea to let them work together in pairs, and Draco had got Ron Weasley as a partner. That, however, had turned out to be a great mistake. Before Harry would have been able to prevent it, both had stood facing each other in a duel. Since Caro hadn't wanted to pass this opportunity under no circumstances, they had dressed warmly, had gone for a walk in the snow, and had waited near the right window until no one had been in sight. As soon as the air had been clear, Harry had changed into a phoenix. Caro had charmed herself invisible, and so they had flown to the window. Harry stared at the many files and cursed the Order that it had been so carelessly to not put any protection charms on the windows. In such a case he perhaps could have still found an excuse and could have talked Caro out of breaking in here. But so he hadn't had a choice as to come along. The faster they would disappear from here the better, Harry thought, but first they had to find for what they had come here. Harry pulled himself together and began to read. A little later he was so absorbed that he neither heard how Caro took abruptly a breath, nor the door which opened. The angry voice which suddenly rang out startled him so much that he dropped the file. "How dare you!" Before Harry knew what happened to him, the wizard who, dressed with a cloak, had to belong to the members of the Order, had hit Caro with a curse. While Caro sank to the ground, Harry leapt to his wand. But the red light which was speeding towards him didn't give him a possibility to grab his wand anymore. He wrenched his hands up and felt the magic surrounding him. As the curse of his attacker hit his protection shield, the power of the impact caused him to stumble backwards. The curse backfired. The man ducked down and the red buzzing light hit the heavy bookshelf that crashed down on the wizard. Harry was paralyzed for a moment. With trembling hands he grabbed his wand, and with a shaking movement the shelf got up again. The books also flew back to their places. Harry ran to Caro, threw himself next to her and tried to waken her with the Enervate charm. Relief rushed through him as Caro opened her eyes, sat up and stared at him with a dazed expression. For one instant Harry hugged Caro fiercely to himself. Then he helped her up. Caro's eyes burned angrily, as she reached for her wand and walked over to their attacker who was lying motionless on the ground. A little later, Caro said, "He is dead." Harry's eyes widened and he looked down on the silent figure while everything seemed to start blurring before his eyes. Caro stood up and seized Harry's arms. "Harry, he has attacked us. You had to defend yourself." "Caro, it just happened. I didn't want it. My magic. I had no." The bookshelf collapsed. He stammered and stared at her with wide eyes. "I didn't want to kill him." "I know, Harry," she said absent-minded while frantically thinking what to do now. Looking at Harry, she said urgently, "Harry, we have to disappear as soon as possible from here. If someone sees us here." As Caro had evoked the devil with her loudly said remark, the door abruptly flung open. "Alfred, what's taking you?" The young man with the red hair broke up, stared at them and clapped a hand to his mouth. Before he could react in some way, however, Caro had pointed her wand on him. As he fell to the floor, Harry seemed to wake up out of his lethargy for the first time. "Caro, what shall we only do?" Both looked at each other, searching for help. Harry ran a trembling hand through his hair. "He'll betray us," he realized with suppressed panic in his voice. "We could put a memory charm on him," Caro suggested, and Harry nodded hesitantly. Caro, who saw that Harry wouldn't do anything, gripped her wand more tightly and sighed. She had the funny feeling that forgetting charms didn't function on unconsciousness persons. It was Charlie's brother she saw a moment later, and while she still hesitated, Caro heard steps and murmur. Her gaze flickered to the open door, to Harry who stood there with a strange absent look, and to her wand. She spun around and grabbed Harry's arm. "Transform, Harry, quick." Harry, however, only stared at her helplessly. Caro cursed, snatched the one file, grabbed once more Harry's hand and pulled him to the door. They had hardly passed through the door, as a shrill loud alarm signal rang out that began to echo through the castle with an ear-deafening sound. Startled, Caro and Harry flinched. As they stormed down the corridor, Caro didn't need to drag Harry behind her any longer. Remus, who pushed his way through the door with the other order members, halted abruptly as he saw the dark mark which was hovering in the air in the middle of the room. In the light of the sunrise, the bracelets flung around the wrists of the wizards and witches flashed. The shrill alarm signal stopped, but no one of the members who stood there like frozen became aware of this one bit. Finally, movement came into the crowd and the first kneeled down on the ground. Fear and shock entered their faces as they realized that both wizards were dead. Remus stumbled to the table and bent down heavily. With sleepwalking slowness he stared at the scarf which he was holding in his hands. Charlotte had given the children among other presents scarves to Christmas, and as he saw now the embedded H in the green material, he felt how he froze. Harry and Caro came only to a halt in front of the entrance of the Slytherins, completely out of breath, where they met Draco, who looked relieved as he caught sight of them. "What happened?" As the alarm rang out, "Lupin allowed me to go. I've feared already that they've discovered you. We'll explain everything later, but first we've to leave the castle as soon as possible." While Caro ran in her dormitory, Draco followed Harry with a rather confused expression on his face. His second attempt to find out what had happened failed as well, since Harry only shook his head. Harry, who in the meantime clumsily packed his things, tried with all his might not to think of what had just taken place. The little wooden box he had found in Godric's Hollow 3.5 years ago fell out of his hands. It hit the ground, the cover slid aside and the contents scattered on the thick, soft carpet. Ordering Nell, who wrung her hands with wide worried eyes, to pack on, he hurriedly picked up the things and stuffed them back into the box. As he collected the necklace with the black stone he had found also in the ruins of Godric's Hollow, he halted and, following an impulse, he slipped it over. Immediately he felt how immense warmth surrounded him, which strangely seemed to comfort him. Still wondering about this, he found himself a moment later together with Draco and Nell in the Slytherin common room where they waited for Caro. It didn't take long until she appeared. As they ran across the grounds of Hogwarts, Draco tried once more to discover the reason for their sudden escape. While Caro, gasping for breath, Set Draco into the picture of what had happened in short version. They reached the wall of wards which shielded Hogwarts from the remaining world. They stopped and Caro leaned forwards, her hands pressed against her sides and with a red face. "How on earth shall we go through? We don't have any bracelets," she beeped loudly. "We could go through in our animagi forms, but not you," Draco said, who still hadn't really understood what actually had happened. Caro cast him a look which spoke volumes. Harry had remembered something in the meantime. "We've forgotten Peter." Now it was him who Caro stared at. "And, do you want to run back now? Try to think of something how to get through." "There is someone going," Draco remarked. Caro whirled around. "What did I say? Perhaps he can borrow us a bracelet." Harry closed his eyes and waited for his two friends to return while he had the more and more increasing feeling to stick in a terrible nightmare. "He had one," Draco explained triumphantly and held the slender silver band up. Harry nodded only. He just wanted to reach out for the bracelet, as a movement caught his attention. "Peter," Harry said, relieved, and let the rat disappearing in his pocket. They reached out their hands, touched the piece of jewelry and passed the wards. In the same instant the bracelet solved into thin air, but no one of them paid much attention to it as they began to hurry. In Hogsmeade, near the Shrieking Shack, they came to an abrupt halt. "Where are we going actually?" Draco asked and cast a look at Caro and Harry. "Does anyone have a suggestion?" he added. Caro glared at him angrily. "Nocturne Alley. We search for a little hotel and then we see on." "Come, Harry." While they were flying it started to rain. Heavy, cold raindrops lashed in Harry's face, but he didn't make any attempt to pull up his cloak. It was late in the evening as they arrived in Nocturne Alley. Wet and frozen to the bone they hurried through the narrow street and searched for a little hotel. In front of a little old house they stopped. The letters on the sign were already peeled off, which swung gloomily back and forth in the wind. The room, which the owner showed them after some galleons, was tiny and shabby. For a temporary accommodation it would be enough, however. Harry dropped on the next best bed and shuddered. Caro and Draco also sank on the beds. Rainbow trilled sadly and Nell's eyes looked enormous as she scared crunched down on the blanket. Finally Draco said, "Could someone perhaps finally tell me what exactly happened? I have understood only half of it, what you've tried to tell me earlier, Caro." Caro looked over to Harry. "Well, you can tell him," Harry said flatly, and standing up, he stepped to the window and looked out into the darkness which occasionally was brightened up by dim lights. Caro sighed, rose as well, went to the chimney, and while she made use of her wand to get a fire going, she slowly told what had happened. As Caro had come to the part where they had realized that their attacker was dead, Harry clenched his fists so tightly that his nails left bloody half-moons in his palms. As Caro had ended, Draco shook his head. "My goodness, so you haven't found out anything about the murderer of your father?" Caro hesitated one moment, shook then her head and said, "No, unfortunately not." She stepped to Harry and laid a hand on his arm. "Harry, he attacked us. You had to defend yourself." Furiously Harry spun around. "I've murdered him. Can't you understand what that means?" "Harry," Caro said helplessly, "I bet that he would have murdered you had you given him a chance." "Harry, don't take it too seriously," Draco threw in. Harry stared speechless at his friend. "That is not the point at all. That is." Harry broke up and was silent, went to his bed and sat down. Draco stood up and took care of a poor supper. Although Caro tried to convince Harry to eat a bit, Harry only drank a little tea. Shortly afterwards he laid on his bed and turned his face towards the wall. Sometime, in the middle of the night, Harry felt the urgent need to laugh. He snorted in the pillow to not waking up Caro and Draco. It shook him so fiercely that you could think he suffered from the shivers. There his adoptive father tried to bring him to step in his footsteps for all the years and to learn how to torture and kill, and he resisted fiercely, and now he had committed a murder. His adoptive father would surely have been proud if he would have done this deed in his presence. As the laughter ebbed, a desperate sobbing rose in him while he saw again and again how the bookshelf fell down on the wizard. Trying to sleep was pointless. The following day promised to become foggy and dully. The breakfast went silently. No one really knew what to say. "What will we do now? We can't stay here forever," Draco dared to break the silence. Harry, who had eaten only little and who was completely overtired, went to his things and fished the wooden box out. Holding it in his hand, he remembered last Christmas. Truly, he whispered, and without any warning he was overcome by the strange and highly disconcerting feeling to fly through the air with a terrific speed. Harry fell hard on the ground. Dazed, he clambered to his feet and froze while beginning to doubt his senses. The little room of the inn had disappeared, also neither Caro nor Draco could be seen anywhere. Harry stared awed up to the tremendous castle which soared into the sky on the little hill. He looked up to the gate. In the middle of the iron bars the crest of the Potters was set, fiercely flickering flames, and in their midst a golden P. His mind began to understand. The wooden box he still was holding in his hand had to be a port key. Sighing, Harry began to walk towards the gate. That had been all he needed. How should he now return again? Somehow he had the feeling that his box wouldn't transport him back to the uncomfortable hotel. He reached out a hand in the direction of the iron bars, and hardly had he touched them the gate swung open. Stunned, Harry walked through. Running up the little hill, he stopped, having arrived on the top with wide eyes. The ocean stretched itself so incredibly far in front of him. Foaming waves broke themselves at the beach. Harry inhaled the air and tasted salt. The wind was heavy, but Harry stretched out his arms and braced himself against it, absorbed in the sight of the ocean which he had never seen before. How beautiful the ocean was! For one moment he forgot everything around him as he looked at the incredibly width. Then he reached slowly into his pocket and fetched out his wand. Thoughtful, he regarded it an instant and remembered involuntarily the wand shop, where he had bought his wand and his adoptive father had murdered the shop owner. Swinging his arm back, he threw his wand down the cliffs. His eyes followed his wand fall, and then he watched how he was swallowed from the white foaming waves. From now on, he vowed, he would never again use his magic, neither with his wand nor without it. Harry stood there, on the cliffs, for a long time and stared at the sea. As he finally turned around, the pictures of his parents' wedding came into his mind. Sighing, he climbed up the stairs and halted in front of the portal, which was also decorated with the family crest. He reached out his hand once more, and like before, the winged doors opened and let him enter. With thumping heart he stepped over the threshold. Harry's timid steps echoed loudly through the great hall. His gazes slid up to the arched, artfully decorated ceiling, to the broad staircase which led to the upper floors, to the corridors which branched from the hall and to the walls where countless pictures hung, and finally to a little table which was standing in one of the corners where a bunch of red roses was standing in a vase. Harry crossed the hall, and stepping nearer he saw that they were real flowers. A shudder seized him. Who had put the roses here? Looking down on the floor he also realized that he could see nowhere any dust. He looked to the stairs and said to himself that it was unlikely that danger would threaten him here if he would draw attention to himself, and even if it didn't play a role anymore. "Hello, is there anyone here?" he shouted and did several steps forward. As a thin voice rang out, his heart nearly stopped beating. Spinning around, he saw a little creature standing in front of him which bowed deeply. With large eyes it stared at him. "Master has called." Harry nodded, relieved. How stupid of him not to think immediately of house elves. Then an idea struck him. "You wouldn't know by chance how I could get back to Knockthorn Alley, would you?" The house elf inclined her head. "You could use the chimney, master." A little moment later Harry stood in front of a marvelous chimney, and reaching for the flow powder that was in a silvery bowl the house elf handed to him, he looked once more around. Here they would be able to stay and forget the events which had taken place yesterday, but in the same moment Harry knew that he never would be able to. No. Sirius hit his fist against the wall while everything in him refused to believe that Harry had betrayed them so. But whichever way he looked at it, it didn't change anything at the facts. Harry had been in the archives of the Order. It was hardly possible that the scarf had got there by accident, and then the escape during they had cursed Felix and had stolen his bracelet. Felix had identified the three without a doubt. If they were innocent of the crime they wouldn't have fled. The bitter feeling he had for being betrayed was so much stronger as then. Peter had been his friend, but Harry he had loved, he had been his godson. Why did you do this, Harry?" Only when Charlotte began to speak, he realized that he had spoken it aloud. "Sirius, we don't know what exactly happened. Perhaps." Sirius whirled around. "What? What do you want to say, Charlotte? That it hadn't been Harry. His scarf was there, and apart from that they came through the window. Probably he turned into a phoenix and Alfred and Bill are dead, murdered, and the dark mark was hovering exactly in the middle. Of course Harry knows how to conjure it up, and little later they attack Felix and flee. If they hadn't anything to do with the murders, then they hardly would have left the castle so hurriedly. Sirius, Charlotte tried to say, but her husband looked at her with an expression in his eyes that clearly said she should be silent, spun around and marched out of the room. The door crashed loudly shut. Charlotte sighed and cursed Sirius' stubbornness. It was right, she thought. All evidence pointed towards Harry and his friends being the culprits, at least Harry and Caro, since Draco had been under Remus' supervision. Nevertheless, she found that the events made no sense. She was aware of it and had not forgotten at one time that Harry had grown up under Voldemort's care, but she doubted it strongly that it had been Voldemort's plan to kill an Auror who even hadn't a high rank within the Order, and a young man which had begun to work for the Order only a short time ago. Strangely, no one wanted to hear this. Apart from that, she didn't understand what the children had wanted in the archives. To spy and to find out their planned tactics and their newest strategies in the war. It would have been much more logical to break into Akbus's office, which was simultaneously the assembly room for his closest confidants. Those thoughts no one wanted to her as well. She didn't try after all to miss the events as not so tragic. She was shocked and speechless the same as the others, but she had grew fond of Harry, and now she should have been completely wrong about him. She thought back to Christmas. How sad and at the same time so unbelievable eager he had looked as Sirius and Remus had told him stories about his parents. Could it really be that Harry was capable of murder? She couldn't believe it, didn't want it, but neither Sirius nor Dumbledore, yes, not even Remus, who had been always so sensible, wanted to listen to her if she said that it didn't make any sense. Perhaps Charlotte thought the feeling of disappointment and betrayal went too deep. Sirius had loved Harry so much, and Dumbledore as well, Charlotte was sure of it. And they all had been so happy as Harry had appeared in Hogwarts with his friends. Sadly, she sighed and stood up. Snatching a warmer cloak, she set off to the lake. She needed a bit fresh air. Arriving at the portal shortly afterwards and inhaling the cold air, she shook her head. If the three had murdered Albus, she would have understood it. Voldemort would have let his worst adversary be eliminated by 3 children. That would have been an ingenious plan, and she could quite believe the Dark Lord to be capable of doing this, but Alfred and Bill. Involuntarily thinking of how Sirius had found Harry and his friends, she shook her head. Had been everything only theater then? But Harry had been magically overexerted and had glowed. There must have had been a reason for this. Something she had to do, Charlotte decided. She only hadn't the faintest idea what. Looking over to the lake, she saw Ginny, Hermione's best friend, sitting on the shore. For one moment she wondered why Ginny was sitting by the lake in such a cold. Then her thoughts occupied themselves again with the confusing situation which had broken over them so unexpectedly. Ginny looked motionless at the lake. The water was more gray than blue, and also the waves which sloshed on the shore were higher than usual. The wind which was blowing against Ginny's face was fierce, and she was cold in her much too thin robe. She hadn't though of taking a warmer cloak. Tears ran down her cheeks. She couldn't believe it that her brother was dead. Bill, she thought, and her heart clenched painfully. Suddenly she looked down on the white glistering bracelet which was flung around her wrist. She had never told anyone who had given it to her. Not even Hermione knew of the charmed Christmas night where she had met Harry high up on one of the towers. She couldn't explain it, but she clung with all her might she was capable of to the certainty that Harry hadn't been it. As the alarm had rung out, she had been in the library and had looked for books with Hermione that could help them by one of their homework. She had been worried, but only when Charlie had come to her with ashen face she had realized that something terrible must have happened. Only bit by bit she had discovered what had happened. Harry, Caro and Draco had disappeared into thin air, and everyone thought them guilty. Only she didn't believe it. The reason for this she wouldn't have been able to explain, but she knew deep down in her heart that Harry hadn't done it. Raising her hand, she put her cheek on the Cooley bracelet, and forlorn she stared at the lake. Silvery fog had surrounded the beach as Harry followed the narrow path which wound itself through the high cliffs. On this morning also the ocean was foaming, and Harry raised his face up and felt the wind. Since Harry had come to Tralee for the first time, he had loved the ocean, which appearance was never the same but always changed. He liked it particularly when the ocean stormed and the white spray broke against the beach. Slowly sauntering along the beach, Harry realized surprised that he had felt indeed happy for one moment. Immediately afterwards the feelings of guilt crashed upon him which haunted him persistently. He knew that Caro and Draco didn't understand him, but he just couldn't forget the events which had taken place in the archives of the Order. Restlessly Harry quickened his pace. At this place he could have been happy. Entirely he felt secure, and the many pictures of his ancestors which hung in the castle on the walls gave him the feeling to be at home. If there hadn't been his memories which haunted him and his conflicting feelings for the people he had left in Hogwarts and for his adoptive father from whom he had fled. Angrily Harry walked even more rapidly. He didn't want to think of it once again. He began to run. It was difficult in the sand, but like so often before he forced himself to run faster and faster. On top of the cliffs a lithe figure stood and looked down. While Caro's black hair fluttered in the wind, her dark gray eyes were riveted sadly on Harry, who was continuously moving faster afar. She knew why he ran and why he overexerted himself to exhaustion each time he did so. She knew it, and nevertheless she couldn't do anything to help him. Even after almost a half-year, Harry's feelings of guilt hadn't decreased. Since that fateful day he hadn't been himself anymore, and since then he also hadn't performed one single charm. Somehow Harry seemed to blame his magic. She had told him countless times that it had been an accident, but this all had been of any use. As she thought of the reproaches she made herself that the search for her father's murderers had been the cause for their escape and Harry's unhappiness, she pulled a face. Why couldn't she have been the one to kill their attacker? She was convinced of it that no feelings of guilt would have plagued her. The unexpected attack had to her dismay so surprised her, however, that she hadn't been capable of defending herself. And to think that she was the older one, she should have protected Harry and not Harry her. Furthermore, she hadn't even managed to reveal the murderer of her father and to get revenge on him. Though she knew who had fought against her father and his companions on that day, she didn't know, however, who of them had her father on his conscience. She looked again to Harry. She had never told him that she had found the right file then. She knew he hadn't seen that she had taken it with her, and the reason for this was mainly that Sirius Black as well had belonged to the group which had tried to defeat the followers of the Dark Lord. She didn't know exactly though which feelings Harry had towards his godfather, but should he indeed be the one who had murdered her father, she was sure that this time Harry wouldn't help her. Shaking her head she sighed. She would never get an opportunity to meet with the members of the Order again anyway. The chance that she would ever enter Hogwarts again was uttermost slim. In which thoughts are you absorbed? Caro was startled and saw Draco with a grinning face standing in front of her. Around his shoulders he had slung a towel. Ignoring his question, she stared unbelievingly at him. You want to go swimming? Yes, why not? It's not cold after all. Only a bit foggy. He answered and began to run down the path. Caro shook once more her head and pulled up her shoulders. The water would have been too cold to her, but Draco had to know it after all. Sighing, she turned around and began to go back to the castle. As he opened his eyes and stared in the impenetrable darkness of his cell, he didn't manage to remember his dream. Desperately he tried to concentrate. He had the feeling that it was of paramount importance that he succeeded in remembering his dream. The effort drove him bead of perspiration on his forehead. A picture of ocean blue eyes rose in him. Had he dreamed of them? He couldn't connect anything to those blue eyes. They didn't even seem familiar to him, but why had he then the scary, strange feeling that those ocean blue beautiful eyes were the key against his oblivion and the more and more increasing darkness? The hoods of their cloaks pulled deeply over their heads. Caro and Harry hurried trough Hogsmeade. It was late in the evening and it already began to get dark. Since Caro had ascertained that their supplies were again used, Caro and Harry had set off to Hogsmeade to go shopping. Draco was lying in Tralee with fever. Why he had had to go swimming in such weather? Caro asked herself, annoyed, while rummaging the shelves for the ingredients of a healing potion. Though Rainbow's healing magic was incredible great to heal broken bones, it didn't help against simple colds. Hurry up, Harry hissed impatiently. We should have better gone to Nocturne Alley, I think, like usual. There the chance to be recognized is minimal after all. There you don't have any possibility to buy ingredients for healing potions. And you didn't want to go to Diagon Alley. Besides, I've found already the right things, Caro said, and a little while later they had left the shop. Was that all now? Caro nodded. Yes. As they almost had reached the Shrieking Shack, Caro's eyes fell on a few shadowy figures which could be seen in the cover of a couple of trees, and abruptly she came to a halt. A man was tossing on the ground, and for one moment she caught a glimpse of his face. Harry, it's Charlie Weasley. We have to help him, she whispered breathlessly and grabbed Harry's arm. Harry stared at her. How are we supposed to do this? They are too many, he replied, cursed then, and ran in direction of the Death Eaters. Caro followed while wondering confused what she actually was doing. She could not fight against the dark side, under no circumstances could she. Harry slipped off his hood. Stop to torture the prisoner. Immediately. Zabini, my father wants him alive. One moment Caro believed that Harry had lost his senses. Then she realized that Harry had recognized one of the Death Eaters. As far as the Death Eater was concerned, he had recognized Harry as well, at least judging by his reaction. Bowing deeply, the wizard ordered his inferiors to stop. You can go. We will bring the prisoner to Eriton's, Harry said peremptorily. A golden aura seemed to surround him. Caro blinked astonished. As by a miracle the Death Eaters obeyed. Shortly afterwards they had disappeared, and Harry slumped against a tree. I would have never thought that this would function, he said weakly, while he still couldn't believe it that he had remembered the name and the followers of his adoptive father had indeed obeyed him. Shaking his head, he said, they must have managed it somehow to keep our disappearance a secret. Otherwise they would have never. Harry, help him. Caro cut him off, who had bent over Charlie in the meantime and had lifted the silencing charm. Caro ran a hand over his forehead, and Harry studied her, surprised. Never before had he seen such an expression in her dark gray eyes. Pushing himself off the tree, he raised one eyebrow. You love him, don't you? Caro jumped up. No, I don't. She nearly screamed and turned around. Harry shook his head and changed into a phoenix. It didn't take long and Charlie sat up heavily. Harry had only taken care of the major wounds. Knowing that his father, should he hear of the events, would come immediately to this place, he didn't want to lose unnecessarily time. Charlie, you have to return to Hogwarts as soon as possible. Quick. He helped Charlie up, who blinked at him. Harry, he choked out with a husky voice. Before they'll come back. Charlie, go. Harry gazed at him intently and saw a strange expression in Charlie's light brown eyes, an expression he couldn't interpret. But to his relief he turned around and began to stagger into the direction of Hogwarts. While more or less running, Charlie turned around for one more time, and for an instant his eyes lingered on the girl, which now stood next to Harry, and he remembered how he had met her for the first time, and her dark eyes had stared at him and had captured him. Looking again straight on, his thoughts occupied themselves with the question why Harry had saved his life. He couldn't understand it. Arriving finally in Hogwarts, his sister came towards him. She stopped and her eyes widened. You're injured, and wanted to reach out with her hand to his cheek, which a bloody scratch decorated. It's nothing bad, he answered hurriedly and ducked out of her way. Ginny regarded him skeptically and asked, what happened? I bumped into some Death Eaters. I already thought that this would be my end. But suddenly Harry appeared and ordered them to stop. He's saved my life. Can you believe that? I just don't understand it. Why did he do this? He wondered, shaking his head, and walked next to Ginny up to the castle. Ginny grabbed her brother's hand and sent a thank you to Harry in her mind. So it had been justified after all to never believe that Harry had anything to do with the murders of Bill and Mr. Farrell. For the first time since the death of her oldest brother she was happy and strangely elated. She looked up to one of the towers and, smiling, an idea occurred to her how her letter would reach Harry in any case. Hardly had they passed the tremendous portal, a wizard dressed with the robe which every member of the order wore, run towards them and gasped. Charlie, there you are. We have a new assignment. We shall come immediately to Alistair. You belong into the hospital wing, Charlie. You just can't throw yourself in another fight. Ginny protested aghast. Her brother shook his head and, casting still a loving gaze at her, he followed his colleague. Ginny looked after them and prayed that Charlie would survive this new task. She knew that she wouldn't bear it to lose another one she loved. As Harry stepped out of the library in the room where Caro and Draco, who was feeling better thanks to the potion Caro had brewed and who had had to promise Caro to never go swimming again in such a weather, had made themselves comfortable, he saw that Rainbow had returned in the meantime from her excursion. Caro handed him a letter. "It's from Ginny," she said and frowned. Surprised that Rainbow had brought him the letter, he tore the envelope and unfolded the parchment. "Harry, I hope that you'll receive this letter. I had to write to you and I know that the school owls wouldn't reach you. That's why I waited so long until Rainbow would visit Fox. I wanted to thank you that you saved Charlie's life. Harry, I don't know what happened on that day where you escaped, but I don't think it was you. I don't think it, I know it. I've never forgotten what you've told me by the lake and in the library. Please, Harry, come back and clarify what had happened then. Sirius Black is so unhappy since your escape. He didn't want to believe it in the beginning, but as he saw the dark mark he broke down, and since then he and all the others believe that it was you who murdered Bill and Mr. Farrell. Harry, please return. If not, then let me at least know that you're all right. Please. Ginny." Harry stared at the black letters and tried to understand what was written there. Without noticing it really, he began to move and went out of the room. His way led him out, to the ocean. Walking down to the beach, he pulled his cloak tighter around him. It was cold and the wind lashed against his face and threatened to snatch the letter off his hand. He sat down on one of the stones and began to read the letter a second time. Which dark mark? And Bill should be dead. How could that be? He concentrated his thoughts to the day where they had fled out of Hogwarts. His memory was vague and blurred in a fog. As Bill had come in, Caro had hit him with a curse. But had Caro really used the killing curse? That she would have never done, would she? Desperately Harry tried to remember the color of the curse. He remembered that Caro had wanted to curse Bill with the memory charm, so it couldn't be that she had killed Bill, he thought, relieved. Harry stuffed the letter into his pocket and did several steps towards the ocean. But who then had done it? Before he could continue to think about it, a timid voice startled him. "Harry." Harry turned around and recognized Peter, who just stepped on the beach. Harry walked towards him. "What's up?" Peter's gaze avoided his. Harry suddenly realized, and something seemed to worry him. "Harry, I have to tell you something. I followed you then to the archives and I saw what happened there. As you left the archives, I killed the 2 wizards. Your attacker was merely unconsciousness. You have not killed him, Harry. I did it, and I cast the dark mark into the air," he stammered with cracking voice. Harry just wanted to reply angrily that he wouldn't believe this lie, as he froze. "You've conjured the dark mark into the air," he croaked. Peter nodded miserably. In Harry's head everything spun around. Thoughts stormed at him, and thinking of Ginny's letter, he stared at Peter. "You have killed them. But why?" he added as the little man nodded. Harry got only the first half of the explanation, which was told in a trembling voice and was hardly to understand as he jumped up without any warning. Anger rose in him. "You've killed them. You've killed Ginny's brother because you were afraid to be discovered. Because you wanted to prevent that I would ever return to Hogwarts. Get out of my sight, get away from here. Never again come under my eyes." It gushed out of Harry. Peter stumbled backwards, with wide eyes. Harry turned around briskly and ran up the path. How could he dare? How could Peter dare to betray him in such a way? Peter clambered to his feet and his eyes riveted on Harry, who still was surrounded by this golden scary magic and who stormed up the cliffs. To see how the trust in the emerald eyes had abruptly crumbled, had hit him hard, but he knew that it was for the best. He was glad that he had finally summoned up enough courage to speak with Harry, even if Harry would hate him from now on. The most important thing was, however, that Harry had believed him. Sighing, Peter stared at the ocean. The weeks in Hogwarts had been torture. The fear of being found out had increased from day to day. And one day he had met Remus in one of the corridors. Remus had stopped, and for one moment Peter had believed that he had seen him. He knew that Sirius and Remus would kill him if they would find him. As he had witnessed then the happenings in the archives in his animagus form, he had acted in a fraction of a second, before the door had flown open, before he could have thought of the consequences his action would have, and above all what this would mean for Harry. He had known that Sirius would have forgiven an accident but not a murder. Sinking to his knees, he thought of his past and asked himself on which point of his life everything had begun to go wrong. Looking at the stormy ocean, he made an oath, and Peter knew that he would fulfill it one day, even if it cost his own life. Sometime he would pay his debt. Harry stumbled along the narrow path and ran across the garden to the other side of the castle, where he ran down again to the beach. How long he ran Harry didn't know, but at some point it became more and more difficult to run through the heavy, wet sand, and finally he fell to his knees while gasping for breath. His heart was thumping and he felt dizzy. Over and over again he heard Peter's voice. "It was me who murdered them." While the waves were breaking at the beach, he sat suddenly straight. "I didn't kill him." Harry felt how the heavy burden of guilt was falling off him, and he felt how a nearly cheery feeling seized him, which however disappeared abruptly as he thought of Ginny and her brother Bill. Harry drew his knees to himself and slid his arms around them while riveting his eyes on the waves. Night had already fallen as Harry rose with clammy body and returned to the castle. It had become icy, and looking at the silvery bright moon that was just covered by passing clouds, he quickened his pace. As he entered the great library and the comfortable warmth covered him, he sighed. At his entrance, Caro had jumped up. "Harry, we were already worried. What happened?" Sometimes, Harry thought, and went to an armchair, it would have been good if they didn't know each other so well. Draco, who had covered himself tightly in a light green blanket, looked up from his book and threw an investigating look at Harry, who was too tired to invent a lie, so he began to tell what had taken place on the beach. As he had ended, he saw that Caro looked rather strange. She opened her mouth but pressed her lips tightly together immediately afterwards and avoided his eyes. "Why did you let him escape?" Draco wanted to know, regarding him with a frown on his face. "I don't know. I did not think of it." Draco shook his head uncomprehendingly. Leaning back, Harry saw to Caro and just wanted to ask her why she had looked at him so strangely, as Caro jumped up. "It's already late. I'll take care of the supper," she said hurriedly and quickly left the library. Harry gazed stunned after her. Take care of supper? Why should Caro of all people take care of the supper when Nell and the other house elves always prepared the diverse meals? Before Harry could however think on, Draco suggested to play a game of chess, and over the exciting game, Harry forgot Caro's unexplainable behavior and Peter's shocking revelations for the time being. Only after they had said goodnight to each other and Harry had returned to his room and had closed the door behind him, he remembered that he still hadn't asked Caro what she had wanted to say before she had changed her mind. One moment he still hesitated, but then he set off to Caro's rooms. Caro was surprised, but he didn't let her any time. Without transition he asked, "You wanted to say something earlier as I told this from Peter. What was it?" Caro shook her head. "It was nothing, Harry." Her face was rigid, but Harry knew her well enough to know that she was hiding something. And sometimes it was good after all that they knew each other so well, Harry thought, amused. Caro however remained silent, and Harry had more and more the feeling that he had to know by all means what it was that Caro didn't want to tell him. Taking her arm, he stared into her dark gray eyes and tried to see her thoughts. Angrily she wrenched her arm out of his grip. "That isn't fair, Harry." Harry sighed. "Sorry, but it has something to do with Peter, hasn't it? You have been thinking of him now, Caro. We've never lied to each other and have kept secrets." Caro turned around to the window while Harry made a step forwards. "Caro, please, what is it?" There Caro turned around again and stared sadly at him. Harry thought back to her expression and asked softly, "You think he lied to me, don't you?" "Yes, he was dead and Peter might have killed Ginny's brother but not our attacker." Walking several steps towards her, Harry halted and ran a hand over his forehead. Confused he looked at her. "But why should he tell me such things then?" "Oh, Harry, didn't you notice how worried we were about you? Perhaps Peter as well was worried and wanted to help you. Although I haven't the faintest idea what he had thought of murdering Ginny's brother, but since he has told you and wanted to make you believe that he had killed our attacker as well, I think he wanted to fetch you out of your self-reproaches." Caro laid her arms around him. "It was an accident, Harry. You can't blame yourself and finally stop to reproach yourself. Then I had to drown into self-reproaches. It was me after all who brought you to go into the archives," Caro said, pushed him a bit off her and looked at him. Harry shook his head. Nevertheless, it was my fault. If I wouldn't have lost control over my magic. Such nonsense, Harry. He would have killed us, and apart from this you only defended yourself. Was it your fault that the bookshelf was standing there? If it was your fault, then it was mine as well. I have convinced you to accompany me to the archives. And Nell, Harry, I planned from the beginning to revenge my father, and because of this I've given Nell her freedom. That you would help me. I thought that you couldn't say no then, Caro said in a rush. Harry stared at her for a moment. He had completely forgotten what they had searched after then. And you haven't even found out something, he said quietly. Caro cast an insecure glance at him. You are not angry. I mean because of Nell. No, I know that you would have also done it if I would have asked you. And you didn't leave Nell behind in Eriton. That I'll never forget you, Harry said, and one moment later he asked hesitantly. If you had found out who did it, would you really have killed him then? Harry, I have to tell you something. Caro took a deep breath and began to relate what she had discovered in the archives. She spoke fast so that she couldn't change her mind anymore. As she had ended, there was ghostly silence for a while. Harry's face looked rigid in the dim light of the magical candles. So, it could have been serious, he murmured. Yes. For a while they were silent, and Caro asked herself if it wouldn't have been better to keep her discovery a secret. Then Harry said without transition. I should have noticed that Peter feared to be found out, then. No, Harry, no, you won't blame yourself now that Ginny's brother has been killed. Besides, Peter could have said anything. If he wanted to leave Hogwarts, we surely hadn't held him up. Quote. Harry sighed, pulled Caro close to him and hugged her tightly. Oh, Caro, why everything has to be so complicated? Caro laid her head against his shoulder and murmured. I don't know, Harry. It was dark in the big library. Only in one of the corners a weak light was burning. Narcissa Malfoy smiled, while reading the letter a second time. Shortly afterwards she reached for the quill and a sheet of parchment and quickly begun to write. She didn't forget for a moment, however, to listen if it was still silent in the house. Under no circumstances Lucius was allowed to discover her. As she had finished writing, she stood up and hurried to the window. Gazing after the Black Phoenix, Narcissa sighed. She missed Draco so much and would have given everything to be able to embrace him in this moment. She had been so much afraid for Draco, and neither Lucius nor Bella had been able to calm her. Both had been incredibly angry over the disappearance of the children, whereas the Dark Lord had been surprisingly calm, and he still was it. As they had heard 2 days ago that Harry and Caro had helped one prisoner, he hadn't even punished the responsible Death Eaters. Sure, they couldn't have known it. At the Dark Lord's behest the escape of the children had remained a secret, but if someone was to blame or not had never interested their master. It was almost as the Dark Lord would know something that was hidden to all the others, she thought. It seemed so that he was waiting on something, and Narcissa couldn't get rid of the feeling that it wasn't anything good. Only Draco's letters had calmed her down a bit, letters of which existence she had never told a soul. It had been luck that she had managed so far to hide the letters from Lucius. She was incredibly glad to know that the children were happy in Turley, and above all there they weren't exposed to any danger. Even the Dark Lord would not been able to find them there, Narcissa thought, whatever he seemed to be planning. She had been more than relieved as she had heard that the children had left Hogwarts. But now everything was all right after all, and as long as Draco and Caro, who she also missed, were happy, she was it as well, although she still didn't really understand the reason for their escape. Narcissa turned around and hurried back to her bedroom while thinking if it was perhaps possible to visit the children. Harry threw himself repeatedly to the other side, but his wish to find finally sleep didn't become just couldn't calm down. Annoyed, he pushed his blanket aside. He was so hot and the air in his room seemed to suffocate him. Going to the window, he tore it open. The air of the night was icy, and after seconds he shivered. Surprised, he noticed that Rainbow was nowhere to be seen. He shut the window and, turning around, he stepped to his armchair and dropped himself into it. He drew his knees to himself, slid his arms around them and sighed. Today just too much had happened, Harry thought. Ginny's letter, the confession of Peter, the feeling of relief that had seized him for so short a time, and finally the feeling of resignation as he had spoken with Caro, and as well the feelings of guilt which had overcome him again. After she had told him what she had found in the archives, she had showed him the file, and Harry's thoughts wandered to Sirius. He could have been it. And again he wondered what actually the difference was between the Order and the followers of his adoptive father. Thinking of Sirius and Charlotte, he felt a mixture of strange sadness and feelings of guilt, but anger as well that they believed so effortlessly in his guilt. He knew that he would never been able to explain why he had lost all control of his magic on this day, and why in the end Ginny's brother and the other wizard hadn't been alive anymore. Who would believe him anyway? Peter had probably disappeared over the hills and far away, and Harry was sure that he wouldn't appear again in the distant future. But he didn't want to think of Peter now. There was, however, someone who didn't believe that he was guilty. A little voice in his head whispered to him. Warmth filled him as a picture of a red-haired girl rose in him. Remembering Ginny's dark brown eyes, he sensed how he began to smile. She believed in him. As strange and unexplainable it was for him. One moment he sat completely still. Then he heaved a deep sigh. It was rather unlikely that he would ever see her again. A soft tapping jolted him out of his thoughts. Rising from his armchair, he went back to the window. It was Rainbow, who returned from one of her excursions. Surprised, he noticed that it had started to snow. And to think that November hadn't even begun, and a few days ago Draco had still swum in the ocean. Watching how the snowflakes slowly landed on the window seat, he remembered that he could do something after all to let Ginny know that he was all right. Hesitatingly he reached out to the snowflakes. He would break his vow, but that didn't matter to him in this moment. Harry felt drained. He wished that he hadn't pressed Caro. But then Harry shook his head. Would it have been better to live with a lie? Caro was right. It had been an accident. Even if he would never again use his magic, it wouldn't make him alive again, just as little as Ginny's brother. Apart from this, he had realized in all clearness 2 days ago, as he had helped Charlie Weasley, that he would do magic as soon as it was necessary. And it would be of any use for no one if he sank into self-reproaches, he said to himself defiantly. In addition, it wasn't possible to send Ginny his little surprise, with which he had just come up, without magic. Shortly afterwards he stroked Rainbow's wet feathers and shook his head. "And you have fallen in love with Fawkes, haven't you?" he asked his phoenix. That he had missed this entirely must have been because he had been too occupied to rack his brain over other things. Rainbow trilled conformingly and cuddled her head to his shoulder. Harry smiled, and as Rainbow had flown again out to bring Ginny her present, he remained staying at the window and stared into the darkness. Allison Snape walked along the shore of the lake and smiled as she heard the cheerful laugh of her daughter, which rang out to her. Hermione, Ginny, Ron and Neville had got a little boat from somewhere, and Lizzie, Jamie and little Meggie, Emily's and Remus' daughter, had obviously insisted on coming along. Winking at the children, she walked on. It was in such moments as those where she had enough leisure to let her thoughts wander around, in which she missed Severus with tormenting intensity. Not to know if he was still alive was hardly bearable, just as her own helplessness. Because of Lizzie she pulled herself together, but she couldn't mislead Charlotte and Emily. Since the murders in the archives had happened and Harry, Caro and Draco had fled, Charlotte's trust in Albus' abilities had been shaken as well. Allison was still very much furious if she thought that Severus had only returned to the headquarters of the Dark Lord on Albus' instigation. In Allison's opinion, Albus was solely to blame for Severus' misery. As far as Harry and his friends were concerned, she tended to think that Charlotte's doubts were justified. She knew that Charlotte had tried several times to write to Harry, but the owls had brought back every letter. The children seemed to have disappeared from the earth. Allison let her gaze wander around and she caught her breath. Outside the wards which surrounded Hogwarts, a man, dressed in rags, had sunken to his knees. Black long hair fell him into his face. The certainty that it was Severus hit her with sudden force. And Allison began to run. Hermione sat in the back of the little boat and clutched startled at the boat's sides as it was rocking fiercely for a moment. The reason for this was that Jamie and Lizzie quarreled with Ron over the oars. Ron, however, got his way and threatened the little ones that if they wouldn't sit immediately still they would be brought back to the shore. That had the wished effect, and relaxed Hermione could again lean back. She smiled to Ginny, who sat opposite of her and was holding 5-year-old Meggie in her arms. But Ginny was lost in regarding her bracelet that glistened like snow in the sun. Her friend had never told her where from she had it or the blinding shimmering ring she had got a few months ago. Hermione sighed sadly. Their relationship was nowhere as close as it had been in the past, and Hermione didn't even know the reason for this. Since that one day nothing was the same anymore as it had been once. Had Harry, Caro and Draco never appeared in Hogwarts, all this wouldn't have happened, she thought bitterly. Sirius had been so happy about finding his godson again. And Hermione knew that she had been jealous, and on top of that having to discover that Carolina's father had murdered her dad would have brought everyone to wish that they would again disappear. Her wish had been fulfilled, but the consequences had been terrible. Ginny's brother had been killed, the same as the other wizard, and the happenings had hit Sirius very hard. He had changed, and Charlotte also was unhappy. Only because of Harry, she thought angrily. Hermione, I'm hungry. Jamie's voice jolted her out of her thoughts, and Hermione looked up. Since Lizzie also spoke up and announced that she was hungry too, Ron and Neville brought the boat back to the shore and they set off to return to the castle. Reaching the Great Hall of Hogwarts, they saw the headmaster and several members of the Order standing close together and fiercely discussing something at the other end. Fred and George hurried over to them and halted shortly before them. We've just heard it. You won't believe it, but Snape has returned. Fred informed them, agitated. Hermione clasped Jamie's hand and didn't know why, but for a moment fear seized her. Although the Order had still tried to keep Severus' unexpected return a secret, the whole castle soon knew about it. As Hermione went back to Sirius and Charlotte's chambers with Jamie, and Charlotte came shortly afterwards to bring Jamie to bed, Hermione heard what uproar Severus' return had caused. Half of the Order thinks that it's a trap and demands that Severus leaves the castle as soon as possible, Charlotte said, shaking her head, after she had given Jamie a goodnight key and had closed his door. And if it is one? Hermione asked, who was sitting at the table and was sipping at her pumpkin juice. No, Severus isn't under the Imperious Curse, Hermione. Nor the Polyjuice potion has been used. Albus checked it. You don't need to worry, Hermione, nothing will happen. How was he then able to escape? Charlotte frowned. I don't know, Hermione. Actually, we know nothing yet. He isn't exactly in a good physical shape, what isn't surprising after all. Anyway, Dumbledore has forbidden asking Severus any questions for the time being. In a few days we'll surely know more. After Charlotte had left again, Hermione stood up and went to one of the windows. Looking out, she said herself that there wasn't any reason for this, but why she had then this strange feeling, if a dark premonition. As Severus with the two children whose hands he was holding ran faster and faster to the soft shimmering wall of the wards, Sirius rose halfway up from his chair. Alison's eyes were also riveted on Severus and Lizzie and Jamie, while the feeling of irrational fear and threat was increasing more and more. She froze in that moment where Severus passed the wards, and suddenly several figures, dressed in black, appeared out from nowhere and surrounded Severus and the children. Jamie! Sirius screamed and broke out in a run. He hadn't come very far, however, as Severus, the children and the other Death Eaters disappeared. Alison blinked. Everything had happened so fast that only now the wizards and witches, who had made themselves comfortable on colorful blankets on the lawn, rose and reached for their wands. Alison stood up as well, turned slowly around and began to walk. She arrived at her tree, where she, leant against the trunk, had cried for her unborn child so many years ago. She slid to the ground. Her inner being was frozen. Not a single tear wanted to roll down her cheeks. She had been so happy as Severus had miraculously returned a few days ago. At nights she had laid awake and had watched Severus while still not believing the wonder which had brought Severus back to her. Even if he had completely changed. His coldness, his changed character, she had explained by him having had to suffer indescribable pains in the time he had been Voldemort's prisoner. She had suppressed his change, hadn't wanted to see it, and had clutched to the hope that he would find back to his old self someday and that they would become again the happy family they had been before his disappearance. Even to Lizzie, who had met the stranger rather fearful, he had acted coldly. It had pained her, but now her world anew collapsed, knowing that the man who had returned to her hadn't been her Severus. Severus would have never kidnapped his daughter. Voldemort, she thought, it was always Voldemort who destroyed her life. What had he only done? What had he done to Severus? She should have had been more wary. She should have had, yes, what? Allison felt how dismay and bottomless fear seized her. She couldn't breathe anymore. Lizzie, she screamed silently. What did Voldemort only have in mind with kidnapping 2 little children? As soon as Charlotte had heard that Jamie and Lizzie had been abducted by Death Eaters, she tried with all her might not to lose her composure. An order assembly would take place soon, but Charlotte knew that the order had no possibility to help Jamie and Lizzie. Sirius was standing with rigid face at the window. She wanted to go to him, but her legs gave way. She thought that she had said to Hermione a few days ago that she didn't need to worry. How right those had been which had demanded to exile Severus immediately out of the castle. What should they only do now? Her child, her only child, was in the hands of Voldemort, and she couldn't do the slightest thing to save Jamie. Desperate, she dug her nails so deeply into her palms that blood gushed out. Charlotte didn't even notice it, neither Emily's arm, which was lying around her shoulders. She saw Jamie in front of her, the little baby who slept in her arms, the little toddler who had tried with clumsy steps to learn walking, and she saw Jamie who sat smiling on his broom. A never-known fear overcame her and choked her. Suddenly the door flung open and Hermione and Ginny stormed in. "Charlotte, there is perhaps a way how we can rescue Jamie and Lizzie," Hermione breathlessly exclaimed. Ginny stepped forwards and said, "Last October Charlie, my brother, was caught by Death Eaters. They tortured him and they would have killed him if Harry hadn't appeared. Harry has saved his life. Harry would surely help us. He must know a way how we could get into the headquarters." Sirius whirled around. His features were distorted. "Harry is a Death Eater. He has killed Alfred and your brother. Did you forget this?" Ginny shook her head. "If he were one, he wouldn't have saved Charlie's life. Apart from this, he told me once they've escaped because they didn't want to learn how to kill. And regarding Mr. Farrell and Bill, perhaps Caro did it, or Draco. Or something entirely different happened of which we have not the slightest idea." "Where from do you want to know that it was Harry?" Ginny retorted angrily. "It couldn't have been Draco. He had detention with me at this time," Remus threw in. "Then perhaps it was Caro," Ginny said and shrugged her shoulders. Hermione looked thoughtfully up. She hadn't wanted to believe it, as Ginny had come to her and had told her that she had never believed Harry to be guilty, and that it had been him who had given her the bracelet and the ring, and that Charlie owed his life to him. While listening to Ginny, she had also realized why Ginny had never told her this. She had never made a secret of her aversion against Harry and his friends, and only when she had realized that Ginny loved Harry, she had understood how much she had hurt Ginny out of ignorance. She had also to admit that Ginny's arguments couldn't be denied entirely. Besides, she thought, if there was even the tiniest chance that they thus could rescue Jamie, she would not withhold her thought. Perhaps they didn't spy for the Dark Lord. Perhaps they just wanted to find out who had murdered Caro's father, she said softly. Sirius and Remus stared at her while Ginny slapped her hand against her forehead. "Of course, they must have searched for this," Ginny exclaimed. "For what?" Remus asked sharply. "Caro's father was murdered by the Order of the Phoenix. They must have searched for some evidence," Hermione explained, who surprised realized that she had a guilty conscience. To hear from Ginny that Caro's father had been murdered by the Order had confused her. "That doesn't change anything that they killed Alfred and Bill Weasley," Sirius said fiercely. Charlotte sat abruptly up. "Sirius, who killed Caro's father? If it was Alfred, they would have had a reason." The events which had taken place in Hogwarts last year seemed to appear in a completely new light to everyone present. "I don't know, but Bill, he hardly could have had killed Caro's father." "Be that as it may," Charlotte said, "it's definitely worth a try." Sirius stared unbelievingly at his wife. "What?" He wasn't prepared for the angry blazing in her eyes. She stood up and halted directly in front of him. "Do you think that the Order will attack Voldemort's headquarters? That Albus will allow this? And even if, how much time would pass until we would have stormed the castle? If we should ever manage this at all, what I strongly doubt, until then Jamie and Lizzie would be." Charlotte's voice broke, but then she continued. "I won't allow Voldemort hurting my child, Sirius. And if Harry can help us, then it doesn't matter to me a bit if he has murdered anyone or not. I doubted his guilt anyway the whole time. Besides, if he has helped Charlie, why shouldn't he help Jamie and Lizzie as well? He has liked the little ones. And he knows Voldemort's castle. He has grown up there. We'll have to try it, Sirius. Sirius blinked and pulled Charlotte, whose voice had sounded so desperate, close to himself. Crying, she clung to him for a moment. A while later Sirius cast a glance at Ginny, who was writing the letter to Harry, while his thoughts wandered to Harry and he allowed them for the first time in a long time. The chaos of feelings that assailed him was hardly to bear. What had happened on that day had shocked him. Disappointed and betrayed, he had banished Harry from his heart. Suddenly he started to think about Ginny's words and a shimmer of hope began to fill him. Could it be that Harry hadn't been the one who had murdered the two? But was this still important now? Solely Jamie counted in the moment, and to save him he even would have formed an alliance with Voldemort in person. Sirius froze. What a nonsense. Voldemort was the reason for all misery, mourning and pain he had felt in the last 15 years, and now he was also responsible for the abduction of Jamie, since he didn't believe that Severus would ever willingly kidnap his daughter, even if he had hated Severus ever since he could remember. Looking at Allison, anger rushed over him. Why for God's sake hadn't she noticed anything? She must have noticed something after all. The fear for Jamie drove him nearly mad, and the realization that he would indeed ally himself to his worst enemy to save his son's life did upset him no less. You would betray all in which you believe, a voice whispered in him, and Sirius was appalled as he noticed that this wasn't bothering him particularly. He watched how Charlotte and Allison added still a few lines to Ginny's letter and how Ginny leaned out of the window. Rainbow, she yelled, and it took a moment until Sirius realized that Ginny shouted for Harry's phoenix. Harry, he thought, would he help them and get them entrance to the Dark Lord's castle? Sirius' thoughts went only so far. He desperately forbid it himself to think further what they would find in the headquarters of the Dark Lord, or what would happen there. That would go inevitably beyond his power. His bracelet lighted up and Sirius frowned. Whatever Albus would decide, one thing Sirius knew: he wouldn't abide by his decisions. Nothing in the world, would keep him from saving Jamie. Bring the letter as soon as possible to Jamie, will you? It's very important, he heard Ginny say to the black shimmering phoenix, and for one moment it crossed Sirius' mind whether the magical bird had understand one word of Ginny's request at all. Ginny looked in the black eyes of Rainbow and couldn't help herself as to believe that everything would turn out all right. She shuddered at the thought what she would have done if Rainbow hadn't come today to visit Fox. It was almost so as Rainbow had known that she would be needed. As Rainbow flew away, Ginny clutched her bracelet and gazed after the magical bird. The bracelets of the adults trilled, and Sirius tore his eyes away of the phoenix, which was nearly out of sight now, and stepped to Charlotte and Allison. Let's go, he said in a harsh voice. Caro screeched as Harry and Draco ran past her and threw themselves in the bright blue water of the ocean. Shaking her head annoyingly, she stepped slowly forwards, and finally she managed it also to dive into the waves. The water was cold, but as soon as she had got used to it, it was wonderful. She laid on her back and let herself float. In the sky not even one single little cloud could be seen, she noticed. Without a warning she was pulled underwater, and angrily and gasping for air she dived up and rushed at Draco, who grinning tried to run away but was stopped by Harry. Laughing they still stayed in the water for a while and then set off to swim back to the beach. Which is first at the blankets? Draco shouted and begun to run across the warm sand. Caro reached their shadowy place under the gaudy sunshade first. Snatching her towel, she smiled happily. How beautiful it was here. Tralee really seemed to be a world of its own, she thought. A world without problems and worries, it crossed Caro's mind, at least nearly. Since Peter had disappeared last October, they couldn't send him any more to go shopping as they had done it most of the time before, but had to leave the castle occasionally themselves, excursions which Caro never longed for. The danger was too great to be discovered. So far they had had luck. Caro knew, however, that if they should meet again followers of the Dark Lord, they hardly could hope that Harry would be able to convince them again. He acted by orders of his father as he had done it as they had saved Charlie Weasley. Thinking of Charlie, she felt how a certain sadness rose in her. In the last months she had often thought of him, something she couldn't explain. He wanted to become an Auror after all, she thought contemptuously, or perhaps he was it already. Hearing Harry's laughter, she nodded satisfied and sat up. She was so happy that Harry had finally overcome the ill-fated events, just as Peter's disappearance. Magic he also performed again, even if he did it without his wand which, as he had said, had lost. As Harry had realized that he could do more difficult and more advanced spells, he had been overjoyed. Obviously the long time where he had refrained from doing any magic at all had done him good. At least Harry assumed that the break was the reason for his sudden progress. Caro wasn't so sure about this, but if it made Harry happy she would certainly not think about the exact reason. In the previous months they all had very much got ahead in the different branches of magic. Though she had given it up to become ever an animagus, she just hadn't a talent for this. She had been the first who had managed it to apparate while Harry had still some minor problems with it. Caro yawned sleepily and pushing Diamond, who had curled herself up a bit aside, she stretched out. But now everything was all right again, she thought happily, and just wanted to try taking a nap as a strange scream caused her to look up in the sky. Blinking she saw Rainbow, Harry's in the sun bright shining phoenix, who shoot towards them. Harry stood up and felt a silent worry rising in him. Rainbow landed, and as he took the letter off her, he recognized Ginny's handwriting. He read the written lines and then gazed up at the ocean which lay in front of him like a shimmering mirror, but he didn't see it. Harry's hands, which felt like numb, were clutching the letter. For a little house elf he had returned to Eridan Castle, despite his fear for the consequences of his escape and the reaction of his adoptive father. He hadn't been deterred from saving Nell. In that moment he had read Ginny's lines, he had realized that he hadn't another choice as to return and to try everything in his power to help Jamie and Lizzie. The letter fell to the ground. The reality had caught up with him. It was not possible anymore to run away from a decision. He knew that he had to choose one side, and filled with conflicting feelings he finally forced himself to do so. It wasn't a matter of the light side or the dark side anymore. It wasn't a matter of Dumbledore's side or of his adoptive father. Two little children were at stake, Jamie, who had been so amazed at his ability to speak with snakes, and Lizzie, who had brought Draco to tell her a story with her bright blue eyes. Harry shook his head. Why, his adoptive father had kidnapped the children. But he wouldn't kill them, would he? So cruel his adoptive father couldn't be. At the next moment doubts overcame him. Harry sighed. There was no point in thinking about what he would do. Caro watched how the parchment fluttered gracefully on the sand and set up. Harry, she said timidly. Slowly Harry turned around and Caro froze as she saw his face. With odd-sounding voice he said, "Jamie and Lizzie were kidnapped." "What?" Draco exclaimed, who had sat up abruptly. "They were abducted by Death Eaters. Ginny wrote and she, Charlotte and Allison asked us to help." "But why? What does he have in mind with them?" Caro murmured despairingly, shocked that they had been so happy only one moment ago. She knew that Harry would return, and in the same moment she realized that she also would do everything in her power to help the little ones, a realization which rather surprised her. Then she abruptly paused. "You want to tell them where the secret passageway is, don't you? Do you know what this will mean? You would show the light side the way to victory." Draco's eyes widened. "You can't do that, Harry." Harry stared despairingly at them. "And what do you suggest shall we do? Shall we write Charlotte and Allison that we won't help them? And Jamie and Lizzie, don't you care what will happen to them?" "But my parents," Draco whispered. At the next moment he stood up. "You're right, Harry, we have to help them. Lizzie, I would never forgive myself if she would be tortured or worse as back then in the dungeons," Draco said and broke up. "Even if it means, damned, why had they have to do such a thing?" he suddenly screamed. "I don't know," Harry said gloomily. Draco turned towards Harry, stepped to him and said after short hesitance, "My mother would surely help us, Harry." "Your mother?" Harry asked, confused. "She would immediately tell my adoptive father that we are in the castle," he added, and was astonished to see how Draco was shaking vehemently his head. "No, she wouldn't do that. I've written to her the last months. After all, she knows where we are." Caro jumped up. She couldn't believe what Draco just had said. "You've written to her where we are? Are you out of your mind?" "She didn't tell anyone. If my mother had told it the Dark Lord, he would have stood in front of our door long ago. Besides, it doesn't play a role anymore, does it?" "No, it doesn't play a role anymore," Not at all, Caro snapped and stormed up the cliffs. Harry gazed after her. It's difficult for her. It's like betrayal on her father. And for you? Harry asked silently. Draco returned his look sadly. For me as well. In the beginning Lizzie got rather on my nerves, but over time I grew fond of her like a little sister. I love my parents, Harry, and nevertheless it's not right what they are doing. Lizzie and Jamie never did anything to anyone. While Draco was speaking, Harry suddenly realized that it also seemed like a betrayal to him. But why should it? Harry wondered angrily. Before he could however think further about this, Draco sighed. My mother could really help us. She surely knows where the children are. Although Harry was still not entirely convinced, he nodded. Come, we can't lose any time, he said, and while they ran back to the castle, Rainbow flew back and Nell followed them with Diamond. Wind caught the parchment, lifted it up into the air, and as it was blown against a rock, it fell to the ground where it remained lying. A rat darted out of one of the rock's clefts on the sand and studied the white sheet of parchment. They met in Hogsmeade, near the Shrieking Shack. As Sirius saw Harry, the look of him hit him with indescribable force. He had changed since they had seen each other the last time. Harry had gotten tall. There wasn't left any much, and Harry would be tall just like him. Sirius stepped towards his godson. He had to know it finally, had to know it before they all would expose themselves to danger and would risk their lives. Was it you? Did you murder Farrell and Bill Weasley? Before Harry could answer, Caro began to speak. This Farrell attacked us. We had to defend us. We didn't want to kill him. It was an accident and Bill Weasley was murdered by Peter. Sirius. Eyebrows shot up. Peter, he repeated with a drawl. Yes, Peter Pettigrew. He stayed behind as we fled. He killed Bill Weasley and conjured up the dark mark. Sirius watched how Remus, eyes clouded over. Confused Sirius shook his head. The story seemed to be so much more complicated as he had thought still yesterday. Before he could however continue to think about this, Harry said, "Shouldn't we set off finally?" And suddenly he wanted to forbid Harry to come along, just as he had forbidden it Hermione, but he knew that they would not been able to get into the Dark Lord's castle without Harry and his friends. Sending a silent apology to James and Lily, he nodded grimly. To save Jamie's life had uttermost priority. Everything else was of secondary importance. Maggie Lupin peered carefully from behind the table and gazed over to Hermione and Ginny, who sat silently in their armchairs. Maggie knew that Hermione and Ginny wouldn't allow her to go out, but Maggie wanted to her mother. She padded to the door, stretched a bit and opened the door. Quickly Maggie jumped along the corridor and then ran upstairs. Neither Hermione nor Ginny noticed Maggie's disappearance. Hermione shook her head and rose abruptly out of her armchair. Tensely she paced around the room. She was worried to no end for Jamie, Sirius and Charlotte and Lizzie, she added in her thoughts. Her little brother was in greatest danger and she was condemned to this useless waiting. She had to help them, even if Sirius and Charlotte had forbidden it. Should the followers of Voldemort discover them then, and who knows whether they could really trust Harry? Hermione stopped in her tracks and looked despairingly to Ginny. I can't sit here inactively and do nothing. I've to help Jamie, and Sirius and Charlotte. But that is much too dangerous. Apart from this, how do you want to find them? Neville's voice rang out from the door where he had appeared with Ron. Hermione glared at him. So what? Where Voldemort's castle is located isn't a surprise after all. We can fly with our brooms. Everything else will work out somehow, Hermione said, and prepared to go to any lengths. She marched past Neville and Ron, who looked at her stunned, and went out of the room. Ginny, who clutched onto her snowy bracelet, followed. That is such madness, Ron murmured and ran behind his sister and Hermione. As everyone had fetched his broom, they hurried along the corridors. Hermione, how on earth shall we get through the wards? Ginny asked and promptly crashed together with her friend, who had stopped abruptly. Maggie and Ian, I've completely forgotten them, she explained, spun around and ran back. While 2-year-old Ian was holding peacefully his afternoon nap, Maggie could be nowhere seen. Hermione took Ian out from his little bed and frowned. Ginny, we need this map, Fred and George's map. Before Ginny realized what Hermione meant, she stormed again away. Ron, who was holding Hermione's broom, and Neville followed. Though they found Fred and George, they discovered to their disappointment that they hadn't the map anymore. Yes, it was rather strange. One day Sirius came to us and said that the Order would need it. That was shortly after Harry Black and his friends appeared here, Fred said hatefully. Hermione cursed and shortly afterwards they ran across the grounds of Hogwarts. Ian had they left with the stunned twins. Reassuring herself that nothing would happen to Meggie in the castle, Hermione's thoughts spun around in her head to find a way how they could go through the wards. In the meantime Meggie had also come to a halt in front of the softly shimmering wall which isolated Hogwarts from the outside world. Pushing her tiny hands against the barrier, she tried to get through. It was however impossible. "Meggie, what are you doing here?" a voice said, and Meggie turned around. Albus Dumbledore, who just was going for a walk to clear his thoughts, bent down and saw that tears were running down Meggie's little face. "I want to mummy." The old wizard wiped Meggie's tears away and took her hand. "Your mummy is the castle. Come, let's go to her." But Meggie didn't want to come along. "No, she isn't. They've gone to fight, but it is taking them so long already." Albus frowned. That couldn't be. As he remembered however the strange behavior of the Blacks, the Lupins and of Allison at the Order meeting which had taken place recently, he understood why he had had the impression that they had wanted to leave his office as soon as possible and hadn't discussed further with him, nor had they tried to persuade him to attack the headquarters of Voldemort. Most worried, he picked Meggie up and hurried with the little girl back to the castle as soon as possible. "Draco, finally I see you again. What have you only been up to then?" Harry watched how Draco hugged his mother. Still not knowing whether it had been good to inform Narcissa about their arrival or not, his eyes lingered on Narcissa. It might quite be that Narcissa's love to her son was greater than her loyalty to her master, in the contrary to Lucius Malfoy and Bella, who would never act against the interests of the Dark Lord. Harry was sure of it. Since the dungeons were too huge that it would have been possible to search them for the children, Narcissa would do them an inestimable service if she would reveal the whereabouts of the children to them. This Harry had immediately realized, so that he had relented to Draco despite his doubts. The question was only if she would really do it. Harry's gaze flickered to the door while trying to get his fear and nervousness under control. Draco still was whispering forcefully to his mother. Finally Narcissa turned away from Draco and shortly looked in their direction, and then she went to the door. Draco smiled. "Come," he said. With each more step Harry felt how his fear increased. "Please," he prayed urgently, "let Jamie and Lizzie be still alive. And let us not running into someone." Harry clutched the stone of his necklace which he had always worn since the day they had escaped from Hogwarts and tried to encourage himself. The dungeons became more and more gloomy, and finally Narcissa stopped in front of one of the cell's door. She waved her wand and the heavy door opened. "The children are away," Narcissa said, frowning, while Charlotte let out a suffocating noise. "Perhaps." Agonizing screams echoed through the dungeons. Charlotte and Allison began to run. Sirius and Remus followed. "No, come back," Harry shouted before he also began to run. His heart was thumping painfully. In that moment he heard Charlotte screaming Jamie's name. He knew that his worst worries would come true. Slipping, he reached one of the bigger underground halls. Charlotte, Sirius, Remus, Emily and Allison fought with Lucius, Bella, the Averets and 2 other Death Eaters he didn't know. But the sound of approaching steps announced more Death Eaters. Harry's gaze flickered to Lizzie and Jamie, who were lying lifelessly on the ground. Without becoming aware of the danger, Harry stormed forwards, right through the fighters. Falling to his knees, he picked Lizzie up. Wonderful relief filled him as he realized that she was alive and that Jamie was breathing as well. His head jerked up and he froze. Charlotte, who had managed to defeat her opponent, wanted to run to Jamie, but the Dark Lord blocked her path. Harry, who hadn't noticed the presence of his adoptive father at all so far, jumped up. Blinding green light shot towards Charlotte and Harry screamed. "No!" The black-haired woman fell to the ground and the eyes of the Dark Lord remained clung to Harry. Golden light surrounded him. Immediately Voldemort froze. Years disappeared. Suppressed memories rose in him. With 2 steps he had reached Harry, grasped him by the shoulders. Why he did this, he couldn't have said. Harry flinched back and Voldemort's eyes flew to the necklace which hung around Harry's neck. Shocked to the heart, he stared at Harry. A voice full of hatred caused him to let go and spun around. You bastard! The blinding green light he blocked with ease and sent his killing curse behind. For one moment Harry stood there like paralyzed as he now saw the green light shooting towards Sirius. Though his godfather managed to avoid the deadly curse, he stumbled and fell literally in the arms of a black-masked Death Eater. Harry wanted to help Sirius, but he hadn't come far as pain seemed to explode in him. Never known pain assailed him and crashed down on him. Minerva felt how fear seized her as the tremendous, threatening and gloomy-looking castle appeared in front of them and the forest cleared. They hadn't wasted any time after Albus had found out that Sirius, Charlotte, Remus, Emily and Allison had gone to the headquarters of the Dark Lord. While controlling his anger with difficulty, Albus had immediately informed the whole order of the situation and had straightway set off with all volunteers, at least after the majority had decided to help their colleagues. Otherwise Albus would probably still have not decided to attack the fortress of the Dark Lord, Minerva thought, shaking her head. In her opinion they should have immediately made the decision and not to wait until the desperate parents tried it single-handedly. While Albus examined the wards, Minerva's heart filled with boundless worry. The peaceful morning seemed to her already so far away. In front of her eyes she saw Severus running across the lawn with Jamie and Lizzie, saw Sirius jumping up and Allison walking away, strangely, in the opposite direction. It had taken one moment until they had realized what had happened. Of course Albus had blamed himself greatly, but what should they have done as they had found Severus unconsciousness in front of the gates of Hogwarts a few days ago? It's hopeless, Albus said and dropped his hands. Minerva stared at him while it crossed her mind that there had to be a way. After all, Sirius, Charlotte, the Lupins and Allison had got into the castle somehow. I'll show you the way. The members of the Order whirled around and Minerva believed to see a ghost in front of her. Though it had been nearly 13 years ago since she had seen him the last time, she recognized Peter Pettigrew immediately. Suddenly the pain decreased and Harry rolled aside while gasping for air. His eyes were watering and his head and body hurt. Harry, a voice said, and he felt himself picked up. Harry blinked, and as he finally could see clearer again, he recognized that he was in the embrace of his adoptive father. A cold hand laid on his forehead and magic surrounded him, and slowly the after effects of the Cruciatus curse disappeared. How strange, Harry thought, dazed, this is the first time he hugs me. As he however remembered all of a sudden what had happened and why they had come here, he flinched back. In this moment voices rang out. His adoptive father released him and Harry clambered to his feet. Remus, Sirius, Emily and Allison were held prisoner. Harry's attention was directed quickly to something else, however. Cloaks pushed their way into the stony hall. Harry's eyes roamed and fell onto Caro and Draco, who crunched next to Lizzie and Jamie. Harry slipped through the fighters, and hardly had he safely reached the other side, Caro, crying, flung her arms around his neck. Oh, Harry, are you all right? We were so afraid for you. Yes, Caro. Draco, listen. We have to get Lizzie and Jamie out of here. Quick, he said hurriedly and freed himself of Caro's embrace. While Draco picked up Lizzie, Harry took Jamie in his arms and pointed with his head towards the opposite side. There, the way leads up to the Great Hall. They held themselves closely to the wall and Harry saw to it that no curse hit him a second time in the fighting. As they had reached the stairs, Harry still cast a gaze back and he froze abruptly. Red hair shortly flared up, but he was sure. Get Jamie out of danger, he whispered and handed the little one to Caro. Without waiting for her reaction, he ran back. How on earth did Ginny come here? But he didn't come very far. A wizard with a cloak blocked his path and Harry had no choice but to fight. Very quickly he forgot all consideration, he only wanted to Ginny and get her into safety. Dark magic can be really useful after all, as his opponent dropped to the ground. It was narrow in the underground vault and the danger was great that you were hit by curses which weren't actually meant for you. Fighting, Harry forced his way through the crowd. His senses were tense to the extreme. He heard a buzzing noise and instinctively he whirled around, blocked the curse and sent the next best curse which occurred to him. Only then he saw whom he faced. While his brilliant silver light shot towards his adoptive father, who lowered his wand, his gaze met with his adoptive father's for a fraction of a second. Then he was hurled backwards. Silvery fire seemed to consume him. As the light faded away, the Dark Lord lay motionless on the ground. Harry felt how the fighters froze, felt how someone hurried past him with long strides. Minerva dropped her wand while she held her breath as Albus bent over Voldemort. "Is he dead?" a gruff voice asked, and she saw how Alistair Moody limped towards Albus. "No, only unconsciousness," Albus replied, sighing tiredly. At this moment those Death Eaters who still were able to fight seemed to wake up from their paralysis. Minerva however stepped to Harry, who stood rigidly in the middle, and laid one arm around his shoulders. Minerva hugged him, something what Harry let happen meekly. How could they have been so blind? Minerva asked herself. She still was shocked about everything Peter had told them earlier. Full of mistrust, they had not wanted to believe Peter that he wanted to lead them inside the castle, but since the time was running away more and more and they didn't find a possibility to get into the headquarters, they had finally agreed, despite the fact that they all hadn't forgotten that it had been him who had betrayed Lily and James. On their way, Pettigrew had told them what had happened then in the archives of the Order, and Minerva had been shocked. "Harry, come, let's go," she said, and wanted to pull him along with her. It was still dangerous. Not all followers of the Dark Lord had been defeated yet. Harry however shook off her arm and took a leap forwards. Quick as lightning he was next to Alastar and knocked his hand aside. The blinding green light was flung against the wand. "No," he said softly. "I won't allow that you kill him." Emily covered little Jamie up and felt again how the desire to cry overcame her. Giving Jamie a key asterisk, she slowly turned around and left the room. She went to Sirius, who was standing next to the window and was looking out. "Sirius, Jamie needs you now. You have to." "No, I can't. I just can't, Emily." He looked at her with such an expression in his eyes that she knew that she wouldn't be able to bring herself to try it once more to persuade him. "I'll stay with Jamie," she said softly, and returned to her nephew, who still was trembling like a leaf and still hadn't really realized that he would never again see his mother. Holding Jamie in her arms, she began to hum while her heart was breaking. Charlotte had been more to her than a sister. She had been her other half. Her whole life Charlotte had been there for her, had protected her, had helped her, and had been her confidant. After the death of their parents, she had comforted her and she had clung to her older sister. Emily couldn't believe that her sister should not been there anymore. How should they only live on? Staring into the darkness, she realized that it meant nothing to her that Voldemort had been brought to Azkaban. Somehow she couldn't bring herself to feel that it meant something. The war was over, but Charlotte was dead. Emily thought back to the events which had led to this catastrophe. Where had been the beginning? If Dumbledore had listened to Severus and Allison and would have never sent him back to Voldemort, would then everything have happened differently? If Harry and his friends would have never appeared in Hogwarts, would it then have happened? Emily knew that Charlotte hadn't really believed in Harry's fault at the murders of Farrell and Bill Weasley, and she knew that Charlotte would have never hold Harry responsible for what had happened, but at this moment she couldn't help herself as to blame Harry in her sorrow, just as Dumbledore, Voldemort and the Order, and even Jamie and Lizzie, only to feel ashamed immediately afterwards. How could she seriously think that it was Jamie's fault? As Jamie had finally fallen asleep, Emily rose and went over to Hermione's room. Emily remembered how frightened they had been as the children had appeared in the stony hall. Hermione was lying in bed. Her eyes were opened and seemed to stare at the opposite hall. Emily laid cautiously a hand on Hermione's shoulder. "Hermione." Hermione looked at her with shadowy eyes. "Why, Emily, why?" Hermione's voice broke and Emily pulled the girl into her arms. Albus Dumbledore had climbed up one of the towers and shortly afterwards he leaned against the battlements. While looking in the star-strewn sky, he softly sighed. It was hard to believe that the war was indeed really over now. Since Voldemort was now in Azkaban and his headquarters had been destroyed, those followers which hadn't been caught yet would surely not continue the war. At least he was hoping this, unless there would be a leader who could replace Riddle. It had been luck for them that only a part of the Dementors had joined the Dark Lord, so that Azkaban had never fallen into Tom Riddle's hands during all those years. Albus's thoughts wandered to Harry. He had wanted to take the boy and his friends along to Hogwarts, but Harry had refused and had returned to Turley with his friends. He didn't like it at all that he hadn't managed to stop Harry, but at least the boy had told him where he could get hold of them. Truly, Albus thought. This answer had surprised him just as the sudden appearance of Peter Pettigrew and his role he had played in the events which had happened in the archives. As he had heard after the fight that Pettigrew had intercepted one curse which had been meant for Remus and thus had saved Remus' life and so had lost his own life, he hadn't wanted to believe it. And to think that so many years ago he had betrayed Lily and James, a persistent little voice whispered in him. But Albus shuddered at the thought of what would have happened if Pettigrew hadn't showed them the way into the castle. He hadn't any doubt that they wouldn't have been able to save the children and they would have not only lost Charlotte but Sirius, the Lupins and Allison as well. Sadly Albus blinked. He had liked Charlotte very much. Turning around, he went to the stairs. Going slowly downstairs, his thoughts wandered to Severus. They had found him unconsciousness in one of the dungeons of Eridan Castle and they had taken him with them. Currently he was lying in the hospital wing. Still no one knew what had happened to him or what on earth had brought him to kidnap his daughter and Jamie. But whatever had happened, Albus thought, life had to go on, as hard as it was. Perhaps one day answers to his questions would be found. Reaching the door to his office, he decided to speak with Harry as soon as possible. Harry had to return to Hogwarts, now that they knew who had been responsible for the murders in the archives. After Remus had brought his children to bed, he began to search for his wife and Sirius. Emily he found with Hermione. Gently he closed the door and sighing he looked around but Sirius was nowhere to see. He was worried about his friend and he thought where he could have gone to. Returning to Meggie and Ian, he frowned. Where are you, Sirius? He felt however a certain relief that he hadn't to face Sirius at this moment. He could imagine only too well what Sirius was feeling now. His sorrow was nothing in comparison to Sirius' grief. Dad, where's Mummy? Remus jumped slightly as he saw his 5-year-old daughter standing in front of him who blinked at him sleepily. Picking her up, he ran a hand over her disheveled curls. You should be sleeping long ago, Meggie, he said and Meggie snuggled up to him. Once more Remus' thoughts revolved around the fight. At least they had been able to save the children, he thought and tightly hugged his daughter. He however should not been sitting here now, it flashed through his mind. As Jamie and Lizzie had been kidnapped today it hadn't been a question to him whether he would come along to the Dark Lord's castle. Despite his limited ability to fight and although he had known that should it come to a fight he would hardly have a chance to survive due to his crippled leg, he had refused to stay in Hogwarts. He had already believed everything lost as the Death Eaters had held on to them. The unexpected arrival of the Order had resulted in him being able to free himself. Shortly afterwards he had found himself opposite of Peter. Surprised they had looked at each other for one moment. From somewhere a curse had shot towards them and for a fraction of a second Peter had regarded him with a strange, desperate expression in his eyes and then he had thrown himself in front of him and thus had saved his life. Remus still couldn't believe it. 13 years ago he had vowed to kill Peter and to get revenge for the betrayal and now Peter of all people had saved his life. Remus shook his head. For so many years he had hated his former friends and now he didn't know anymore what he should feel towards Peter. Remus looked down on his sleeping daughter and boundless gratitude overcame him, even if he certainly would never understand why Peter had done this. Looking out of the window on the dark lake, Ginny stood motionless in her room. Trying to sleep was pointless, she was much too churned up inside. As they had been standing clueless in front of the wards, Ginny had already thought that they wouldn't manage it to leave the castle. Unexpectedly they had run into a member of the Order and although she was still feeling bad about it they hadn't had another choice but to curse him with a stunner and to steal his bracelet just as Harry, Caro and Draco had to have done it then. The forest which surrounded the headquarters of the Dark Lord they had found without any difficulties. There they had waited again since they hadn't found a way how to get inside the castle. Their surprise had been great as suddenly nearly the whole Order had appeared, so that they had followed the adults to the stony hall in the end. She had seen Harry only for a moment then Charlie had grasped her arm and dragged her and Ron out, his friend had taken care of Hermione and Neville. Only later they had heard what had happened. If she should go to Hermione. To find out that Voldemort had murdered Charlotte must have hit Hermione hard, Ginny thought. She knew after all how much Hermione had been attached to Charlotte. Remembering how it had been as she had mourned over Bill, she left her room and padded silently through the corridors. Reaching the chambers of the Blacks, she still hesitated, then she however opened the door, which strangely wasn't locked. The room lay in complete darkness. Timidly she opened the door to Hermione's room and stopped abruptly. Emily was with Hermione. They clung to each other and Ginny stepped back. After she was in her bed short time later, she pulled her blanket tightly around her and touched Harry's bracelet. She wondered how he was feeling now. She didn't know what exactly had happened, but that Harry had defeated Voldemort seemed strange to her. Though she hardly knew something about him, neither from his childhood, nor his feelings, she loved him and missed him greatly. It was crazy, but she couldn't change it. Would he now return to Hogwarts? Caro stood on the terrace and looked at Harry and Dumbledore who were walking down to the beach. Stepping to one of the deck chairs, slowly sit and riveted her gaze on the ocean. Still she couldn't believe the events which had taken place in Eridan Castle a few days ago. If she remembered this, she still had the feeling that she had betrayed her father, but Caro knew that she would act exactly in the same way, should she had to make this decision again. After they had brought the little ones back to Hogwarts and had returned to Eridan, everything had been settled already. They had heard only from Dumbledore what had happened, as they had finally spotted Harry among the cloaks. Neither Draco's parents, nor her mother they had seen anymore. Caro shook her head. She shuddered at the thought that her mother and Draco's parents were in Azkaban. Draco was desperate. However, they had imagined the outcome would be of their attempt to help. Had she done it at all? She wondered, or had all her thoughts been riveted on Jamie and Lizzie? Caro didn't know it anymore. Surely they would have never imagined that it would end like this. He dark side completely destroyed, at least in Great Britain, and the Dark Lord in Azkaban. Why? She asked herself. Hadn't he defended himself? As they had returned to Turley after the fight, Harry had started at her with strange lifeless look and had murmured this question to him over and over again. Caro didn't understand it either. He could have blocked Harry's curse without any difficulty. Did Harry mean more to him, as she had always believed? Caro leaned back in her deck chair. She was worried. Harry was in a worse condition he had been after the events in the archives of the Order, and Draco, who feared for his parents, wanted to free them with their help. Harry's behavior, who had reacted rather apathetically to Draco's desperate attempts to think up a plan, had led to a fierce quarrel between the two yesterday, or more precisely said, Draco had shouted and Harry had remained silent with rigid face. How should it only go on now? Caro thought sadly and helplessly. Harry didn't speak practically at all anymore. Caro sat up and gazed into distance. She could still recognize Dumbledore and Harry as little dots. Hopefully it didn't turn out to be a mistake that she had told Harry that Dumbledore had stood outside of the wards and had insisted upon speaking with Harry. As she hadn't been able to dissuade him from his intention, she had finally gone to fetch Harry. What did Dumbledore want from Harry? Harry, you have done what had to be done. You have ended the war. You can really be proud of yourself. Especially. Dumbledore continued to speak, but Harry didn't listen to him anymore. He regretted it that he had let the old wizard, who had stood outside the wards of Turley in, after Caro had told him of it. Proud, he wondered. Of what? Should he be proud that Charlotte was dead? That Severus was not able to communicate to anyone and had obviously lost his mind? That Jamie and Lizzie suffered from nightmares and would never forget the happenings? That Allison and Sirius were desperate and overwhelmed by sorrow? That he had betrayed his adoptive father and had brought him to Azkaban, where he was waiting for his execution? That Draco wasn't talking to him anymore? That Draco's parents and Bella as well were waiting for their sentences? Your education. If the new school year will begin. Harry thought of Hogwarts, and alone the imagination having to attend the lessons as nothing would have happened caused great aversion rising in him. Apart from this, would he be able to bear seeing his godfather again, Allison, Jamie and Lizzie, Emily and Remus? He would always be remained of what had happened. Shuddering, he shook his head. No, he certainly would not return to Hogwarts. Since he hadn't any desire, however, to get involved in an argument with Dumbledore, he assured the old wizard that he would come to Hogwarts at start of school. As Dumbledore had finally left him alone, Harry went down to the beach, sat on the warm sand and stared at the ocean which stretched itself so endlessly far, and listened to the noise of the waves. It was strange, but everything seemed not really to touch him. It was almost so as he would see everything through a fog. Ginny's letter he hadn't answered, and even as Draco had screamed at him that they had to do something, he hadn't really cared. He didn't want to think of it anymore. He did want to forget it. He wanted to forget everything. March 1995. Harry stared up to the fortress which rose into the sky in front of him. He felt how an icy shiver seized him. In one of the many cells of Azkaban, Voldemort was being held prisoner. Over a half-year had passed now since the fateful day had changed everything. The memory rose in him and he allowed it, made no attempt trying to suppress it. It was finally time to meet his past. It had been at the beach as Caro had come to him and had handed him the newspaper. She hadn't said a word, had only looked at him, but the expression in her gray eyes had been enough to cause him to emerge from the depths of his indifference. He had stared at the newspaper, and the big headline which had hit him in the eye had shaken him up. As he had read the executions of the Dark Lord and his closest confidants should take place in a few days, he had gazed at the ocean and had asked himself how it should go in. The last months he had swayed between helpless fury, hate and self-pity, and finally he had realized that it couldn't go on like this and that it wasn't a solution to run away from his past and everything what had happened in the last years. To realize this fact had been so much easier, however, as to put his decision to face his past into action. But he finally had to find an answer to his question which continuously haunted him since then. Why had his adoptive father not blocked his curse? He had just stood there and had not even undertaken the smallest attempt to ward his curse off. Why? Involuntarily Harry pulled his cloak tighter around himself. He was still not quite sure which feelings he had for his adoptive father. Since he had abducted the children and had murdered Charlotte, any affection for him had been extinguished. But why, Harry asked himself, had he then prevented Alistair Moody from killing his adoptive father? Harry sighed. It wouldn't bring anything to stand here outside as long as possible. Taking a deep breath, he transformed. The beautiful, gold-shimmering phoenix spread out his wings and flew skywards. After some searching he found the right cell, flew through the tiny window and landed on the ground. Hardly Harry had changed back, as he staggered and stumbled against the cold wall. He heard his mother screaming his name, saw how Charlotte was hit by the blinding green light. Harry's magic flared up and the effects of the Dementors which guarded the prison lessened. Trembling, gasping for air, Harry guarded the cell against the power of the Dementors. His eyes fell on the figure who lay curled up on the wooden bed and he was shocked. Did he come too late? He stepped forwards and stopped suddenly as the eyes of the prisoner slowly opened and riveted on him. "Harry," he croaked with hoarse voice. "You came." A smile passed over his emaciated face. "At each breath I've wished you would come." Harry stared at his adoptive father and conflicting feelings raged in him. It hit him to the core to see the once so powerful and frightening wizard so frail. "Why?" he asked more forcefully as he had intended. It was silent for a very long time and Harry already thought his adoptive father hadn't heard him as his voice rang out. "You are my grandson," the former Dark Lord said suddenly. Harry jerked his head up. "Your necklace. I had the other half," he added. Still unbelievingly staring, only a hoarse "What?" came over Harry's lips. The red eyes which watched him took on a nearly loving expression. "At the moment I saw that you were wearing the necklace I knew it," he said. A wistful smile appeared on his face. "It was October as I met her. By the shores of the lake we see each other for the first time. She was a year younger than me and in Gryffindor while I was in Slytherin. That was surely the reason why we hadn't seen each other before. She had beautiful red golden hair and eyes in the color of amber, eyes which sparkled all the time. For the first time in my life I was happy. If I was together with her I forget my hate, my ambition to become the most powerful wizard. Miraculously she returned my love. One day we created the necklaces. Originally there were 2 identical stones, provided them with protection charms and sealed our love in them. Voldemort broke up. What happened then?" Harry asked, not sure if he really wanted to know it. "The summer holiday tore us apart. I wrote her letters but she did not answer even one of them. She also didn't come back to school. I was beside myself. The teachers told me that she would go to another school. All the years I thought she had betrayed me. I hated her, the only person who had ever meant something to me. But I had time, much time, in the last months to remember and to realize that she would have never done such a thing. She must have expected my child then. I don't know why she never told me and she never wrote back to me. But at this Halloween I unknowingly killed my daughter and almost you as well. Cough let him become silent. After a while he continued. Kathy was also surrounded by this golden light, at least if she was angry, desperate or beside herself of fear. Her golden light was however far stronger than yours. Some said she was descended from elves. This would be at least an explanation, but if this fit with the truth. Harry leaned against the cold wall. He did not doubt a word he just had heard. As soon as he had found out the name of the girl he knew that it was the truth. Kathy, he thought, now he knew why this girl had reminded him so much of his mother. If he had known that the Dark Lord was his grandfather, would he then have acted otherwise? Would he then have escaped as well? Slowly he slid down and remained sitting on the ground. He drew his knees to himself. His thoughts revolved around what he just had heard. He buried his head in his arms. He didn't know why, but the unexpected revelation had shocked him. In his early childhood he had believed that the Dark Lord was his father, and then he had found out that he had killed his real parents, and now he discovered that he was his grandfather. "So that's why you didn't block my curse," he said softly. But did it play a role who he was? His identity didn't change his past. He couldn't change it as much he would have loved it. Did it change the present time, and would it influence his future? Why should it do this? Harry thought, I am still the same person after all. I am Harry Potter and nothing will change this. Harry's thoughts wandered back to the past, and while he remembered his desperate struggling to reach a decision on which side he stood, he realized that he always had only seen the sides of his parents and Dumbledore and of his grandfather. But what if both sides were wrong? Might his grandfather had started this war? Might the reasons for Dumbledore and the Order had been once good? Why they fought, and might they had only defended themselves in the beginning? In the end both sides had murdered and tortured. Whatever had happened, he would have always fought against one side. If the Halloween night had never happened 14 years ago, he would have learned to hate the dark side, and someday he had be at war with Voldemort and his followers. Perhaps he would even have faced Caro and Draco one day. Harry shuddered as he imagined this. In the future only his convictions would be the deciding factor. He would comply with what he would think was right, and never would he allow him being told again what he should do or what he should think. As Harry lifted his head, he felt a strange confidence. Harry thought back to the speaking hat. Yes, it had been right. He had finally decided on one side, for his own. Accepting his past, his feeling of guilt seemed to become lighter as well. "So you've kidnapped the children to bring me to come back to Eredin Castle?" he asked finally. "I've suspected that you have fled to Hogwarts. There weren't many possibilities after all. Severus has confirmed my suspicion then, and I began to think what I could do. To attack Hogwarts was impossible and moreover would have been completely useless, so only Severus was left. As I found out that he had been Dumbledore's spy for so many years, I actually wanted to kill him, but then I realized that he was the key with which I could bring you back. As I realized your aversion against killing and torturing, I began to think how I could bring you to obeying me despite of it. In one of my old books I found a potion which combined with a curse would be far stronger than the Imperious Curse, and after some time the cursed person would lose his memory and would be subject to the will of his master. I let him brew the potion in my presence, and the completion dragged of course on for a longer period of time. It took a while as well until the effect set in and Severus lost his memory. As the time had finally come where Severus obeyed me unquestioningly and not even Dumbledore would have been able to find a dark charm, I could put my plan into action. Sure, I didn't know if you would really come, but the probability was high. I had nothing to lose after all. My worry was that Dumbledore, this fool, would find a way to hold you back or would even lock you inside the castle so that you wouldn't come." Harry inclined his head. "Would you also have done it if you had known that I wasn't in Hogwarts anymore?" "Yes, Harry, I think even then I wouldn't have given up my plan." "You really would have done this to me, wouldn't you?" Harry asked suddenly. His grandfather was silent for a long time, but finally he answered. "Yes, I would have, and I would have lost you then. It was good that you escaped." Harry shuddered as he thought of Severus and decided that he would read that book of which his grandfather had spoken as soon as possible. Perhaps he would find a way in there how to help Severus Snape. A dry cough jolted Harry out of his thought, and he knew that he couldn't let his grandfather hear, despite all what the Dark Lord had done and had wanted to do to him. Harry knew that he would never forgive himself if his grandfather was executed. Even if it was a risk, Harry thought, not knowing if he would be capable of preventing his grandfather from seizing power a second time, should he try it contrary to all expectation. But one question he still wanted to have answered. Why did you start the war? He asked. I grew up in an orphanage, Harry. I won't tell you what I had to endure there. It was the hell. That must be enough for you. As I came to Hogwarts, it was an entire different world to me. I was fascinated of magic and vowed to me that I would become the most powerful wizard one day. Never again I wanted to be so helpless, to have the feeling of being on someone's mercy, and never again I wanted to be humiliated, and I wanted to take revenge. The heads of the orphanage were among the first I later killed. I've never learned to handle other people, Harry, and so I stayed alone in Hogwarts until I met Kathy. I loved her. She was the first person who ever meant something to me. As she disappeared and I believed that she had betrayed me, there I only had my hate, my loneliness, and my revenge left. I began to imagine how it would be to rule the world, and I looked for followers which would obey me, and so one thing led to another. Harry went to him, kneeled down in the ground, and reached forth his cold hand. The red eyes stared at him intensively, and to Harry's greatest surprise he saw tears in them. Harry, forgive me, he whispered. Harry felt how pity rose in him. But against the pictures which forced themselves on him involuntarily he was powerless. He remembered Charlotte, his parents who he had never got to know, Lizzie and Jamie, Nell, and he swallowed. I'll try, he said. The hand of his grandfather squeezed his. Thank you. The red eyes slid to his necklace, and a thoughtful expression entered the red eyes. You must have had it with you somehow. It must have protected you as I tried then to kill you. That would be indeed an explanation why you survived the killing curse, he croaked, stretched out one hand and touched the black, slightly shimmering, stone which hung around Harry's neck. The stones shone once in a bright warm golden color. He must have changed its color as the killing curse hit you, he said, and was seized by another coughing fit. That may be so. Come, I'll bring you away from here, Harry said, and helped his grandfather to sit up. With difficulty he heaved him up. While flinging one arm around his grandfather, who hardly could stand on his feet, Harry brought the cell's door to disappear with the other hand. Hardly had they left the cell, a Dementor floated towards them. Harry resorted to dark magic and destroyed him. He was, however, aware of the fact that he didn't have much time. They had to leave the prison as soon as possible, but before he had still to take care of something. The black-haired girl knocked at the door and shouted, Harry, dinner is ready. Since Caro didn't receive any answer, she pressed down the door handle. The door opened and Caro saw that the room was empty. Strange, where Harry could be. Shaking her head, she headed back to the kitchen. Arriving there, she said, Harry isn't in his room. Draco looked up and shrugged his shoulders. So what? While turning again to his fried potatoes, Caro sat down and reached slowly for her glass. Taking a sip of her pumpkin juice, she sighed. Since the day in Eridan Castle, she wondered what she could do to ease up the situation, but so far she hadn't found any solution. Harry seemed to be incapable of finding out of his suppressed, apathetically depression, and didn't care in the slightest that Draco was nearly losing his mind because of his fear for his parents. She was worried as well for her mother and for Draco's mother, who had so often taken care of her as she had been little. Although she had never had a particularly warm relationship with her mother, she missed her, and under no circumstances did she want her to be executed. She is still my mother, after all, Caro thought. Looking at Harry's empty chair, she asked whether his disappearance had something to do with the fact that she had shown him today's newspaper, in which had been reported with large headline that the executions of the Dark Lord and his highest-ranking followers would take place very soon. Furious that it didn't seem to bother Harry, she had marched to the beach and hurled the newspaper at him. Suddenly Draco put down his fork and said, We've to go to Azkaban. Caro stared at him. How? Do you want perhaps to climb up the walls as a squirrel? Draco cast a venomous glance at Caro, stood up abruptly so that the chair scraped over the floor, and stormed out. Helpless fury boiled in his veins. If he would have only known a way how to get inside the fortress of Azkaban, he would have freed his parents long ago. And Harry, who was able to change into a phoenix and thus would be able to pass the wards which surrounded Azkaban, refused to help him for months, only stared at him with those emerald eyes. It was enough. The last half year he had tried over and over again to bring Harry to help him freeing his parents, had said that Harry would simultaneously save his adoptive father, but he could have spoken with a wall just as well, he thought bitterly. Draco came to a halt. He hadn't wanted to believe it, had thought that Harry would help him and had never given up hope, but now he admitted that Harry purely and simply left him in the lurch. He crossed the hall and went to one of the large arched-shaped windows. Mostly disappointed, he made a decision. He would leave Turley and would return to the estate of his parents. He should have done this long ago and shouldn't have waited that Harry would help him. Draco just wanted to turn as a movement caught his attention. He held his breath as he recognized the people who walked up the broad path which led to the castle. Harry felt how the wind dropped as he passed the magically wards from Hogwarts, landed on the ground and changed back. Looking up to the tremendous castle, he remained staying undecidedly for a moment. The time where he had lived here seemed so far away. His eyes wandered up to the battlements and lingered there, remembering how he had stood there with Ginny. If she had forgotten him, or did she still thought of him? She had written, but he had never been able to bring himself to answer her. Finally they had decreased more and more. Harry couldn't explain it himself why he had behaved in such a way, but it was too late for regretting it. His hand slid into one of his pocket where he found the letter he had received in the morning from Dumbledore with the urgent request to come immediately to Hogwarts. Sighing, he ran a hand over his forehead. Still he was plagued by a fierce headache. As he had freed his grandfather, Draco's parents, and Bella yesterday, he hadn't thought of Azkaban being surrounded by a powerful ward, in front of which they had been standing soon afterwards and which had deterred Draco from freeing his parents so far. "You'll manage it. Do it just the same way you did as you broke the curses on your windows then. But use only a little part of your magic. And use this spell," his grandfather had said, had leaned forwards him and had whispered a word to him. Harry had managed to annul a part of the ward, but he could have done without that headache. At least he hadn't fainted, he thought. Harry glanced up to the castle's portal. Of the prospect to having to run trough the whole castle he wasn't so fond. First of all he wanted to speak with Dumbledore. Changing back into his phoenix, he flew up to Albus' office and knocked with his beak against the window. Shortly later it was opened and bald Harry had taken on his human form again and faced Albus Dumbledore. The old wizard stepped to his desk and sat down. "Nice that you've come," he said, and indicated him to take a seat as well. Albus regarded him, and while speaking he didn't let him out of his sight. "Voldemort, the Malfoys and Bellatrix Lestrange aren't anymore in Azkaban. You don't have something to do with this by chance?" Although his voice was rather quiet, Harry heard a dangerous undertone. Indifferently resisting Albus' searching look, he answered, "He is my grandfather." Albus blinked. "Tom Riddle is my grandfather," Harry added, and told Dumbledore everything he had found out the previous day. As Harry had finished, Albus was left speechless. A condition he hadn't very often experienced so fat in his life. He just couldn't believe it. Lily should have been Riddle's daughter. The pretty, kindest woman he had loved like a daughter. He already wanted to reject this possibility as impossible as a memory rose in him. Harry had spoken of a Catherine of Dunbarry. She had been his student. A quite, inconspicuously girl, so completely different as Lily with her bright sparkling eyes, who had stood everywhere in the center of attention, not because she had been out for it by all means, but just because she had basically charmed everyone with her cheerful, exuberant nature. But Lily had had Catherine's red golden curls, and suddenly he sat straight up as he remembered a long ago occurrence. Late at night he had returned to Hogwarts and had gone past the library. He had heard noises, and as he had entered the library, whose door had been ajar, he had heard laughing which had come from the forbidden section. His presence hadn't been unnoticed, however. The dim light had gone out suddenly, and whoever had been there had ran away, and before Albus had been able to reach the second exit, the two nightly loafers had been nowhere to be seen. It had been Lily's laugh, and strangely, Albus thought, he had always associated it with her, but to this time Lily hadn't even been born. He remembered as well the nurse who had told him then from mysterious faints and a few weeks later with shocked expression about a girl that expected a child. Her father had taken her from school as Dippet Woe had been headmaster at those times, had informed him of this. Tom Riddle had asked after the girl and now Albus realized that he had changed in the following weeks. Albus shook his head. Why hadn't he paid more attention to those events then? If that was all, Harry's voice jolted him out of his memories. Albus shook his head and collected his thoughts. Harry, Voldemort must be returned to Azkaban. Harry stood up however and looked at him with cold eyes. No, I won't bring him back and you will not tell the Ministry that he is Interlee, nor that I freed him out of prison or that he is my grandfather. He has paid for his deeds. You don't need to worry that he will ever try to seize power again. I'll take care of it. Why should I keep my knowledge a secret from the Ministry? Because you want that I return to Hogwarts, because you want to prevent by all means that I'll become a dark wizard and because you want to settle your debt which you feel towards me and my parents. Albus flinched slightly. What are you getting at? That you blame yourself that my parents were murdered. You knew that there was a spy, don't you? Peter has told me and later did Sirius and Remus. You knew it and nevertheless you did nothing to prevent the catastrophe. Why? Why did you not give any member Veritaserum? Albus looked haggard and tired. I'm sorry, Harry, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to believe that there was a spy, not in my order. Furthermore there were only hints. Even Severus didn't know anything. What does it matter if they are only hints? Harry wanted to know angrily. Would you have believed it if anyone had told you that your friends would be it? If anyone had told you that your friends would betray you, would you have believed it? No, of course not, Harry said and the anger disappeared from his eyes. If you knew what the future would bring, you wouldn't make any mistakes. I didn't know it and you and your parent had to pay for it. The blue eyes looked at him pleadingly. Forgive me Harry and above all forgive me for believing you're guilty for committing the murders. Harry's voice turned to stone. Peter told you that it was him, didn't he? Albus nodded. Well, he wasn't it. I've done it. Dumbledore sat up abruptly and shook his head. No. Harry laughed shallowly. You don't know that to think of me, do you? On which side I might be. I didn't want it. It was an accident. As he attacked us I lost control over my magic and the bookshelf collapsed over him. Peter killed Ginny's brother. Sitting down again, Harry sighed. It would be rather presumptuous from me not to forgive you, wouldn't it? I've made enough mistakes after all and... Harry broke up and stared at Albus. Did Mr. Fail have family? Yes, his wife and 2 children. Lowering his gaze to the table, Harry swallowed. To take up his past would be more difficult as he had thought. For a while they were silent. Then Albus leaned backwards and nodded. All right then, Harry. I'll maintain silence, even if I disagree and think that Voldemort and the parents of your friends have deserved their executions. But you will return to Hogwarts, won't you? Yes. Then you should know that you are famous, at least as Harry Black. So don't be surprised when you return. The interest you'll wake will be much greater than last time. But don't they know? Everything what happened in the archives of the Order is only known to the inner circle and the Weasley family. We covered it up so that a few members of the Order which went to Eridan Castle as well and were a bit more gossipy than others knew you only as Harry Black. The newspapers heard from it and although everything was rather confusing and no one actually knew further details, all the presumptions grew out into wild speculations. Harry nodded. That's all I really needed. Rising, he shook Albus' hand and felt how the dislike he had felt then disappeared into thin air. He said goodbye and after he had promised he would soon return to Hogwarts, he stepped out into the corridor. Lucius Malfoy stared shocked at his son. His son returned his gaze indifferently. Harry is his grandson. Furthermore you owe it to him that you aren't sitting anymore in Azkaban. It's over, Dad. The Dark Lord and his Death Eaters don't exist any longer. Lucius gazed after his son, shook unbelievingly his head and sank heavily into his armchair. What Draco had just told him couldn't be true. But his mind said him that his son had indeed spoken the truth. Lucius looked down at his hands. Now everything became clearer to him, just as the reaction of his master as Harry had rescued them out of Azkaban. But Lucius didn't understand it. How could it have come so far? He remembered the day where he had found the children in the park and he had toyed with the thought of killing the boy with the emerald eyes. He should have really done it, he thought grimly. Then it would have never come so far. In the future he would have to hide in his castle, otherwise that wretched order would bring him once more to Azkaban. As his son had gone long ago, Lucius stood up determined. He had to speak with his master and had to persuade him that everything wasn't lost yet. Sirius stared blankly out of the window, while it was raging inside of him. How on earth had Voldemort been able to escape from Azkaban? As he had heard the news yesterday, he had literally frozen. The imagination that this bastard who had murdered Charlotte was free was unbearable for him. Sirius wanted that he suffered as much as he did. Sirius, now sit down finally. Otherwise your tea will get cold, Remus said and put the newspaper down he had just read. Sirius sank into his chair and reached for his cup of tea. What did they write? They still did not find any trace of him, neither of Bellatrix Lestrange and the Malfoys. Remus replied and frowned. He was worried. Should Voldemort succeeded in seizing power a second time, war would again break out. Remus shuddered as he imagined this. Harry and the others must have helped them. Remus looked up. This thought had already crossed his mind as well, but he hadn't said it yet. While taking a sip of his tea, he studied his friend. In the last months he had worried greatly about Sirius. Desperate and nearly insane with grief, Sirius had tried everything to find as many former followers of the Dark Lord and bring them to Azkaban as possible. He had hardly returned to Hogwarts and Emily had been at a loss as what to do, so that she had taken Jamie to them in the end. I have to find them, Sirius said, and a feverish glow appeared in his eyes as he put down his cup with rattling sound and stood up. Sirius, you don't even know if Harry had something to do with it. Remus exclaimed and jumped up. Somehow he had to talk Sirius out of this mad idea. Who knows what his friend would do? Before he could however do something, there was a timid knock at the door. The second time was more firmly. Come in, Sirius called. The door opened and Remus closed his eyes for a moment. It was Harry. Nearly at the same instant Sirius stood in front of his godson and demanded to know. Where is Voldemort? Where did you bring him? Harry did a step backwards and his face became hard and cold. That no one needs to know. I've come. That no one needs to know. Did you lose your mind? He is answerable for the murders of thousands of people. Does this even matter to you? He has killed your parents. And Charlotte. Does this mean nothing to you? The emerald eyes flickered. It does mean a lot to me. And I'm sorry, Sirius, that Charlotte. Harry broke up and after a moment he continued. But Voldemort has paid for his deeds and... Paid? Don't make me laugh. He must back to Azkaban and you will say me now where he is. As Harry didn't answer, Sirius stepped nearer. Say it finally. Is he in Turley? It's after all your fault that this happened. My fault. Yes, if you hadn't sneaked into the archives and escaped, all this wouldn't have happened. Sirius screamed. If you had become the secret keeper of my parents, all this would not have happened either. Harry hurled back. Sirius turned as white as a sheet. For one moment time seemed to be standing still. Then Sirius walked with unsteady steps past Harry and through the door he silently opened. Sirius, Harry said and wanted to follow him. No, Harry, let him be. He will calm down again. Remus stopped him and led him to one of the armchairs. Handing him a cup of tea, which he had quickly conjured up, he sat across of Harry. Harry sipped at his tea and shook his head. I didn't want to say this. I just wanted to say him how sorry I am. And now everything went wrong. It wasn't your fault, Harry, you couldn't have prevented it. As far as Sirius is concerned, let him time, Harry. He loved Charlotte more than anything else in the world. I know, Harry said nearly inaudible. For a while they sat in silence. Then Remus leaned forwards. Why, Harry? Why did you free Voldemort? Do you want to be responsible for a second war? He has murdered so many people. He must. Harry. Head jerked up. And the order did kill no one. Who then killed Caro's father? She found the files. It could have been Sirius. And you did as well murder people, didn't you? Furthermore. Suddenly the emerald eyes looked at him with such intensity that Remus averted his gaze. As Harry told him shortly afterwards what had taken place in Albus, office and yesterday in Azkaban. There Remus didn't want to believe it, and without a warning he realized that Harry saw Voldemort in a complete different light than he did, and that he knew as well other characteristics of the once so powerful wizard. Remus shook his head. How complicated everything was. But Harry was right. It couldn't be denied that their side as well had murdered and had despite everything become guilty, too. Although he still was very much skeptical if Voldemort wouldn't again try to seize power, he knew that it would be pointless to try to persuade Harry. There won't be a second war, Remus. I'll promise it, Harry said seriously, and Remus wanted to believe it, but wasn't really able to do so. Setting a lighter tone, he finally said, "So you will be returning to Hogwarts." A few days after Harry had fetched his grandfather out of prison, they stood on the little graveyard, and for the first time Harry saw the graves of his parents, and while his grandfather was mourning for his long-lost love not very far away, Harry wondered if his mother had known who her real parents had been. He had found out that Kathy hadn't survived Lily's birth, and he assumed that Kathy's family had brought his mother then to the Evans, who had brought her up. But those questions would surely remain unanswered forever. Harry looked over to his grandfather. He had said to Dumbledore and Remus that the Dark Lord had paid for his deeds, and it was true, Harry thought. Yesterday he had given his grandfather the photo he had found in the Chamber of Secrets. His grandfather had looked at him, but without seeing him, it had been as if he had been somewhere very far away. "Do you know how it feels knowing that you've murdered your own daughter? That you didn't try any attempt to help the woman you love?" Then his grandfather had walked down to the beach, and it had taken very long until he had returned. Harry touched the black shimmering stone of his necklace and pulled his cloak tighter around him while seeing that it had begun snowing. He asked himself what would have happened if Kathy's father hadn't taken his daughter home. Would the war have never happened, and would he have grown up with his parents and his grandparents then? Harry didn't know it, but for one moment he gave himself over to his dreams. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.